What is going on, y'all? Hello, hello, happy Thursday, and all the good things. Welcome to day 2. We're doing the Elijah McClain case. It is, it's a rough one. It's a rough one. Not gonna lie. It is an innocent young man lost his life, and 2 of the paramedics that arrived on scene are on trial for his ending. Silly YouTube words. But hello, everybody. Glad you're here. Project Metal Music. Hello, Wendy Marino. Good to see ya. Miami Spice. Love you, babe. Tia Nina. Hey. I think I said that a little weird. Doesn't matter. Without further ado, I think we're going to go ahead and jump into it and see what happens today. Oh, I got to do the thing. I always forget to do the thing. There it is. We need that up first. Let's get this going. And hopefully the audio is a little better today. We are starting late, which I think is in our best interest because it allows.
I apologize. You've done such a wonderful job answering my questions. I've
moved
forward.
Let me know.
If we could please.
It's as loud as I can make it, but that's what we got.
Pull,
camera angles.
Or just show to the witness Exhibit 256.
Hey, Kayla, how you doing? American Steve, welcome. From Shirk.
Do you recognize
What's
this?
Shirk?
I do.
And what is this?
Is that supposed to say work?
This is a training history detail.
Appreciate it, buddy.
Okay. And
Tyrena Villanueva, hello.
That was asked there.
Yes.
I figured it was work. I figured it out.
1/1 of 18 to 10/15 of 2020.
I do have some invites out. We'll see who's able to show up and when.
And is this like fair?
We're just gonna ride
And
them.
how do you know that this is a training history detail? Sorry.
It's titled as such.
Okay, and is there a member listed on this training history detail?
There is.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of a training history detail pulled for that particular attendee?
Yes.
And are training history details things that are kept in the regular course of business?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit Exhibit 6.
For dire or objection.
So we're picking up day 2. Day 1 was yesterday. Day 2 is today, but we're a couple hours
Exhibit
behind.
256 will be
Speaking of
admitted.
which, I can
And if we could please
increase the speed a little bit. We'll go to 125.
And so what member is this a training history detail for?
At the top left, you'll see it is Peter S. Cichuniec.
Okay, and on this training history
They all
detail, it
talk
does
so slow.
outline
Hi,
session
Wendy
date
H. Good to see you, babe.
and a description of the training. Sort of in that teal colored column, we have a session description of the training and then a location.
Correct.
And do you list the location because not every training is provided on site at AFR?
Correct.
And in the description of training, is it fair to say that some of
My
those
phone
descriptions
charger.
are detailed and
I'll
some of
grab that
them
at some point.
are not detailed?
Yes, it's fair to say.
So for example, at the very top there, the ISO training 854, it could be difficult to know what exactly that training covered.
Correct.
But some of the trainings do have a little more detail.
Most of you were here yesterday, but for those that weren't,
For example,
Elijah
on
McClain,
November 27th of 2018.
a suspicious person call came in. Elijah McClain
The one that
was
occurred at
walking
8:30
down
in
the
the
street.
morning.
Cops showed up.
This is monitor training,
got
introduction
physical
to the life
very
pack
quickly.
15 monitor for field demo.
Um,
That provides a little more
He
detail.
was choked
of
unconscious
what was covered.
Correct.
by the
But are
officers
there
on
some trainings
scene.
where you are
He
aware
aspirated.
of what was covered?
The
in the
paramedics were
particular
called,
training?
and they injected him with
There are some.
what the state alleges is a massive
the June
overdose
15th
of
2018
ketamine
EMS2. Are you familiar with
and
what training was
perished
covered
before he got to the hospital.
at that time?
I
So
am
on trial now are the two paramedics that that allowed that to happen.
Just a moment.
Being charged with negligent homicide,
2018,
reckless
Was there a new
manslaughter, and
protocol implemented
assault with a deadly
across
weapon.
the department for the use of ketamine?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And was there a specific training given to members for the use of ketamine?
Yes.
And was that training combined with another training for members?
Yes, to the best of my recollection, it was.
I'm going to object to asking another witness to testify to what he knows versus guessing.
All right. I suppose also stating the objection to the extent that the witness needs to have personal knowledge of whatever he's testifying to.
Chief Deputy Robnett,
Good
are you
call.
familiar with a dual training that was given covering capnography and ketamine administration? Not with the training
I-
itself, but the fact that it was given.
Yes.
Okay. And was that training provided in June of 2018?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
I wish I would have caught who was on the stand right now. If anybody did happen to catch it, let me know.
And if we can please take this down and show just the witness exhibit 257. 257, 257. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is this?
So training history detailed by attendee.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the training history detail for this particular attendee?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit exhibit 257 into evidence.
Questions or objections with respect to 257?
If I could just have a moment for voir dire.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm well.
Good. I just wanted to ask a couple questions, and I might have just not understood. When we're looking at this exhibit, you and I, since it's not up here yet, under description of training, there's some numbers.
Yes.
What next to the training? Do you know what those numbers correlate to?
In the parentheses?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
We when the software was upgraded and the interface was turned off, the origin of those numbers were lost.
Gotcha. And then when we go to the right of that, the location of training, when it says CAPSTC, do you know what that means?
City of Aurora Public Safety Trading Center.
Okay. Great. Thank you for clarifying. And I don't have any further questions or objection, Your Honor.
Behalf of Mr. Cichuniec. Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. The court will admit 257.
I must say, I like this judge. He's to the point. He seems to be making good calls.
Okay, so what we're looking at is a very similar training history detail to what we just looked at before,
Correct.
correct? Except for this member, it's a different member.
Correct.
Who is this training for?
Jeremy Cooper.
Okay, and this also covers that same date range of January 2018 through October of 2020.
Correct.
Correct.
And if we could please, actually, we don't need to scroll down. So the June 15th, 2018 that I'd asked you about on the previous exhibit, the EMS2, we see that on this training as well, this training history.
Yes.
As well. Okay. I apologize. I keep stepping away from the mic and I need to not do that. I apologize.
Hi, Aaron Hack. Welcome. Glad you're here.
And if we could scroll down, did this member also take the November 27th, 2018 monitor training, Introduction to Life Pack 15?
Yes, that's what the record indicates.
Okay. And now if I could please move back to
Will,
exhibit
what's up, dude?
232. 232.
Hey, Neo Dark Matter. Welcome.
So this covers AFR and transport provider on scene coordination. So what does that mean?
So this outlines our procedures when we are managing a patient with a transport provider.
And by transport provider, do you mean ambulance?
Correct.
Okay. And is it important to have a set for what when you get to a scene?
I hate him so
Yes.
much.
And if we could please highlight the portion that says scope. So with this particular procedure, 5.4, would this cover a situation where a call goes out and both AFR and your ambulance provider are dispatched?
Could you repeat that question?
With this section, 5.4 of AFR and transport provider on scene coordination, would this cover a situation where both
Hope
AFR
everybody
is
had a
dispatched at
good
the
night
same
last
time as
night
an
and a good day
ambulance?
today.
Yes.
We're one day away
And
from the
who do
weekend.
you
It's
who does
exciting.
AFR contract with for ambulance services?
Falk, Rocky Mountain.
And was that the case in 2019?
Yes.
On the second page, it talks about the equipment to be brought to the scene. And it provides two scenarios. So kind of depending on who arrives there first, whether it's the ambulance or AFR. If Falk or the ambulance provider arrives first, what are they required to take to the scene?
Off the top of my head, I cannot recall each item, but they are listed in the model of procedures.
Okay, so it's things like an ALS kits.
Correct.
What are ALS kits?
Advanced life support kits. So
I had a good
it's
night.
much more expansive than
I
a
went
basic
and
life support
jumped
kit.
on with Torin 3
It says
for a little
kits,
while
So
and
does
got
that
to
mean kind of
have a
more
little
than one
conversation
kit?
with him while he was doing his
Typically,
braid.
you can't house everything in one kit. I
can't remember what it's
A
called.
separate kit that usually has
Tomagama?
the
Tomagama?
airway
Something like
management
that.
tools.
It's very interesting. It's
And
very
it also
cool.
mentions a portable suction device. So is that kept separate from
Correct.
the ALS kit? And I apologize, I don't mean to speak over you.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. And it also mentions to initiate patient contact.
Yes.
So the first unit on scene, they are the ones that are kind of tasked with bringing some of the tools and equipment that might be needed
Correct.
and making that initial contact.
That's not what this document says.
Response?
Your Honor, it says exactly that. Bring the ALS kits, portable suction device, and initiate patient contact.
I'm just objecting that it's when the ambulance is the first unit. I mean, there's two different sections.
So
All right,
well,
rephrase.
let me rephrase. So
Yeah, this
when the
seems to be a
ambulance crew arrives
smooth
first on
running
scene,
court.
That is what they are tasked with bringing to the scene.
At first
Correct.
glance,
Okay.
anyway.
And the next section talks about equipment to be brought to the scene by the ambulance crew when arriving secondary to AFR. So that means AFR has arrived first, ambulance crew shows up second. And in the second line in this section, it talks about if AFR is already on scene, the ambulance crew will confirm that the requisite equipment has been brought to the, and that looks like there was a typo in the manual, but scene.
That makes sense.
Okay. So that's,
That
Um,
makes sense.
let me rephrase. So that means that the ambulance crew needs to make contact with AFR who are already on scene. Is that correct?
3 of the police officers were
Yes.
charged
To
and
make
have
sure that
already
the
been to
equipment is
trial.
there.
2 were found not guilty. 1
Sustained.
was found guilty.
When the ambulance crew arrives on scene.
And I
do
don't
they need to
remember
make
exactly what he was found
with
guilty of.
AFR?
And now 2 of the
Overruled.
paramedics are in this trial. So this is actually the 3rd trial from
And
the
why do they
same
need to make
case.
contact with AFR?
And also the city
To alert them to
settled
their
for
arrival,
something
so
like
that
15 or
there's supposed to
17
be
million
for transport and to
for,
see if
I'm
any
sure,
other equipment
unnecessary
is
loss
needed.
of life or whatever it is.
And when they come to the side of AFR, if AFR is already on scene,
Hey AP, how you doing, buddy?
what should they be taking in
Welcome.
addition to the stretcher?
So when AFR is on scene, that company officer is considered an incident commander. So he will give direction to the arriving ambulance company on whatever he is needing.
And in the engine, so when AFR is responding, do they have these ALS kits that you were talking about
Yes,
in their rig?
yes.
And are they kind of pre-prepared?
It's a
ready to
weird
go?
situation charging paramedics.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
understand the question.
So are they stocked
It's-
before the engine leaves
It's,
the?
I don't know.
scene?
It's interesting
Yes.
to say the
And
least.
is it very specific about what?
I don't
needs
think
to
there's
go
any
into
doubt
these
that this
ALS
young man
kits?
lost his life
Yes.
unnecessarily.
And is making sure what is in these kits consistent important for members when they're on a scene?
What do you mean by consistent?
Yeah, I think it was the end of
Is it important for a member to
August
know what tools am I going to have at my
2019. Ooh, I got
disposal
the
if I need them?
I think it was
There
August
is a
2019
required
when
minimum
this actually
amount of
took
tools.
place.
Some tools may have other things. Officers or medics' preference of different types of tools.
Does it depend on the scene? What is brought to the scene?
I guess it could, but the kit is put into service prior to a call.
So if AFR is arriving first on scene, should they be taking kits with them to the patient?
In most cases, yes.
And when the ambulance crew arrives, they're to make contact with AFR to see if they need anything else, right?
Correct.
To Orc, what's up, brother? Good to see you.
And
Thanks for
initiating
stopping
patient
in.
contact is one of the things that is
So
required
far, so
within
good.
this
So far,
protocol
so good.
or procedure.
Initiating patient contact by whom?
The initial responder.
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting, Wendy.
So when it's describing, when this procedure is describing what the first unit on scene should be doing,
The camera's wigging out.
what does it mean to begin a patient interview?
A patient interview would be to talk to the patient, if possible, but all patients are not communicating.
What about beginning a patient assessment?
Yesterday, we watched the body
So
cam
you certainly
footage
begin a
and
patient
listened to the
assessment
911 call.
Which is
So if you're interested in that,
their current state.
they're on yesterday's. And then we also watched a couple brief seconds of a surveillance video with him in the gas station that he left and was on his way home when stopped by the police. Sagebrush
So you
Farmer.
mentioned that
Welcome,
going back to the
and glad you got a
advanced
membership.
life sup-
Alan, what's
did
up,
you say
buddy?
advanced
How are
life
you?
saving kits or advanced life support kits?
Good to see you, bro.
So advanced life support is what a paramedic provides. The kits, all of our kits are equipped with that equipment. Just if you're not a paramedic, there's equipment in there you cannot use.
Okay. And how many kits are there typically held on an engine?
Yeah, the orc
Well,
uses,
I guess,
he's literally an orc.
so
Literally.
you definitely have a ALS
The
kit,
orc's fun. I like him.
oxygen kit. There's other tools, like, as you mentioned, there are suctions are available. There's the monitor. There's a narcotics kit or a narcotics box. There's OB/GYN kits there's burn blankets. There's just a plethora of
Always, bud.
equipment
Always.
that's available to a medic to determine what they need on the scene.
Okay, so if a medic doesn't know what exactly they're responding to, what kits should they be taking with them from the rig?
Objection, Your Honor. This is starting to sound A, like expert testimony, and B, I'm not sure foundation has been laid that Deputy Chief Robinette is a paramedic.
Response?
I can ask a few follow-up questions. Thank you.
It's sustained in part.
So Deputy Chief Robinette, and we can take this. Earlier this morning, you mentioned that you were a firefighter.
Correct.
In order to be a firefighter and all of the other designations you've had within Aurora Fire, were you trained as a paramedic?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You mentioned that the EMS kits come with that you have a list?
There is an inventory list.
Okay, and what's,
Sorry.
no, you go right ahead, sorry.
There's an inventory list that the quartermaster uses to build a kit before it sends it to the station.
And who's the quartermaster?
Lieutenant DiMartino.
There's nothing
what
stopping you
makes me
from
transition.
doing it again. Just saying.
And what is the importance of having this list?
So that the quartermaster understands or provides the minimal amount of equipment necessary to function as an ALS unit or advanced life support unit.
And for example, if someone uses something out of a kit when they're out on a scene, how does that piece of equipment get replaced?
Preferably, they replace that from the transport agency. If that does not occur, then the quartermaster will provide that equipment.
If you can please show the witness exhibit 234. Do you know what this is?
This is the inventory list provided by the quartermaster.
And how do you know that this is what it is?
I requested him provide me that list to provide to you at your request.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of the EMS kit inventory list used by AFR?
This is an accurate representation of what I received from the quartermaster.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit exhibit 234 into evidence.
Questions or objections?
What year?
Yes.
This lady in her
The
boots.
furniture surf over here. It's quicker. Just a couple questions. Deputy Chief, you said that you don't have personal knowledge of this inventory list. Is that correct? In terms of you didn't make this list.
That's correct.
Okay. And do you have any clue if this list is from 2019?
I do not.
Thank you. Yes. On behalf of Mr. Cooper, we object.
Dedication to work. I love it.
All right, court will sustain the objection.
Deputy Chief Robnett, after responding to a scene, is there a requirement to draft a report?
Yes.
And what are those reports called?
Depends on the scene.
We'll call it a medical scene. They're called for a medical assist.
So if they're called for a medical assist, am I presuming there was patient contact?
Well, if there wasn't patient contact, would they need to make a report?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go through both of those scenarios. They respond to a scene, no patient contact. What do they need to do?
Then they would do what's called an inference report. And I'm so bad with acronyms. I don't recall the acronym for inference. But I do believe I provided to you the definition.
At least for a court reporter's assistance, is it NFIRS?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. F is in Frank.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So they make an MVrder report. And what's contained within an MVrder report?
All the pertinent call information, what they was originally reported.
Alan, this case is nuts, buddy.
What they found when they got there and who they are, who's responding, and what the final disposition of the call was.
And now the next scenario, they respond to a scene and there is patient contact. What is required to be done?
Then they would have, in addition to that, they would have a patient care report.
Okay. And what is a patient care report?
It is once patient contact is established, then the patient care report provides all the pertinent information about that individual patient.
Okay. Does it also provide the location of where the incident took place or where they were responding?
Sure. All the reports, the inference and the patient care report would have location of the incident, and usually the original reason they called the
Well, Ann Janeski, I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Does it also include
Lefty,
the care
what's
that was
up, buddy?
provided?
correct.
And any vitals or testing that was done while on the scene?
Yes.
How soon after a call is a patient care report required to be written?
By the end of the shift.
And are these kept and maintained by AFR?
Yes.
And the NFIRS report, are those sometimes called basic incident reports?
Yes.
And are those also created when patient contact is made?
The inference report is created anytime an apparatus is dispatched.
Okay, so if we have a call where patient contact is made, they're going to have both an NFIRS report and a patient care report?
Correct.
Okay. And are they created at around the same time?
Yes.
So how close in time are patient care reports required to be written?
Be completed by the provider
Correct.
by the end of the shift.
Okay. So if we could please show the witness exhibit 281. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
Basic incident report.
And how do you know that that's what this is?
It is titled as such.
And these basic incident reports are are created every time the unit goes out.
Yes, every time it's dispatched to a call.
Okay. And who wrote this?
Yesterday and thus
basic
far
incident
today,
report?
they seem to be just authenticating all of the evidence that they're getting in. We haven't gotten to any of the meat and potatoes yet.
Like if you,
Lieutenant Chichuniec
and was he an
completed the report.
okay? And was he an employee of Aurora Fire in August of 2019?
Yes,
And was his role lieutenant at that time?
yes,
As part of his role of lieutenant, as lieutenant, excuse me, he had a duty to complete this report.
he or his designee.
Okay. And was this created by the end of the shift based on the time of the incident date? And the
Lefty,
time
did
that
you
this
block
report
Wendy
was
H?
completed?
Yes, it appears so.
Wendy H is amazing. How
And this
dare
report was made
her.
as a regular course of business?
Yes,
And they're kept in the regular course of business?
yes,
I'm a little upset.
And were you able to confirm that the basic incident report kept in your system is or that this is a fair and accurate representation of the basic incident report kept in your system?
Oh, that's funny.
yes. This was a report that AFR provided as pertained to an open records request.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit exhibit.
Why would you
281
block Wendy
into
H? What has she
evidence.
ever done?
We're done. Objection.
She's like the most easygoing person in the world.
281 may be admitted.
Oh, I really shouldn't wear red.
We could please show the witness.
It doesn't
282.
help my complexion at all.
Do you recognize this?
Yes,
And what is this?
this is a Aurora Fire Department EMS patient care report.
And how do you know that that's what this is?
It is titled as such.
And they're created after any call where patient contact is made.
Correct.
And who wrote this patient care report? It might be on the next page if you're able to show both.
Can you make it a little larger?
And Lefty's never coming back to chat
Or
again.
authored by Peter Cichuniec.
Got called out. To hell with Valhalla.
And was this report created at or near the time of the call?
Yeah, the font is small.
Ms. Kelleher, if you can, yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Yes,
And is it routine practice to write these report?
yes,
And this report was kept as a regular course of business?
yes,
And were you able to confirm that this patient care report as maintained in the Aurora Fire System is the same, a fair and accurate representation
You're
of
not
what is
wrong,
before you
buddy.
today?
You're not wrong.
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit exhibit 282.
Or die or objection.
Not for Mr. Cichuniec.
282 will be admitted.
So now, Deputy Chief Robinette, I would like to turn our attention to the protocols. You mentioned earlier that you have your manual of procedures, and then there's the protocols that are created by your medical director, Dr. Hill.
So the protocols that we use are created by a consortium of doctors in the Denver area, and then may be modified by our medical director before publishing to us, but they're considered the Denver Metro protocols.
Okay. And so you have your own medical director who makes sure that the protocols that are there best suit what AFR needs.
Correct.
Okay. And what is the purpose of the protocols?
Protocol is a policy on how to treat EMS calls in the city.
And these apply to fire medics?
Yeah, it would take a lot
They
to get
apply
banned in
to
my chat.
all members of the
I don't think I've
agency.
ever banned anybody.
How often do protocols get updated?
I think most frequently they get updated quarterly, but he can do it at any time new information comes in or something changes.
And you said he, do you mean Dr. Hill?
I do.
And are you familiar with the protocols that were in place in 2019?
I'm familiar with the protocols pertaining to EMT basics.
Okay. And not speaking about the actual protocols themselves, but are you aware that a packet of protocols were available in 2019?
Yes.
And about how long is that packet of protocols?
I can't venture a guess.
Um, So much like we did with the manual of procedures, rather than introduce the whole packet, I'd like to focus on some specific sections, if that's okay.
Okay.
Okay. If we could please show Exhibit 200, just to the witness. Thank you. And what is this? Do you know what this is?
Yes, this is a memo from the chief introducing the updated protocols.
And how do you know that that's what this is?
It is titled in the subject matter of the title of the memorandum, it states.
Okay, and is this a fair and accurate representation of the memorandum that was attached to the 2019 protocols?
I didn't provide this one. This was prior to me. It looks like a fair and accurate representation of the memo, but I didn't provide this.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could have just one moment.
Yes.
That could be. That could be. I really don't know why anybody would block Wendy H. I know YouTube's been doing some goofy stuff lately.
So Deputy Chief Robnett.
The cameras in
I
this are
don't have any further
horrible, Alan.
questions for you at this time. Thank you.
The Letitia Stouch trial cam in Colorado too
Cross-examination.
was real bad like this. So it might just be a Colorado thing, the way they present their cases. Oh, Jesus.
Good morning again. Deputy
She
Chief, I'm going
broke
to
her
follow
legs
up on
again.
a lot of what we just talked about. So if I lose you at any point, just let me know and we can go back, okay? I want to talk to you about, first of all, if we could put up 231, Exhibit 231. And I believe it was admitted. So if we could publish this.
Should be on.
It's not showing to the jury. I was just trying to let them watch along with.
No, I have it on.
Oh, okay.
Boomer.
We could have just a moment. Well, we're not sure. So I guess I'm going to, can you see it, Deputy Chief?
Yes.
Okay. I apologize to the jury. I'm not sure why we can't show you. So we're going to do our best to try to walk through this. Deputy Chief, in this, when we talk about this, I want to direct you to, it looks like it's A. Oh, there it is. Scope limitation under A.
My
The medical
camera or
director
their
can
camera?
limit the scope of any EMS provider employed by Aurora Fire and Rescue. So the medical director we're referring to is,
Dr. Eric Hill.
and that's who it was in 2019, correct?
Could go either way.
And so he is who kind of sets forth the protocols in terms of how AFR operates in terms of medical care, correct?
Okay, good.
And
So I don't know how to fix
I
my
understand
camera.
you're an EMT basic trained, but he would do
Oh, I don't
EMT
know
basic
how
as
this
well as
shirt
paramedic.
is showing up all weird.
Then if we can shift to the oath, which I believe was, I think it was in the preamble. I think it was Exhibit 233.
I know mine gets a little glitchy
Oh,
on
you
occasion,
did.
but I think it's because my processor is.
So you were asked some questions about whether or not you could define, let's go down into the oath, is that last page?
People smarter than me have told me so.
Okay, if we can, oath of office and the oath of verbal affirmation. So the bold second to last paragraph, that I will be ready at all times to provide assistance and comfort to all whom I find in need, disregarding my own feelings and preferences, without prejudice or favoritism, always placing the safety of others before myself. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And that's given to every single member of Aurora Fire, correct?
Correct.
How many are there of you?
We're authorized 425.
Okay. And, you know, just to make it clear, I guess we made some assumptions. Do you recognize Lieutenant Chichuniec?
I do.
Where is he?
He's sitting at the table in the corner.
Okay. And do you recognize firefighter Cooper?
I do.
Where is he?
He's sitting next to Lieutenant Cichuniec,
Great.
Captain Cichuniec.
So they would have taken this oath.
Correct.
And when this is directing members of Aurora Fire. It's to every single scene you're responding to, correct?
Aurora's
Whether
not
you're
a small city.
That's correct.
Medical call,
386
A
and a
drowning.
quarter thousand
natural
people.
disaster, anything. You operate with bias,
Correct.
and that's serious to the department.
I thought 400
Have you
firefighters might
ever
be quite a
seen
bit.
Lieutenant
But
Cichuniec
maybe
act with
not.
any bias or prejudice towards anyone.
Absolutely not.
How many years have you known him?
Yeah. More than a decade.
Sustained.
Judge, they asked,
Sustained.
I would ask to reserve and make an argument later.
You can approach if you'd like.
I would like to approach.
See, this is why I start late, because now we have an opportunity to make up some ground. Wow. This is a short sidebar.
So Judge, I'm just clarifying, can we ask it in the way the court outlined at the bench?
I'm not going to give you any legal advice.
Deputy Chief Robnett, did Lieutenant Cichuniec have a
I like this
reputation
judge.
for somebody who would provide comfort and care to his patients?
Sustained.
When we look at providing comfort and care, did Lieutenant Cichuniec, do you have an opinion about whether or not he provided comfort and care to the people he treated?
Is she even saying
Judge, I
the
would stand on the
objection?
record just to be noted as to what we said at the bench.
It's on the record.
Deputy Chief Robnett, when somebody provides comfort and care, does that look different in different situations?
Yes.
For example, if you're responding to a mass casualty incident, the Aurora Theater shooting, what you might do depending on who you come in contact with, correct?
Yes.
And if you're responding to somebody giving birth, what you might do is very different.
Correct.
How about if you respond to a situation where law enforcement is actively restraining a party? Have you been in that situation? Judge, this is directly responding to the people's request to discuss what comfort and
Oh,
care.
I wish I could hear what her objections were.
Not a paramedic.
All right. Well, he has not been qualified as an expert at this point.
Deputy Chief Robnett, to you, what does providing comfort and care in a situation where you're responding to law enforcement who's actively restraining a party, what does that look like?
Well, it's really the same question that was asked previously, so the court will sustain the objection.
Deputy Chief, how long have you been a firefighter?
34 years.
How many years have you operated under this oath?
Why would you not just qualify him as an expert then?
Do you think you have an idea of what this oath means?
If he's been a firefighter for 34 years, I would assume that he could be qualified
Judge,
as
I
an
would
expert.
qualify Deputy Chief Robnett as an expert in the area of Aurora Fire and what its oath means.
There you go.
All right. For Dyer, for objection.
Not to disclose.
Sustain.
Mhm.
Judge, I would move to strike the people's questions to Deputy Robnett about what comfort and care meant then.
Response.
Somebody send her a message. What, if any? Quick. Works every time. Good call. Good call, KLI.
That's true. He didn't answer it. He said he couldn't.
I think what he said is he couldn't provide a distinction between assistance and comfort. And he didn't know how to answer their question.
All right.
So, Deputy Chief, I want to talk to you now about Exhibit 231, 5.1. We can put that up. Now, I know we're talking about under 1A, the medical director. And I just want to know if this is a question for you or if it's a question for Dr. Hill. When it says that the medical director can limit the scope, do you know what that's discussing, or is that a better question for Dr. Hill?
How?
To limit scope is to, he has the ability to say a medic or an EMT no longer has the ability to practice
Great. So he
under
can,
his license, I'm sorry.
okay. So he can limit, you're not going to practice any further, or you can practice under these parameters. Or just you can't practice any further.
You would have to ask Dr. Hill exactly the,
Okay. And that's fine. Thank you. If Dr. Hill told you, though, this person can't practice, that tells Aurora Fire they can't practice pursuant to this.
correct.
Gotcha. Thank you. And then when we look at this, where it says under C, AFR scope limited EMT paramedics, EMT intermediates, things of that nature, are those again questions better asked of Dr. Hill, because we're getting into areas that might not be in your purview?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. If we can now look at People's Exhibit 256. This was the training of Lieutenant Cichuniec, correct? Is that right?
Correct.
Does it say on here if at any point in time he was out of compliance with training?
No reference is made to compliance or non-compliance that I can see.
So you were asked a series of questions about somebody being required to maintain their compliance and their training, correct?
Correct.
And if somebody was out of compliance, I would imagine we'd have a document saying that, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And it's no place on here that we can see, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if we can look at Exhibit 257. Again, the same set of questions. This is for fireman/firemedic Jeremy Cooper. You were asked a series of questions about his requirements to stay qualified and trained, correct?
Correct.
And this is his training record, correct?
Correct.
Does it say any place on here at any point in time he lapsed in his requirements?
No.
Thank you. We can look at Exhibit 232. This was the transport provider. So if we can enlarge it a little bit under 5.4, and let's start at, on the second page, top. So this is the part that says equipment to be brought to the scene by the ambulance crew. And I want to just follow up on this so it's very clear. AFR has no ambulances, correct?
Correct.
So AFR contracts with Falk to be the ambulance provider, correct? AFR does not stock Falk's ambulance, does it?
No.
So if there is an issue with where something's placed, where, say, capnography in the ambulance is placed or suction in the ambulance is placed, is that something AFR has to fix?
No.
Do they have any control over it? In terms of AFR, your team, what's going on in the ambulance for Falk?
I'd ask to clarify.
Sure.
We require them to have certain equipment.
Sure.
Where it's placed in the ambulance, I don't believe.
So let me ask it this way. If a Falk ambulance is dispatched and shows up on a scene and they don't have what they're required to have, or they can't put their hands on it. I haven't even finished the question, Judge.
Yeah, I'd like to finish the question.
Would that be AFR's responsibility, or would that be Falk's responsibility for where that equipment was?
Falk's responsibility.
Okay. And just to be clear, back in 2019, Falk was the transport provider, correct?
Correct.
They were the ambulance company, if you will, for AFR.
Yes.
So anytime we're talking about an ambulance, we're talking about Falk with respect to AFR. Or are there other ambulance companies?
There are other, that's the one we're contracted with,
Okay.
but other ambulance companies have transported in our city, and we have worked with other ambulance companies.
And I really appreciate you paying attention to the detail of that question. I asked it very poorly. Thank you. Do you know, in terms of this
It's not a
incident
great
on August
admission.
24th, 2019, who responded in terms of the ambulance company?
I know Falk Rocky Mountain did respond. I don't know if any others did.
Okay, thank you. With respect to the responsibilities, this top section is if the ambulance, so Falk, gets there first, correct?
Correct.
So now we'll shift down to the second section. This is the equipment to be brought to the scene by the ambulance crew. So that's Falk, hypothetically, when arriving secondary to AFR. Okay. So that's if fire's on scene and the ambulance comes in, this is the section that's governing.
Correct.
Okay. So the ambulance crew should bring the stretcher to the patient's side or to an appropriate staging location. Is that what that says?
Yes.
And who's IC?
Incident commander.
Okay, so the highest ranking AFR official.
It's not necessarily pertain to rank.
Okay.
It's just who is the incident commander.
Okay, so does that change depending on an engine? So depending on who's on the engine, the IC might be any number of people?
We're trained to an incident command system standard.
Okay.
So any member in the organization could be incident commander.
How would we know who's incident command?
They would designate themselves as the incident commander. on
Okay.
radio.
Okay, and maybe in that report or on.
That's why
something
we
that
have
might
rank,
be
lady.
reported somewhere?
It should be on the dispatch list.
Okay.
The person arriving on scene, taking command would say so on the radio,
Most likely the person you're hearing on the radio talking back and forth.
most likely.
So if you hear Lieutenant Pete Chichuniec, it's probably him that's in incident command.
Correct.
Okay. So he would be talking to the ambulance to tell them this is where we're at and have to communicate that information.
Correct.
So that they could bring the stretcher to the patient's side.
Correct.
Okay. So second paragraph, if AFR is already on scene, the ambulance crew will confirm that the requisite equipment has been brought to the, and I believe.
So the defendant, Lieutenant Peter
We don't really know. I
Cichuniec,
mean, to the
was
scene, to the patient,
the
to the
IC,
area.
the guy in
Probably depends on the
charge.
situation, correct?
Are you asking me about what appears to be a typo, or are you asking me about real life?
I'm asking you what you think that means. Or could it be any of the above?
It's logical to say scene.
Okay.
And, it's something that has to be corrected.
Fair enough. So a scene can be pretty large, right? Like, if your engine is parked on the scene, but not at the patient's side, that's still the scene, isn't it? Okay. Patient side might be up in an apartment building.
Correct.
And so it's not really clear, and that's why they have to communicate. What do you
It's a
need?
little less
What
fuzzy.
do you need brought, right? So the ambulance crew is talking to the incident commander, saying, what do we need? What do we need as a team? What do you need for the patient there? Correct? Okay. And that's why the next paragraph, it is beneficial for the ambulance crew to contact the fire units for clarification, patient location, best route of access, or additional equipment needs, because you're trying to coordinate this, right?
Correct.
And we're not going to talk about the last one because this is not a case involving multiple patients. But
Nice
there is
for that
designation
matter.
what you do if you have a lot of people.
We're still on the first witness, so
And
you're
that's
not
something fire
that
has to
late.
deal So in this situation, if you're operating under 5.4, the incident commander is talking with the ambulance and saying, hey, come down this road. It's clogged over there. Come in here, get to here, bring the gurney, soft restraints, and ketamine. Are they complying with
For
this?
50 Norwegian krona X-Comer triple Z, the sheep on the left is a black-headed Somali, right? I'm going to be honest. I have no idea.
Rephrase.
Okay, I
No
will rephrase.
idea.
So if
The broken
a
baker came up with this picture
ambulance
for
is
me.
coming to a scene and they're directed to come down a certain road because the main artery
Could
is
be a
blocked,
dorper.
is that complying with 5.4?
Yes.
I don't know sheep
If
breeds all that
a
well.
Ambulance is directed.
Just some of the more
sort
unique
of
ones.
What tools to bring, soft restraints, ketamine, narcotics. Is that complying with 5.4?
Response.
It doesn't call for expert testimony. It's asking, does that satisfy what is being asked here on 5.4?
It's posing hypotheticals to the witness. He has not been qualified as an expert.
That's fine. Okay. Deputy Ravnett, we'll ask it a little differently then. In
No,
your
not mine.
in your read of
Not mine.
5.4, what would you expect the incident commander to communicate?
I had
Pursuant
one
to
hair sheep at one point in
portion
time.
that says the
They don't grow
ambulance-
wool.
well,
Their hair falls out every year. But
The
he,
ambulance
it
crew
was
should
getting
bring
beat
the
up
stretcher
by
to
the
patient's
goats,
side
so
or to the appropriate station
found
as
it a
location is
happier
directed
home.
by the incident commander. What would you be expecting the incident commander to do pursuant to 5.4?
Response.
Judge, the people put in an exhibit 232 because it's relevant, and I'm asking for an explanation of 232. So it's
Alright.
certainly relevant under 401.
All right. Well, I find it doesn't call necessarily for expert testimony, but the document itself may be relevant, but the specific actions that are being put, that he's being questioned about are A, beyond the scope, and I'm not sure of the relevance at this point.
So the court's finding it's beyond the scope?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so sheep, when they flock, they get as close
So,
together as
Deputy Ravnett,
possible,
We will
and
ask about
they feel
just
safe
in
that
general
way.
terms of when you were asked
Goats,
what
they
things needed to
require,
be brought.
they have
There's a bunch of
boundaries.
kits.
They don't
Remember that line
like
of
being that
questioning?
close. So
Right.
when they get real close, they
Is
kind
it
of
fair to say
headbutt each other. And
that what tools?
this poor
you
sheep was
need
just looking
needed
for
to
a
evaluate
friend,
what's going on
and
at that
nobody
scene,
wanted to be your friend.
Correct.
or information perhaps dispatched ahead of time?
All of the above.
One tool to AFR might be the jaws of life we hear, where you have to separate a car.
Yes,
You have to get in there. You don't need to take that if somebody's giving birth, right?
not typically.
That was a bad
That would be sad if you
joke,
did. I mean,
KOI.
you might. That would be awful.
To be given birth in a car.
That's true. In a bad accident. That'd be awful. So it really depends what you know. Is that fair to say?
What you know about the scene.
Yeah.
Yes,
And then what you know about perhaps the needs of the patient.
correct.
Let's go to when you were asked, and we can turn this off now. You were asked about patient initiating patient. Do you remember that?
Yes,
So when you're dispatched to a scene as AFR and you initiate patient contact, you said that it's required. How does that look? Is it the same in every situation? How does it look?
it's not the same in every situation. I can speak to me as a responder. I can take a look at a patient. It's like the gentleman with the yellow tie. I can make some assessment of that gentleman. He has a blood pressure sufficient to perfuse, and he is sitting in a chair.
Just as general as a responder and how the people asked him about what initiating patient contact required. I'm following up.
I'll overrule the objection.
I know that he is breathing. I haven't heard him speak, so I don't know that he's verbal. He has movement of extremities. I've seen him move. So those are assessments I can take, and I've never spoken to that gentleman.
So the protocol doesn't say you must go up and do A, B, C, D, E, F, introduce yourself, do all these things, does it?
Not that I'm aware of.
You haven't seen it. That's not a protocol you've ever seen. is it?
Ah.
Because it has to be flexible for the situation. Fair enough? And given the breadth of calls you respond to, how you interact is going to be dictated by what is going on at the scene. Is that true?
Correct.
You were asked about the kits and the inventory and the tools and the things that come on a fire truck. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
I want to back it out 1 second. And we've talked about the fact that Falk does transport as one of the primary, but one of the.
Who doesn't like a good pun or
Can you load a
really?
patient in the fire truck and transport him? Pursuant to protocol?
In extreme
Hi,
circumstances,
Nikki. I'm
What kind of
good.
extreme
Welcome.
circumstance?
no ambulance, no transport.
Response.
Judge, the people asked about transport and asked about kits and tools, and we're clarifying what is and is not applicable pursuant to those protocols.
We're getting quite far afield, so I'll sustain that objection.
Deputy Chief, you said in extreme circumstances, is that a situation that would have been applicable to this incident? Is this an extreme situation in terms of transport, where you have an ambulance?
No.
So you're not referring to if there's a delay of a few minutes of
Atta
an
boy.
ambulance. You're talking about
Atta boy.
a totally different situation.
Correct.
Perhaps you've run out of ambulances.
That would be an extreme situation.
So when we talked about the exhibits 281.
Make all the jokes you want,
if we can
KLI.
put those up, maybe do
It doesn't
281
really
first.
mutton that much.
And if you could, whenever you think it's appropriate, if you find a good place
Oh, we
to
can
break.
stop here, Judge. It's not up yet. We can wait and pick back up.
All right, the court is going to take the mid-morning recess at this time. Folks on the jury, I'd like to have you back assembled in approximately 15 minutes. Please remember, don't form or express any opinions or discuss the case, even amongst yourselves. Avoid any press coverage.
Goodness. 15-minute break. Seems a little longer than 15, but all right, Judge.
Perhaps is a silly question, but just,
Nation.
thank you, Your Honor. Deputy Chief, I forgot to ask what perhaps is a silly question, but just, I've never been on a fire truck. So do the fire trucks have gurneys on them?
No,
Do they have scales for adults on them?
no.
Now if we can go to People's Exhibit 281, the basic incident report.
Love it. Hi, Jude. Welcome. Hope you're having a good day.
All right, I'll try this again. I think it goes to sleep sometimes.
Yeah.
I love it.
Here we go. Do you have it on your screen? Okay, it looks like it's still trying to wake up. So there we go. All right, so if we can walk through this, we'll start at the top left. The incident type, yeah, we'll just, there, thank you, Cole. So can you tell the things in bold, the incident type, incident number as you go down, location, everything in bold, black, is that auto-populated or is that something sat there and being typed in by one of fire?
I think it's safe to say she's been in a firehouse.
Or do you know?
I don't
Giggity.
know.
Okay.
I don't know the dispatch center's process.
Okay, no problem at all. I won't ask that. And that's,
Well, I'm sorry.
yeah, go ahead.
She wanted to try the
Could you ask the
firehouse.
question again?
Yes,
Oh.
so when we're looking at the basic incident
What happened to her
report, that's a
legs?
blow- if we look at the top right, it says basic incident report, Aurora Fire.
Hit the ground a
So
little too
on
hard.
this page, there are things that are kind of bold, like incident chronology, incident date, time of call. They just kind of look like section headers. Are those auto-populated or is that something, is this a form somebody's filling out? Do you know?
Yes, this is, the bold type is a template. It's standard on every form.
Gotcha. So when somebody is filling that out, is this something that, I forget what it's called, but it's like a glowing, I always refer to it as like a glowing clipboard. Is that on there? Is that, do you know what I'm referring to?
The tablet
Yeah.
that they scribe the event with,
Yeah. Is that what, where you do this, or is this done back at the station, or do you know?
so a lot of this is populated by the computer-aided dispatch.
Gotcha.
The
Tia,
time,
who?
the address and the
I'm
incident
curious
type,
now.
that is what they were responding to. That's put there prior to them arriving. on scene.
Okay. So it's kind of, we heard from some dispatchers, you have this different dispatches that are gathering information, and as it gets linked to different incidences, it gets pulled over. Is that where this information is coming from?
Yes.
Okay. When it talks on the top right under incident chronology, what is the A shift?
That is we operate on 3 different shifts,
Okay.
A, B, and C.
What are they?
So that is, you're assigned to a shift. So you work a third of the month. The day you're working is an A shift day. The next shift could be a C shift or a B shift.
Okay. And they're 24-hour shifts.
That's correct.
Do they all start at the same time?
Technically, all shifts start at 7:55 in the morning, 7:55 to 8:05 in the morning.
Right.
Members will, come in early for somebody on a day or stay late for another member.
Sure. And when you say that they have to complete these forms by end of shift, is that what you're talking about? This is one of the forms they have to complete before they leave for the day.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. I'm sure there's probably exceptions along the way, but in general, that's the expectation. Okay. So when we look down this, actions taken, provide advanced life support and transport. Is this meant to just be kind of like a snapshot, just a small note, or are you expected to type in every single thing you did on a call?
On this report?
Yeah.
No, this report, this section lets you know that there is a patient care report to review.
Right. All right. So then we come down, incident, special resources, incident casualties, and it says one patient was encountered, again, telling us we're looking for one PCR.
Correct.
Okay, one patient care report. Okay, now if we can go to the bottom section of this. There's a narrative here. And again, when we say report by LT, is that short for Lieutenant?
Correct.
Chichuniec, and then report completed by Peter Chichuniec. And if I started at 8 a.m. on August 24th, 2019, and this is completed before 8 a.m. on August 25th, 2019, I'm before my end of shift, correct?
Correct.
Does this, because it's created by, report by, do we know always if that person typed every single thing in the report or the PCR?
No.
Okay. Is it normal for teams to have somebody doing some stuff and then somebody else might jump in and enter different stuff?
Yes.
Okay. When under the narrative, what is PE2?
Paramedic engine number 2.
Gotcha. So do you know, is it station houses? Is that how they're referred to?
Sure.
Okay. Is there also a station house too?
No.
Okay.
Not this is apparatus.
Okay. So this is not where that engine's coming from. It's unique to the engine.
Correct.
Okay. So paramedic engine 2 responded emergent with medic 103. Is that a medic on that apparatus, that engine, or is that referring to Falk, or do you know?
Oh, Wendy Marino, that's so sad.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this time that this is beyond the scope. Deputy Chief Robnet was.
It's very
using
difficult.
exhibits as the custodian of records, is not a fact witness for this particular report.
All right.
Send in
I think
all the
questions
positive
are what-
vibes, babe.
How these documents are typically prepared and what certain acronyms and such mean. So I'm
See, Lefty, that's what I thought.
with
I
respect
didn't
to
think you would
this line
either.
of questioning.
What's up, McKinley? How are we doing?
Hi, good. How are you?
Great, great. Watching the shit show still. That's what I'm gonna
Okay.
just call this.
Okay.
That's it. We're still on our first witness of the day, the deputy chief of the Aurora Fire Department. No idea what his name is, but you know, whatever.
Okay.
He's basically outlining how they fill out the reports and the fact that the ambulance service is a separate entity that they aren't responsible for.
Oh, wait. Where am I? I've lost us. Okay, here we are. Sorry.
Got it? All better?
Yeah, I'm all good.
For those that don't know, this is McKinley. She's awesome. She's over at Legally Live. She's an attorney in Austin, Texas, and YouTube phenom.
Legally
Let's
Live.
go with phenom.
Oh.
I like that.
Okay.
That'll work.
Sure.
So we'll just get right back into it.
Okay. Hey, wait, I didn't finish watching last night. Was there anything super interesting that happened?
Not particularly. The very last witness, the whoever the hell he was, the lieutenant something, I can't remember his name. Lieutenant TJ,
Yeah.
whatever.
Whoever. Yeah.
He might have said something like interesting in the last sentence or two that he was on, but I didn't quite catch it. And by the end of it, we were talking about tuna and mac and cheese. So that's where we were in chat.
I heard
yesterday.
I heard a lot about like a peanut butter and jelly with cheese.
I don't know what's wrong with people.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think so, Lefty.
That's where you were.
I don't think so.
Ugh.
And then we watched a brief couple seconds of the gas station footage.
I saw that.
Okay, because that did look a little odd. It was just odd. I don't know how to explain it.
Just
He
like
might-
what he was wearing and how he acted.
Yeah,
Is that what you mean?
Yeah, there was two other people in the background, and they looked like they were kind of laughing at him. He was wearing the mask, and as he turned to leave, he bowed at the two people, and then had a
For
weird
sure.
strut on his way out. Which there's nothing wrong with being odd. I'm
There's
an odd
not.
fellow myself. I'm not hating. It did look a little odd.
As am I. Yeah, no, he was I feel like he was different, but that doesn't
For sure.
mean
There's nothing illegal about being different, y'all.
nothing.
Ugh.
All right.
And then today he's mostly just been kind of authenticating stuff still. We're not really into too much meat and potatoes yet.
Okay. I'm all set.
Awesome. And if you haven't, go over and sub to Legally Live. She did a really great breakdown on the
Do it.
Armstrong case that David and I were covering, and she helped us with that. She works in that courthouse and was a great asset in that case. So let me, in fact, put her, mods, if you would, could you put her link in chat for us? And I did fail to mention yesterday, mods, when I was saying, pretty much anything goes. Mods, feel free to put everybody and anybody's links in chat. If they're in chat, throw their link out if they want. If they're on panel, definitely throw their link out. But there is nobody's going to get mad here if you're linking people up. That's kind of what I do. I enjoy it.
This is
Thank
what he
you.
does.
And shall we?
Thank you.
Unit 103.
Always,
Okay.
babe. Always.
And then where it says that next line per APD, APD, just so we're all clear, is,
Aurora Police Department.
okay. And then we keep going down to patient restrained by APD, that next part where it says PETD provided patient care, but then it says AIP. What is AIP? Do you know? Transported emergent to AIP? Do you know if that's,
The facility that was transported.
so Anschutz inpatient perhaps? Is that University of Colorado's?
Yes.
Okay.
Bleeding.
Oh, sorry. With 3 fire ALS, what does fire ALS mean?
That means the 3 Aurora firefighters were on board of the ambulance and they were providing advanced life support.
Okay. So that's just telling you that they got into the ambulance as opposed to being on the engine.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Now, if we can shift to Exhibit 282, the patient care report,
We did, in all fairness.
and
we
we're going
did.
to kind of start again at the top. We were talking about when you have a patient and you don't have a patient. If you have a patient, this is what the next report will be, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, I want to make sure I am asking the right person these questions. If you don't know the answer, just tell me you don't know, okay? Because I know some of this is the paramedic. But when we're talking about, again, incident information up at the top.
You're not watching
incident
on
number,
YouTube, are you?
That's that auto-populated part? Is
Yeah.
that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
How
You
about under
shouldn't be.
incident time log?
You should-
No.
That next set,
So I'm watching on your stream, but
Okay.
I have the chat pulled up on YouTube so that I can tag people.
Okay. So the way I do that is
Yeah.
I pull it up and I have Edge, right? So I can overlap my windows, and StreamYard covers up everything but chat. And then I pay attention to the StreamYard chat.
Oh yeah. I got rid of the video,
Yeah.
but for 1 second I was looking at it and I was like, wait, why am I paused right there? So I had to get rid of it. Yeah.
I was like, wait,
section.
don't
you
do
know
that.
Yeah, no.
These are auto-populated,
I got
pulled
rid of
from machines within the ambulance or hand typed in,
Ugh.
or do you know?
I think I did that for a
I
little
don't know
bit
how
when I
these
first
particular
started.
ones were logged in, but there's several ways it could be logged in.
Okay.
The lieutenant can hit his button on his mobile data computer, and that would log a time. He can verbalize it on the radio, and then the dispatcher would log a time.
Sure.
There's numerous ways that
Sure.
this information can get there.
If you're in the middle of advanced life support, you're probably not hitting your button or radioing. Is that fair to say? Or do you know? Or it depends?
It depends.
The famous lawyer answer. Patient information. And patient name John Doe, why does AFR use that? When would you use John Doe?
When you have not or cannot identify a patient.
Okay, so it's not anybody picking that. That is what AFR uses when they don't know the name.
Right.
Would it be Jane Doe if the person appears to be a female? Or is it always John Doe?
It could be either.
Okay. And again, gender, ethnicity, and age, are those approximations, guesses, or are those auto-populated?
Guesses.
Guesses. Okay. So when we get down below patient history and
would think
point
so.
down in here, the bold on the left, is that the template?
The
And then
ruling
what's on
seems
the
to be
right?
so far, he's
I
not
don't
an
know how
expert,
easy
so
it
it's
is for the jurors to tell.
speculation.
But on our screens, the ones on the right look a little lighter. Would that be fair to say that those are filled in?
Yeah,
But you would think he would know
Okay.
the
Now
paramedic's
we can
job.
keep going down. This encounter, classification, onset of symptoms, initial condition, those kind of things, again, that's the template, right? Providers impression, well, to the right, medical 5 minutes, red critical, behavioral problem, and cardiac arrest. Those are typed in. Or are they chosen from a template, or do you know?
I don't remember if those are drop-down menus or if they're typed in.
And that's why,
It's a data entry point.
yeah, that's what I wanted to ask. I apologize, I just talked over you. I'm sorry. There are different forms of templates AFR uses, and that's what I wanted to clarify. Sometimes somebody just types in like their narrative answer. You're sitting here just typing in your own words. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But other times are you selecting, like you're trying to pick from choices?
Right.
So sometimes like, for example, a medication might have a list of medications and you're selecting which one.
Right.
But under a narrative, you're probably typing what your observations are.
Right.
Okay. Then under disposition, patient disposition, again on the left, we're talking about the dark bold again, correct? And on the right is the data enter or typed in.
Correct.
And so transporting agency in this situation is Falk, and that was selected or typed in by whoever authored the report, correct?
Correct.
Transport mode, emergent. I would guess you could choose between emergent and non-emergent. Would those be the only two forms?
Yes.
Okay.
But no,
Is there a third?
personal vehicle or private vehicle could be a transport.
Gotcha. So if you are a first responder who sees somebody and you pick somebody up and drive them to the
That's a
hospital,
good way
you
to
still
do
need
it.
a report.
Or
No.
Okay.
That would be a situation where they refuse to be transported by ambulance, but
Gotcha.
inform provider that they are going to go by private car to the hospital.
Understood. So my husband's in a car accident and I go to the
Well,
scene and I
Wendy,
tell
thanks
you,
for
I'll
coming.
take him.
If you're leaving, if I'm
You'll say
understanding
personal car
you
vehicle
correctly,
report.
I'm sorry for sorry
So,
for the puppers.
and transported to AIP and shoots inpatient. So
They are-
cardiac
they're
arrest, and again, we
often,
have this section.
A member of the family
Cardiac
and
arrest
always
was
hard to
witnessed,
replace.
resuscitation, cardiac arrest etiology, resuscitation started, resuscitation discontinued. That line again is all the bold, that's the template form, correct?
Correct.
And then we're selecting on the right side, data entry points or information that gets entered, correct?
Correct.
On the right side over here, we have some additional bold. Who witnessed the arrest, estimated time of arrest, first monitor rhythm. Again, those are part of the left side of what we just highlighted were the bold parts. That was the template, correct?
Yeah, you highlighted everything.
I know.
Both sections are template, yeah.
So the estimated time of arrest, and then where it says 0 to 2 minutes, is that probably a
Hey,
drop
Wolf
down and you're trying to
Kindred.
select the best?
I would guess.
Okay.
Howdy
Who
and
witnessed
welcome.
the arrest? Again, probably a drop down. If there was no witness, if it was a family, something like that, you select law enforcement versus EMS responder. Okay. First monitored rhythm, asystole, that's going to be probably a drop down, but probably paramedic. So we won't ask you. We'll go to the next one. The bottom. Is that the bottom?
I hate that we can't see
Nope.
the
Okay.
the
So in this section, and again, do
evidence they're
you
looking
know,
at,
there's
or
a
the
vital signs summary.
table or whatever the hell it is.
And then right beneath it, it says there's like sections.
Is it a
Time,
CAD
blood
report?
pressure, pulse, respiration. Those are all the bolded ones.
That could be.
Are those the template?
Yes.
And then everything that comes after
That could be.
while
were
we
talking about a
have
CAD
very
report.
Specific timestamps. Do you know where that data is coming from in the form of, is it drop down, auto-populated, taken from a machine, hand put in? Do you know?
This looks like it came from the monitor.
Okay. Did you switch systems now? Is this an old system or is this the same system?
That's my hesitation. This is the old system, but it's a High Plains report.
Okay. It gets confusing when they take.
What's
update
up,
technology.
Sal? How you doing,
I'm not a
buddy?
fan. So
Good to see you.
everything in there probably was a download from a monitor.
I believe that's correct.
Okay. Treatments and assessments, under their time and treatment and assessments, those are bolded, correct?
Correct.
So those are template.
Correct.
And then beneath them, again, we have a series of timestamps, but we have different information. Do you know if those are drop down or data entry or hand put in?
Probably those are,
Or are they a combination?
it is a combination. It's, yeah, probably you have to put the data, whoever entered this data would probably be.
Okay.
All right, I'll strike the answer. There's, you can't speculate or guess about how things are done. If you know, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine.
Okay. So fair to say the way the line kind of looks, it looks like some might be populated and some might be filled in. And so we're just not sure.
Correct.
We'd have to ask the author of the report probably. Okay. All right. If we keep going down. Or it's the second page. So we're at the top. That top part is just a continuation from the first page, correct?
So, yeah.
Okay. And then we go to the next section. So this one looks very different. Is this what we were talking about? Narrative and primary narrative, those are bolded, but then it looks more like a typed out narrative. I don't mean to use the word narrative, but that's what it says. So is this somebody's report, somebody's words?
Correct.
This is not a template that you're just selecting from.
The highlighted sections are part of the template. The text.
This lady is the defense, right? With the boot.
Gotcha.
Oh, is
It
this
looks
the
like
lady
there's
with the
an
boot?
acronym.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what
Okay.
that
Yeah.
is?
So
It looks like
she's
you do.
using this.
Okay, we will not
She's
put it
using
on
the
top
fire
of that.
chief
We
to
will wait,
get
but
this
you're
report in instead of her
And then
defendant,
at the bottom, it says the report
which
again
who wrote the report, which
was by
I would guess means
LTPM
that he's not
Chichuniec.
going to
So
testify.
Lieutenant Pete, probably middle initial, Chichuniec.
Paramedic.
Never mind, not a middle initial. Lieutenant
Maybe, but
Paramedic
wasn't he
Chichuniec.
already on the
Thank
stand
you. And
for
is
the,
that
like the
bottom?
state brought him?
Chichuniec?
The last two sections.
This dude,
Again,
he's a
so
witness, right?
under signatures,
I bet. Hold on.
and it says information was
He's what?
He's the state's witness, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so yeah, I think she's just bringing it in because she has because it goes with what she needs to review the stuff in it, right?
Right. I mean, she needs to
Did
get
the
this
state bring it
report
in? Okay, so
The-
the state didn't bring the report in. She did.
I think they mentioned it. They brought it up, so
Okay.
she was able to go into the details of it all.
Okay.
But she's going over it line by line now,
Okay.
whereas the state, I don't believe the state did that.
Okay. It's crazy how much they use the template. I didn't realize that it was that much template that was being used in these reports.
That's how it usually goes from like military stuff. You know, we've
Yeah.
got like the 9-line report. So when you're calling in medevac, you got 1 through 9, and it's always the same thing. It's a very similar report as this. So it's just easier to train that way.
Yeah.
But because she's going over it in such detail with this fire chief, I would
And
guess
he didn't write it.
that the Lieutenant Peter Chichuniec, the defendant,
He's not going
actually
to
wrote
testify.
it. That'd be my
Oh, okay.
guess,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
Makes
I
sense.
have no idea. I don't know. I feel so lost. How long ago did you start?
Hour 15.
Oh, you meant your time.
Yeah, that's why I said Eastern. That's why I said Eastern.
Oh, just kidding. Okay, sorry. I wasn't
No
doing
worries.
anything either.
It's all good.
All
I
right,
should have texted
okay.
you when I was going live.
Okay, next time.
No worries. You'll
All right,
figure out this
Rebecca.
time zone thing at some point. I promise
It's
you.
not
Some
given to the
point.
patient, but to the right, it says transfer of care. Is that again a drop down, meaning it was a handoff? You do a handoff to another hospital or provider?
Correct. If the patient is not capable of citing, then it's a transfer of care.
Okay. And no patient documents and signatures, no patient documents collected. If you had collected, for example, if somebody took somebody's purse, they collect a purse, is that where you'd put it? You'd have to list out what you took of the patients if you're taking custody of something?
Yes.
Yeah. So if you didn't take custody of anything, that's what you say.
Correct.
All right. And I think under the last thing, we can put that down. Thanks, Cole. Under the last part, we talked about protocols and you were clear.
Jude Curio gifted 10 memberships because she's a boss. Congratulations, Heza 1, Twigs, Dana McCoy, Traveling Fools, Joy, Joe Byrne, Cindy Lou Hoot, Tuania, Lori Loves Montana, The Three Beers, and Juju Harris. Welcome to being a goat herder, y'all. Welcome. Thank you so much, Jude. You are a boss, and we love you.
You said that those are created by a consortium, and then Dr. Hill kind of sets the standards for Aurora Fire. He may go in and tweak them from the consortium. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I believe the question that I was asked was, does he create the protocols? He operates off of the Denver Metro protocols. He's part of that consortium. However, for Aurora protocols, he tweaks for our specific.
Right. So he's part of the bigger, and then he can make it narrower. So we kind of think of it like a funnel.
Yeah.
Like the Denver consortium is the top of the funnel, and Dr. Hill and Aurora are the bottom. He can make it more narrow, but he won't go broader then. Is that fair to say? Or is that too broad?
That's too broad.
Okay. And probably better a question for Dr. Hill. Okay. Deputy Chief, I really
Keeps
appreciate
asking
your
him a lot of
patience with me
questions
and my
that are
technology.
better
Thank you. I don't have
asked.
further questions.
Of Dr. Hill.
On behalf of Mr. Cichuniec.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Chief. How are you?
I'm well.
Good. I'm going to jump around quite a bit more than Ms. Bagan did. Could we bring up Exhibit 232, please? Now, do you have an understanding of what the purpose of this policy is?
Policy contains a scope, and the scope identifies the purpose of the policy.
Okay. And the title of the policy is AFR and Transport Provider On-Scene Coordination.
Correct.
What does that mean? Coordination between AFR and Transport Provider on scene.
It's how, because they are two separate agencies, AFR and Falk Rocky Mountain, it outlines how they are to work together,
Okay.
because they each has different policies.
And it comes in some detail as to what each organization should do when they're both on scene together, correct?
Correct.
All right. And there is specific training throughout AFR, and there was specific training in 2019 regarding this coordination, correct?
Hey, Mrs. K. Griff. Welcome.
I would have to assume there was, but I cannot directly recall a specific.
Saw you on panel last night for a little while.
5.4.
Okay. And the reason that you would have to assume it is because there's regular trainings going on all aspects of the manual of procedures, right?
Correct. And frequently AFR and Falk Rocky Mountain train together.
Correct. Now, when they train together, they coordinate amongst each other and they train scenarios where they're both going to be on scene at the same time, correct?
Correct.
And they would train patient transfer protocols and equipment that's brought to the scene and coordination of trucks and ambulances and rigs and things like that, right?
Yeah.
And probably communications between the two agencies.
Yes.
And we looked at a prior, there was another exhibit that we looked at that talked about what equipment the ambulances are expected to bring to a given scene, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so during these trainings, those are the kinds of things that you would expect would be covered under this on-scene coordination protocol, correct?
Yes. Difficult to put into writing every scenario, but yes.
Sure. These are general guidelines for any one of a number of situations that AFR and or Falk ambulance might run into in the scene, correct? Or any other transport provider,
Exactly.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. So to your knowledge,
Maybe.
So we went through the, without finding it in my notes and bringing it up as an exhibit, we went through
Much of the meat and potatoes, as I
notice
said,
what
yet,
information and
but
equipment
they're
the
starting
ambulance is supposed
to.
bring to the scene.
They're starting to point fingers.
Are you aware of any?
At a little more
I'm sorry. The abbreviation for these
people?
is commonly MOPs, right?
Correct.
Like right now, they're trying
So
to lay
is there
out.
an
I think
MOP
that the
covers what a
ambulance
specific type of
company
engine is supposed to bring
had
to
the
any given scene?
responsibilities that failed, not the paramedics themselves.
I can't specifically remember an MOP addressing the equipment that the engine is to bring.
Okay. And you said that these agencies, AFR and Falk, they train together under these policies, correct?
Correct.
Are there any policies concerning coordination of agencies between AFR and the Aurora Police Department contained in the MOPs? In 2000, let me narrow that. In 2000,
They seem to be doing a better job
were there
of
any
shifting
policies
blame at
similar
any
to
rate.
this one that governed on-scene coordination of AFR and the Aurora Police Department?
Not specifically coordination. There's references throughout the policy of APD, but nothing along the lines of this policy, a specific policy.
Okay. And
Also,
so,
hello, David. How you
uh,
doing, buddy?
to your
Yeah, hi, David.
there were no specific policies where AFR and APD would have trained together under the policies to coordinate their efforts on a given scene.
We do train together on certain scenes like mass casualty incidents or active shooter incidents. We have frequently trained together. I believe there was some training with APD SWAT team and how we coordinate that as well. Then we've had embedded members in the SWAT team. They train together frequently.
Okay. And those scenarios where they train together, those are for specific incidences, like you mentioned, like mass casualties and special circumstances, correct?
Correct.
They don't train together on daily interaction between the two agencies, correct?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. I also just wanted to clarify something because I think as the case progresses, it may become a question. I believe that you mentioned that now, and since 2005, I think you said, all AFR members are required to be paramedics.
Correct.
How does that explain us seeing EMTs who are not paramedics, but who are AFR members on any given scene, if all members are supposed to be paramedics? Can you explain that for the jury, please?
Certainly. You do not have to be a paramedic to be hired with AFR. So we pay for the training, but we don't have the budget to send everybody all at once. So there's typically a period of time after the academy and before it's your number to go to paramedic school where you are simply an EMT operating in the city. And that area can be up to and has exceeded 5 years on occasion.
And that was going to be my next question. Is there a time limit after hiring
What's that?
by which an AFR member has to be
5 years.
licensed as a paramedic?
There, at one point, there was a time
Between
limit. However,
as an EMT?
the agency
As an EMT?
Yeah.
did not meet
Okay.
the time limit.
What was the
Remember,
time limit?
It was 4 years.
Okay.
Oh,
And
wow.
That's
so
disgusting.
Today, they cannot meet that time limit, and so it's been extended to a certain extent.
Correct.
Okay, so there are a number of AFR members who are only EMTs. They are not paramedic certified, correct?
That were hired after 2005, yes.
Yes.
There is an
Right, before
advantage of
2005.
having a period
Quite a-
between
And you would be in one example.
academy
correct?
and EMT school,
Okay.
right? You find
I
out
feel
if
like
they're
I'm old
serious
enough
about
to
the
know that.
job. You're going to weed out people that aren't good, period. But 4 or 5 years seems ridiculous.
You spoke quite a bit about the processes and procedures for maintaining your status and licensure as a paramedic once you achieve that, correct?
Correct.
And to your understanding as an administrator, the paramedics have to maintain a certain number of hours of ongoing education to maintain their licensing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that there are different agencies and organizations that maintain that license status?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, so AFR obviously keeps a record of how many paramedics it has, correct?
Correct.
All right, so it maintains notice of their licensing status, right? But the paramedic license is actually issued by the state, right?
Correct.
Yes, so Colorado Department of Public Health, I believe.
And Environment,
And
yeah.
Environment, correct, CDPHE,
Yeah.
correct? And they have their own standards and circumstances and continuing education requirements, right?
We mirror their standards.
Okay.
So yes, it's their standards.
And is it your understanding that there is also a national registry of emergency medical care providers?
Correct.
And are you aware of them maintaining the same or different or additional standards as well?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, have either Medic Cooper or Medic Chichuniec ever been out of compliance with their licensing requirements while they were with AFR?
Not to my knowledge.
And also, you mentioned briefly that a medic that was in danger of losing their license because of lack of maintaining this ongoing educational requirement would get warnings, I think you called them, or notices.
You would get a notice when your recertification is approaching.
Oh, I see.
So then it's incumbent upon you to make sure you have the appropriate hours.
Okay. So, and that was, I think you said a 9-month, a 6-month, and a 3-month.
In 2019, I'm trying to remember, 2019, I believe that was correct. 9-month, 6-month, 3-month.
Okay. And that was something that was sort of auto-produced by Aurora administration somehow.
The training administrator would. No, that's not accurate. Well, it's hard to remember back to 2019 what the process is. It either the incumbent lieutenant would send those notices or the training administrator would send those notices.
Okay. But the training, I'm sorry, what did you call it? The training division?
Training division, the incumbent training lieutenant.
They keep track of where people stand in terms of their certification process, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so while they give notice to EMS that their recertification period is coming up, they don't necessarily impose or say you have to take X, Y, and Z class or this many hours or anything like that. They just notice them that their period is coming.
Well, we track each member's hours, and the state classifies those hours into certain categories like trauma, pediatrics, etc. We track those hours as well so that they know what categories they are in. So they can go into the training system and they can see what hours they are. If they're missing hours, they can see what they're missing in what category.
So a little more information than just, hey, your licensing is coming up,
Absolutely.
right?
And the agency provides training throughout the years of their certification. May not match, or may not provide as much. They might have to do some self-study in order to meet the criteria.
Sure. And I would expect that these other organizations, CDPHE and the National Registry, they also provide online training as well, or additional training as might be appropriate to keep somebody in compliance, correct?
Yes.
And regardless of the source from which that training comes, the obligation is on the individual medic to keep their license current, not on AFR to prod them in that direction.
Prod. They struggle with prod because we do a bit of prodding. But it is the medic's responsibility to maintain their hours. We cannot do it for them.
There was one more question to ask. Hold on here. I apologize. I'm sorry. It slipped my mind. I just thought of it while I was standing. I may come back to it. Oh, no. I actually wrote it down. Here it is right here. As an administrator,
This dude's a
within
trip.
the Aurora Fire Rescue,
This is the guy
Are
that
you
was like
familiar with
half falling over
consequences of
yesterday.
what happens to
Yeah.
them if their license falls out of compliance?
If that medic was hired after 2005, they would lose their job.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Can we bring up Exhibit 256, please? Do you recall taking a look at this previous? Oh, sorry. I guess I'll wait till you can see it on the screen. Till the jury can see it.
I'm sorry, that was 256?
256, Your Honor.
Once again.
Pretty much, Dave. Pretty much.
Hey, I was sure that wasn't going to work. Do you recall reviewing this training list of medic Chichunieks?
I have to scroll down so I can see the dates. Or scroll up. I'm sorry.
Scroll up. Thanks.
Yes, I can recommend to you.
Okay, and if you could scroll down, and you see down there on 11/27/2018 at 8:30, there was a monitor training, introduction to the LifePak 15 monitor for field demo, hands-on training of different scenarios. Do you see that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what that training was about?
We introduced a new monitor to the system,
Okay.
and this was one of the trainings that, or this actually says demo as well. So
Yeah, it says field demo, hands-on training of different scenarios. Can you tell?
I cannot tell.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk over you. Go ahead.
I cannot tell you specifically what that was
Okay.
beyond this written explanation.
Are you familiar with what a LifePak 15 monitor is?
It's a cardiac monitor.
Okay. And does AFR utilize LifePak 15 monitors to your knowledge?
We use a Zoll monitor.
ZOLL?
Yes, that's how you.
Okay. So has Aurora, to your knowledge, ever used a LifePak 15 monitor?
We've used that brand, but I don't believe that model.
Okay. So this training, which is generally labeled monitor training, introduction to LifePak, may very well have simply been a sales pitch for the LifePak 15 monitor, correct?
Could have been.
Okay. So essentially, there's no way to tell specifically what the content of any specific training is from the title that's provided here, right?
I need to review all the titles.
Well, we don't need to do that. I was asking it as a general question, right? So if you go up to 8/5/2018 at 12:30, it says ISO training 854.
This guy is
What is ISO?
he's a character, but he seems to
ISO
be
stands for insurance.
quicker at getting to the point
Insurance
in his own
Security
weird way.
Office, Insurance Security Office acronyms. Anyway, so part of the city's fire department's rating is an ISO rating for the insurance industry, and they require a specific amount of training in several different disciplines.
Okay.
So we identify those in the members' training so that we can track those when the ISO agency comes in to do an evaluation of us, which they did, a year, 2 years ago. We can show them that our members are compliant with the ISO training. So it's specifically identified in the drop-down list of trainings that people can identify this as an ISO training.
Okay. But from this readout, you can't tell what specific discipline was covered in that training on the 5th of August, 2018 at 12:30.
No.
Okay.
You know what I just realized? Pretty much every witness in this case is going to be a state agent.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're all going to be boring.
That just clicked. Yay! Good first trial.
Oh, is this the first trial that you've streamed?
On my own, on my channel.
Oh,
yeah.
really?
Talk a little bit
Okay.
about the title of incident commander on a given scene. Do you have any familiarity?
What's
with,
up, buddy?
how
How you doing?
how the individual who is going to be the incident commander is determined on any given scene?
So on most scenes, the company officer is by rote the incident commander, the first arriving company officer.
Okay.
Now that command can be transferred within his crew if, let's say, well, within his crew, or can be passed to a different crew arriving at a different time.
Okay. Is that usually done in your experience by rank, whoever the highest ranking person is?
So there's a nuance, okay? Typically it is rank.
Can't wait.
But not necessarily. Like if a captain arrives second due, but has a specialty function or a function is assigned by the IC, that captain will stay with his crew, stay with their crew, and perform that function, will not take
If
over.
these cameras were in
Okay.
focus,
Nuance being
the
IC
lawyers
is the
themselves
IC,
would
but
give
the
so
highest
much
ranking officer on
material
scene
for
is
jokes.
responsible for
You got
what
the
Yeah.
one lady
Okay.
wearing
All right.
boots and a walker. You got this guy who can't stand up and needs a walker. Wish I could see
Yeah,
what he
so-
looked like.
If you, I don't know, if you get access to the WebEx, you
That's
can
everyone.
like
Yes.
control you can zoom in and stuff,
But then it wouldn't be recorded, right? It would only be live.
Let me take you back to a question I asked you about potential discipline, and I asked you in
That's
your
right.
experience as an administrator within AFR, what the consequences would be of somebody who let their license lapse in medic, and you said they would lose their job.
they
So-
would stand to lose their job. Yes.
As an administrator, in your experience, are disciplinary records kept and maintained by AFR within the department?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance and beyond the scope.
Response.
It goes directly to his knowledge of the policies and procedures and the consequences of violating those policies and procedures, which he has testified at length about.
Sustain.
What?
Do you recall talking about
The judge is
the
very
patient care
short
report
and
that was put together
concise. He's very tight
by
ship.
Chichuniec? It's put up here on the screen.
Yes.
And those, and you recall being highlighted, like who writes those reports, how those reports are produced, written, drop-down menus, things like that. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And when you were asked if this was Mr. Chichuniec's report, you said Mr. Cichuniec completed that report, and you stressed the word completed. And I'm wondering why you did that.
Because that's what the report reports, that he completed. It is completed by, it doesn't say that every field in that report was filled out by Lieutenant Cichuniec. And in fact, on scene, usually somebody other than the officer and the primary paramedic has the tablet and is filling in.
Dog's going crazy. Give me a
As
second.
the scene progresses.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
Your Honor. Deputy, have a couple of questions following up on counsel's question about the patient care report. You just testified that the report itself doesn't say exactly who entered what field. Is that correct?
Not to my knowledge, no.
But at the end, it does say who completed the report. And actually, if we could pull up 282.
I've got to go let a dog out. I'll be back in just a few minutes. I'm in
Okay.
chat though.
And if we could go to the next page. And it says that the report was done by Lieutenant Chichuniec. Do you see that?
Yes.
And so when a report is completed, someone signs off on it. Is that correct?
I kind of wish this
I struggle to
goat
sign
head
off on
wasn't
it.
up
It's
here.
reviewed. The person who completes the report should have read the report in its entirety.
And
But
then,
this section that you're referring to, I believe, is just the narrative.
okay, and then if we can go. Okay, so if someone is signing the report, You said that they should have read the narrative.
If they're signing the report, if you mean. So down at the bottom of the second page, it says report authored by. And that would tell me that that person reviewed the report.
Okay. And part of the review is reviewing it for accuracy.
Correct.
And is there an opportunity to reach out to the other members of the crew if anything needs to be clarified before authoring the report?
Certainly.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
May the witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You may step down.
What do I
Can we
think?
get
Think
started
about.
with
I think
this,
this is slight. This last witness was very boring. I'm hoping the next witness will be entertaining.
Absolutely.
Oh, he just almost fell again. I don't have controls. I do not. I have none. Oh, this guy doesn't look like he's going to be entertaining. I hate to tell y'all.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. And once
Oh,
you're
no.
comfortable, if you can state your name and spell your last name, please.
My name is Mark, M-A-R-C, Moss, M-O-S-S.
Your witness.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Moss.
Good morning.
Will you please tell the jury what you do for a living?
I am a professor of medicine at the University of Colorado, and I am a pulmonary critical care physician.
Please explain what a pulmonary critical care physician is.
Pulmonary means lung, so I'm a lung specialist, and the reason that lung specialists take care of people that are critically ill is oftentimes people in an intensive care unit are very sick and put on a life support system called a mechanical ventilator. We've all heard of that due to the COVID pandemic. So people that are sick are often on this breathing machine or life support.
Are they going to
system,
say he
and that
didn't die
lung
by
breathing intersection is
vomit
why
getting in his
lung
lungs?
Doctors also take care of patients in the intensive care unit.
Do you have several roles at the University of Colorado Health Center?
I
He
do.
would have continued to
like
live.
Many people in academic medicine, meaning working at a teaching facility. I take care of patients in the intensive care unit. I have administrative roles. I was the head of the pulmonary division for 5 years. And I also have a considerable research component of my job where I write grants to the National Institute of Health and then hopefully get those grants so that I can do research. So I have administrative, research, and patient care components to my job.
Sounds like a lot.
It's fun.
How long have you been at University of Colorado Health Center?
I did some of my training at the University of Colorado. So I did my pulmonary critical care fellowship, which is after residency for 4 years from 1991 to 1995. I then took a job at Emory University and worked there for 11 years. And I've been back at the University of Colorado since 2006.
I'm going to do
so for
crafts.
17 years, 17 and 4. So I've been there a total of 21 years.
And how long as a doctor overall?
I graduated from medical school in 1987, and that's when you get your medical degree. So I've been a doctor for 36 years, and you then do a residency, fellowship, and I took my first senior position in 1995. So I've been a senior attending
Oh,
physician
that
for
doesn't work.
28 years. It's a long time.
You've discussed a little bit about your
No,
education. but
crafts.
Could you start at undergraduate and kind of lead us through what all you've done in order to do the job you have now?
Sure. So I grew up in Philadelphia, and I went to Amherst College.
I heard crack too for a
4
minute.
years.
Not gonna lie.
Crafts,
It's
It's like, hold on now. That's not allowed on YouTube. I can guarantee
And
it.
And then I showed this,
I stayed there for
thinking that was going to help. And now I'm like, wait.
for 3 years, and then moved to the University of Colorado for my pulmonary critical care training for 4 years. So the amount of training after college was 4 years of medical school, 3 years of residency, and then 4 years of pulmonary critical care training. So it's 11
funny.
years of after
That's
college
funny.
education.
You have to send the jury, but it needs to be board certified.
Oh,
There are different national boards
been
that
doing this for almost 30
wanna make
years.
sure that the
Not
physicians
craps,
practicing in
craps.
that area have the capability and the knowledge to
Rams.
do their job effectively. So there, because I did a pulmonary and critical care fellowship, that's the first part of it, that you did the appropriate training. And then you have to take an examination.
Did
to
you
show that
speed this
not only
up?
did you do the training, but you
It's
have
still
the
at
proper
1.25.
knowledge base to
Dude,
do
you
the
might want to
job.
speed
An
through
example
his
of that is
like.
you want somebody
All
who
his-
was
Credentials.
trained as
Yeah,
a
there you go.
pediatrician to do brain surgery, right? So
We'll
that's
go to
why they have the board
1.5.
certification. So just your doctor there, that you work within your knowledge base and are doing the appropriate work.
Thank you. Are you board certified in areas of medicine?
Yes, I'm board certified in the internal medicine that I sort of grandfathered into, and then I'm board certified in pulmonary, the lung part of it, and critical care medicine.
As part of your work as a critical care physician, do you evaluate and make determinations regarding brain death?
Yes, I do. That is part of the job description. And to anticipate the question, that probably happens about twice a year on average. So I've been a doctor 30 some years. I've probably done somewhere around 60 to 70 brain death evaluations during my career.
Can you describe to the jury what a brain death is?
Yeah. So I think the first thing I want to describe is the way your brain functions, so that you understand what happens when it doesn't work effectively.
Judge, I'm sorry to interrupt Dr. Moss, but I don't believe you qualified as.
Oh, wait, what?
Well, I was getting there, Mr. Kello.
Thank you.
I was just wanting the jury to.
Did the judge just
that
interrupt
Deputy
again?
Executive Dr.
Not
Moss
the
now
judge,
as a
the
physician,
state's
Oh,
attorney.
okay.
or
pulmonary critical care
whoever it
medicine
was.
and declaration of brain death.
I have no objection to that.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh, were
Court
they
will
just
not
like, this is
qualify
so
Dr.
boring?
Moss.
All right, Dr. Moss, let's go back to.
They
can you describe
objected
what
saying
brain
he
death-
wasn't an expert. She
So
was like,
your
I'm
brain
getting
has
there.
very basic functions,
Oh.
and then above that, it has the higher functions that sort of make us who we are. Those basic functions are things that the brain does that we don't have to think about and do. And
Y'all,
What happened?
it's that time again.
Go ahead. Make my day. Go ahead.
I forgot to turn the loop off. Damn it. What's up, expert?
I heard cracking came
Okay.
rushing in.
That a boy. That a boy. Oh, we need a little bit of entertainment.
We need some entertainment. Yeah.
This damn
Uh-oh.
this damn court case. It just dawned on me today that literally every single witness is going to be super dull. It's going to be all the most exciting witness that is probably going to be in here was the gas station owner.
Exactly,
Yesterday.
right? She was going to be the most entertaining.
I wonder if they'll
Yeah.
call the guy from the 911 call. I don't know why they would. but-
Maybe.
That's why you gotta give your name when you call 911.
Don't do that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have a
do that.
name.
Yeah.
This guy I went to college with, and I was like, I don't know. It's weird. I was like one day I was like, yeah, it's Mark.
I got a guy that I went to high school with that for whatever reason, that's always my fake name. Always. I haven't seen him in like almost 25 years. We weren't even really
Rusty
that close of
Shackelford.
friends. There you go. That's a good one.
Huh.
Oh,
Yeah, man, that's
so
the
good.
problem with trials is they
They're not all this boring, though.
This is a
When's
bad
it-
one.
what was the last exciting one?
The Caitlin Armstrong trial that I just watched in person was super exciting.
That
Yeah,
was
they didn't have video for that, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
unfortunately. Luckily, we had
That was-
McKinley and Audra for notes.
It was like watching it was like Desperate Housewives in like real life, you know.
Oh, stop with the Desperate Housewives. Wives.
No, wait, not Desperate Housewives. What are they called? Real Housewives.
Real Housewives. Oh,
Yeah.
Desperate Housewives was actually a decent show.
Yeah, it was,
I
right?
remember that. All right, let's get back to pulmonary expert Dr. So-and-so. Speaking
it
of
relates
which,
back to the lung pulmonary side of things. One of the things your brain does is remembers to breathe for you. So if you think about it, you don't have to remember every 6 to 8 seconds to take a breath, or when you're sleeping, you don't either. The brain does it automatically for you. But
Like
you can
we
override
don't-
it. You can
we
sit there
know
and say,
this.
take a deep breath and breathe. That's that higher brain function. So when it comes to brain death, there are a few things to keep in mind. That higher brain function, things that make you feel
Like
love,
that.
joy, empathy, anger, sadness, those are the higher brain functions, the cortical functions. And below that are the basic brainstem functions. The higher cortical functions that make us humans is very sensitive to not getting enough oxygen. The lower brain functions that remember to breathe for you are a little bit more resistant to not getting oxygen. So if you can
that's good.
demonstrate that somebody has lost the ability of their lower brain functions, you know that they've also lost their higher brain functions. So that's one thing I want you to understand. In general, when you think about if someone's passed away, you think that their heart and lung has stopped working and that their heart's not pumping blood to the rest of their body. Brain death is really a manifestation of life support systems. So what can happen is someone can be put on a breathing machine and be artificially, their heart and lungs are working, but their brain's already passed away. If they weren't on their brain had
kosher dogs
died and they weren't on a breathing machine, they wouldn't remember to breathe. They'd stop breathing. They wouldn't get oxygen to their body and their heart would stop beating. So just realize brain death is a manifestation of the technology that, therefore, you wouldn't want to just keep someone alive on a breathing machine if their brain had passed away. The way you do the brain death examination, if you want
That's an assumption.
Let's have just pause. Is there a certain set of criteria in order to determine if a person is brain dead?
Absolutely. So it gets back to that breathing issue that we talked about. So what I want you all to do is I want you to take a breath. And we're going to have you hold your breath
It
for
is so
What the-
refreshing
You
to
can't-
hear someone say assumption the way I learned it. Oh my
at some
gosh.
point. You
Thank
got
you.
to
Why?
take a breath.
What do you
Or
mean?
you were going to get there.
Because
If you
everybody
think about
now
it,
they want
when
to
you were a
say
kid, maybe you tried to
facts
see who could
not
hold their
in
breath the
evidence.
longest.
So I'm
you
like,
get this
isn't that
sensation
assumption?
that you need to take a breath. Okay. That
Oh.
sensation to
Why
remember
is
to
he
breathe
giving
is
the-
the most
the
basic
gallery
brain
a
function we have. And
demonstrative?
that is all.
I
determined
thought
in your
that's. I don't
body
understand why they're
by the
doing an
amount of carbon
exercise
dioxide
here.
that's built up in your bloodstream. Your
This is
lungs
strange.
breathe because you're trying to get
This is
oxygen into
expert
your body
testimony.
and carbon
and it
dioxide out of your
always
body.
sucks.
If you're not breathing, the carbon dioxide levels build up.
You got here just in time then, huh?
brainstem function to remember to breathe.
Just like
If
my
that
show, it
brainstem, that basic
sucks.
function's not working properly, that is what's called an apnea test, and that is the
Only when you have me
basis
on.
of the brain death exammination. You also have to do
High
other
watermark,
components of it
man.
and make
High
sure
watermark.
that some of the other basic fundamental parts of this brainstem function are also not working. For example, if you shine a light into your eye, your pupil constricts. If you stick something in the back of your throat, you gag. So you test other brainstem functions and show that
Not
there's
if she knows what
brainstem
she's doing.
activity that is
Giggity.
consistent with brain death. And there are other tests you can order, such as to measure brain wave activity, CAT scans that show images of the brain.
We're talking about that
You put
Florida
all
case.
together to make the assessment of brain death.
That what?
However, the most
choke out?
fundamental part of it is this breathing part of it
Choke
to
out
show
Florida?
that somebody's
Never
brain
mind.
is not
Okay.
responding to the carbon dioxide levels because they're not
Moving
breathing
on.
effectively.
Is this apnea test or evaluation and procedure? Why
I
are
don't
they
know, but
accepting
you
the
just
medical
always
community?
Yes,
she
it is.
liked it that way.
And in this case, did you have Elijah McClain as a patient?
Yes, I did. I was the senior doctor or senior physician caring for Mr. McClain.
And when did you take over his care?
Mr. McClain was admitted to the hospital late Saturday night on August 24th. It's a tough job working in an intensive care unit, so we do it a week at a time and change over on Mondays. So I took over Mr. McClain's care on Monday morning, which would be August 26th.
And did you conduct this apnea test on Mr. McClain?
I did.
Did you follow the same method and procedures that you say have been held and respected in the medical community regarding this brain death test?
I did. And there are also standards that the hospital has in place, and we follow those also.
What a generic ass question. Doctor, did you
Care for Mr.
do your
McClain?
job
Did you review his record when
accordingly?
you took over his
Well, of
care
course
on
I did.
Monday?
I'm a doctor.
I did. We want to make sure that the transition of care from one attending physician to the next is as seamless as possible. So we talk on the phone with the team that was taking care of him beforehand. And in this day and age with electronic medical record systems, you can go back and review all the records on the patient and understand what's been done and what procedures have been done and what situations going on for each of the patients that you're assuming their care.
And as part of your review, were you familiar with whether or not x-rays were taken during his stay?
Yes, all the x-rays are part of the electronic medical record system, and you can go and see not only the report of the radiologist interpret the film, but you can, of course, see the actual x-rays and review them for yourself.
It's interesting that they just
Medical procedure
accused
for
the
Chichuniec and Cooper's
officers
position?
of being responsible.
Yes,
Now they're
especially
accusing.
just the x-rays.
Well, that's what I think their entire defense is, just to accuse anybody and everybody.
No, I know that's their defense, but like the state actually charged the officers, right? So that would mean like that they were the ones responsible for his
Right.
not being alive anymore, right?
Right.
But now they're charging the paramedics. So it's like, well, which one is it? It's just whichever one you've got on trial.
Yes, they're a shotgun blast, put it out there and
Yeah.
see what hits.
Well,
Yeah, it should not be that way.
Effort. It was a group effort, y'all.
Okay.
If that's what you're looking at. Because again, he was on a
I
breathing
agree.
machine, which means there was a tube down the back of Mr. McClain's throat.
Just
into his
the
wings,
shotgun
into his
blast
trachea,
thing is
that
not
was
the right
blowing
approach to
air
this,
into his lungs.
or
I
any,
know.
Breathe
or
for
any
Mr. McClain.
criminal
You want
case
to make
for that
sure that
matter.
the tubes are in the right place, and you can also obtain additional information about how the lungs look on chest X-ray that will help you take better care of the patient.
Thank you, Dr. Moss. I'm going to have we'll be shown two exhibits.
What do
We'll
you
show
think,
him
expert?
175 and then 176 just to Dr.
Like
Moss.
milk bones?
Dr. Moss, it should come up on your screen.
Yeah,
Isn't that the dog
it did.
flavor? Peanut
And do you
butter and
recognize
cheese?
175?
Those are dog flavors.
Yeah, so I was asked.
I'm not
Dr.
wrong.
Moss, really quick. Do you just recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Look at 176, please.
Yes, I recognize this also.
And just generally, what do you recognize 175 and 176 as?
They are chest radiographs or X-rays of Mr. McClain's chest that were performed while he was in the intensive care unit.
Did you initially review these
Thanks for
radiographs
coming
of
in
Mr. McClain's
at
chest
work.
in August of
Good to see you,
2019?
buddy.
I did when I assumed his care because these I formed before I took over the patient's care on the 26th.
And for this trial, did we ask you to review them again to make sure that the copies we have in our evidence are the same chest radiographs that you were looking at during Mr. McClain's care?
Yes, you did.
And were they the same x-rays?
Yes, they are. And just so you understand, the way you can figure that out is there are a lot of lines over them. You can make sure the line's in the exact same place. So the reproduction of the X-rays are the exact same as the original X-rays.
Can you tell me whether or not there's identifying information on these x-rays that ties it to Mr. McClain?
Yes, in the upper left corner of the chest X-ray, which somebody.
You know what, though?
It says the patient's
Those
name
cheese
and
crackers
his
with
medical
peanut
record
butter,
number.
fire.
And in this case, what does this
You're
x-ray say
right.
is the patient's name?
You are
Says
right.
McClain, comma, Elijah, comma, J.
And it does it give specific numbers that
so
are
good.
associated with his medical record?
It does. It includes his medical record number.
And is this a common practice for UC Health to have that information on the x-rays?
I'd say it's more than a common practice. I'd say it's universal.
Okay. And as medical records such as this kept in the regular course of University of Colorado Health business?
Yes.
And were these saved to his medical record?
Yes, they were.
Can you tell us a little bit about the timing? As soon as these x-rays were taken, how is it saved into Mr. McClain's medical record?
The technology has become pretty advanced where the X-ray machine takes the X-ray and then can be downloaded
Liverwurst.
directly from that machine into the medical record system.
All right.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move for admission of 175 and 176.
All right, questions or objections with respect to 175 and 176, please?
No questions or objections as to either one. Yeah, Mr. Cooper.
Join your.
All right, 175 and 176.
Does he have a balance issue?
Dr. Moss, I now want to
I
go
think
back to
so.
your,
He keeps
your
falling.
examination regarding
He just like stood up
Mr.
and was like
McClain's
leaning way
brain
over to the
and
side.
how that happened. When did you perform that test for Mr. McClain?
I performed the first brain death examination on the late morning of August 27th, which was the Tuesday of that week.
Was that approximately 11 o'clock in the morning?
That's what I would have said, yes.
And could you explain to the jury a little bit about where you are and where Mr. McClain is when you're conducting this test?
Mr. McClain was in one of the medical intensive care unit rooms where he'd been before. This is the type of exam that you don't need to move the patient to do. It can be done right in a regular medical intensive care unit room. And I was in the room with him, with the nurse and the respiratory therapist.
Could you imagine, y'all,
Can you
going
explain how
and-
this process
and
went for the jury?
getting
Yeah, so
a
what you
lawyer,
do is
right? He's
you
sitting
can
down at his
measure the
desk the
amount
whole
of
time you
carbon
talk to
dioxide
him.
in
You
somebody's
hire him.
blood
You're like, yeah, this guy
by
knows what he's
1.5.
talking
And he
about.
stands up,
He's-
shake the hand,
Is that the patient is,
and he falls
higher
over. That's
carbon
not
dioxide
good.
levels.
Can't pass a field sobriety
Have to
test,
breathe as I had you do when
but
you
he
held your
passed the
breath.
bar.
You want to have someone, if their carbon dioxide levels go up, take a breath. A normal carbon dioxide level for
Evidently, he
us
didn't
is
pass the
somewhere around
bar.
40 millimeters of mercury.
He just came
Just
out of the
the number,
bar.
but just to give you an idea. When you start to feel like you have
He's
to
never
take a breath,
passed a single bar in his
carbon dioxide
life.
level is probably 43 or 44, so pretty close to it. The way the brain death evaluations are performed is if the carbon dioxide level is above 60 and the patient has no effort to breathe or a change of at least 20 from what the baseline level was, then that is consistent with an apnea test that is consistent with one of the criteria for brain death. So what you do is with Mr. McClain is
I've
we
been there a couple times
took him
this
off the
week,
breathing machine so that he's not breathing.
mostly because of you.
Took some oxygen and put it
Appreciate it, though.
inside the breathing tube so that he's getting enough oxygen.
I like that
and
map on the
watch
wall.
the patient as the carbon dioxide levels are increasing and to see if he makes any effort to breathe. The first time we did the apnea test at around 11 a.m., we waited 4.5
Maps belong
minutes
on the wall.
and the CO2 level,
What
the
map?
carbon dioxide level went from 50 initially
The map
to
that
83.
Brandon
And
Lesko
Mr.
has.
McClain, unfortunately, had
His
Oh.
no
avatar.
effort to breathe at that time.
Did you conduct a second test?
Yep, you don't have to. The standards are that you can do
Another
one of these
map.
apnea tests. Sometimes
All maps
for
belong on the
younger
wall.
patients, it's recommended, or you can consider repeating the test.
All maps are
situation,
flat
I
when they're on
really,
the wall.
wanted to give Mr. McClain every chance possible to get better.
As they should be.
So I
As they
made the
should be.
decision to repeat the apnea test a few hours later. And we repeated it somewhere around 3 o'clock, so about 4 hours later. Did the exact same procedure, and his carbon dioxide level initially was 40, and it went up to 86 after 6.5 minutes. And again, during those 6.5 minutes, unfortunately, he made no effort to breathe. So again, getting back to what we said before, you know that the most primitive brain function's not working. With all the other tests that were performed that were also consistent with brain death, you can make the assessment that unfortunately Mr. McClain was declared brain death at the end of the second apnea. Test.
And at that second test, are you once again sitting by his side, watching him?
Yes, and with other people, so that it's not just me, but there's a nurse and a respiratory therapist, and it's not subtle. People take it.
Broken Baker raid. Thank you so much, Baker.
Oh,
Appreciate
wow.
and love you, brother.
Does that mean Jamie's gonna be over here?
Ooh, maybe. We do like
Oh man.
What? Come
Only-
on, Dave.
Only Dave? How dare you, sir? How dare you? How dare you? We're going to give just a couple seconds for everybody to trickle in, and then I will give a brief synopsis of what's happening.
And I'll show you my crafts.
McKinley's crafting.
If that's what you call it.
That's what we're calling it now.
It's like called rhinestone painting or something.
Okay.
Like a rhinestone.
Also,
cowboy.
don't look at my cuticles. They're so terrible. I bite them
How do you bite cuticles?
like this.
You have vampire teeth?
You know what you do? You start raising goats. You'll never bite your fingernails again. Promise.
Ew.
Mm.
No, you know what you do? You go to a nail salon. and
This
you
is
get a
true. I
manicure.
should.
I will definitely send Jamie a link because we love her.
Yes.
Y'all, welcome to the stream. We are doing day 2 of Colorado versus Jeremy Cooper and Peter Cichuniec. I probably didn't say that right. This is the case where 2 paramedics are being charged with
EMTs.
2 EMTs are being charged
Right.
with negligent homicide, reckless manslaughter, and assault with a deadly weapon. Right? Did I get it right?
Second degree assault, negligent homicide, and manslaughter.
I got 2 out of 3. We're gonna go with that
Yes.
anyway.
Yes.
And we are currently, the witness on the stand is Dr. So-and-so, pulmonary expert. Copy text, send to Jamie.
And he is saying that what is his name? McClain
Yes, Elijah McClain.
that Elijah McClain was brain dead, correct? That's what he just testified to.
I believe you.
Yeah, so he was the pulmonologist on duty, and I believe that he just said that he performed a test on him to check on his brain function and that he was brain dead.
Jamie, why have we never had a message before? How do I get a hold of you?
Do you want me to send her a link?
Yeah, send her a link. Would you? I find this very hard to believe that I
Yeah, I have
never
to
had
do
a
it.
conversation with Jamie.
I just listen. I will send her a link if you tell me if this dude that is dead is related to the hero of the Christmas Eve.
You know who can
terrorist
tell you?
attacks of the Nakatomi Plaza. John
I don't know
McClain.
the answer to that, but I know somebody that does.
Okay.
My good buddy.
Yes, definitely. Hello, hello.
What's going on, brother?
Hi.
So he's related to John McClain. Awesome.
Yes, he's definitely related to John McClain. Did you?
That's not true. That's not true.
Oh, goodness.
How do you know it's not true?
It might be true.
I know MLS. I trust him.
I'm here to talk over this witness because he's so boring.
They've all been pretty rough so far, man. They've all been pretty rough. I didn't think
So
about
boring.
it when we were talking about it, but literally every witness in this case is going to be a cop, a paramedic, or a firefighter, or a doctor.
Yeah, that kind of sucks about this case, but it's an interesting theory behind it, and I'm not 100% on board with it.
I'm aware. I do. I'm not a fan of the shotgun blast, as expert called it, approach
What's
to
that?
this, where they're just charging everybody involved.
Yeah, because they just
Yeah.
charged the cops, and so they were saying you're the ones responsible for
cops-
this, And
Well,
now,
cops
now
do.
they're, well, you would have to say that it came from like the restraint, right? And him vomiting blood into his lungs or whatever. But now they're saying it wasn't his lung function. It was that his brain wasn't working. So they're just going to charge everybody.
Yeah, see, that's the problem. They're going to be able to argue on the alternative. I had a huge conversation, not huge, but I had a conversation with Steve Gosney and I think Sean, potentially criminal. I can't remember about this, where the state is literally pleading in the alternatives.
Exactly.
And I don't like it. I don't like it
No.
at all. Well, he died. Somebody's responsible. We'll just spray it all over and see which one sticks.
Yeah. That's kind of
Hey,
the,
expert.
we're seeing more of that, I think, right? Especially with these RICO cases now coming out of Atlanta and stuff. They're just charging everybody. We'll see what happens. And that's never,
Oh, yeah. The RICO cases are crazy.
they're garbage.
Yeah, I probably do have it in a book behind me somewhere. Gracious says the answer to expert's question.
Quick reminder to chat. Go
What-
ahead and do
what
the
question?
YouTubey things for me. Hit the
Mike
like,
Plaza.
subscribe if you're not subscribed. And I think on that note, let's get back to the stuff.
Take a breath. And unfortunately, Mr. McClain had no effort to breathe with a carbon dioxide level way above what it should have been to stimulate that part of the brain.
Welcome all.
Now, you mentioned earlier in your testimony that you actually conduct other tests besides the apnea test. You talked about touching the eye, seeing if
Brandon was in good
or
shape
they can
yesterday.
put something in their mouth. Did you also conduct those tests on Mr. McClain?
Yeah, so I did the other examinations of his what's called brainstem function, this basic brain activity, and unfortunately, Mr. McClain had none of those reflexes either. We also he had a head CT or a CAT scan done of his brain when he first came in that was also consistent with severe injury to his brain, likely due to a lack of oxygen. And importantly, but not only, when someone says sick as Mr. McClain was, we get continuous monitoring of his brainwave functions or EEG monitoring, and he had complete suppression of his brain wave activity on his EEG also. Now that alone doesn't by itself mean that he would be brain dead. That's why you do these other exams. And then there's also a blood test you can do, a neural analysis test that was severely elevated, again, consistent with severe brain injury.
Dang, let's
So
go.
put together the blood test, the EEG,
Partying
results
like
from
it's
CAT scan, the
1999.
other brainstem activities of eye reflexes, gags, and the apnea test. It was all consistent, unfortunately, with the diagnosis of brain
Every
death.
time I've been out with
At the
Valhalla,
time
I
that
get
you
home
conducted
around
these
3
tests,
a.m.
Why did you do it then? Did you see something in his medical record, in his
It might be
presentation that you
true,
realized
actually.
you thought he may be brain dead?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. So when somebody was as sick as Mr. McClain when he first came into the hospital, you do everything you can to try to save his life. And one of the things you do is
That's funny.
You cool the patient's
That's
state.
funny.
You lower their you lower their body temperature, because that's been shown in clinical trials to increase the risk of, or increase the
Yeah, see,
possibility
it's not my
that,
fault. It's Volstorm's
brain
fault.
function will recover. Metabolism down to the brain. So we had done that. And when you do that, people don't like to be cooled. So you often have to sedate them and put them on a severe muscle relaxer. You do that. We did that for 36 hours, which is more or around the time that you're supposed to do it. And then when we let his blood temperature come up, or his body temperature come up, we stopped the sedation and stopped the muscle relaxer and realized he
Wanting
was
to
not
click
doing
on stuff.
and even on the breathing machine, you can set a respiratory rate of how much you're breathing. And often somebody would be over breathing the machine. So it's set at 16 times a minute, but someone's taking 4 extra breaths and they're breathing 20 times a minute. And unfortunately, when we stopped the sedation and stopped the muscle relaxer and let his body temperature come back up, he wasn't taking any breaths above the machine, and he wasn't moving anything in his body, which made the medical team, me, think that there was the possibility that he could be brain dead.
So then you did a series of tests that you've already testified to.
Correct.
So based on the tests and the other test results that you talked about, what conclusion did you reach?
That unfortunately, Mr. McClain was declared brain dead at 3:31 p.m. on Tuesday, August 27th,
2019.
2019.
Yes, he's just
Thank you very much. I have no further
indestructible.
questions at this time.
Apparently not. Apparently not. Ooh, sidebar.
Yep, apparently. I made chicken pot pie today
Ooh.
from scratch. Guess what? See, I don't know if you can.
Not
you
a
Ooh.
chicken pot pie fan. So
Stop it.
Tell me about it. Why? Stop
What's
what?
wrong with you, man?
I like chicken and dumplings.
Chicken and
Well, you
Ooh,
first
I
you
hear
start with
that's
a lot
good.
of butter and onion.
We're going to go ahead and take our lunch
Start
break now.
mixing that up in a saucepan.
It's
Too many
edging up toward 10
vegetables.
minutes after 12 o'clock. If I could ask you to be back at roughly 25 minutes after 1 o'clock. We'll resume the testimony. Please gather together down in the jury room. We'll get you up as close as we can to
It's
125.
the beauty of doing this several hours
Yeah.
behind. You can just skip forward.
Skip right through that crap.
And we'll see you in about an hour and a quarter.
All right.
Did you go to court today, Dave?
You're muted, bud. Oh, he was talking to somebody else. My bad.
Yeah, I was talking to someone else, not you guys. No court. Well, no court today. Just filing
Oh, that's
motions
good.
and stuff. Had enough court yesterday.
Looks like they dropped that third camera, the unnecessary one.
Good,
I'm okay
because they
with
weren't doing anything.
that. Yeah. That makes me
So
happy.
maybe we'll be able to see better. I doubt it, but maybe.
Can't be worse, right? It's going to be bigger
knows?
screens at least.
CR 2800 and 21 CR 2806. the parties in counsel
That's
are
better.
on the witness stand, so-
Still not
Yeah,
good,
that is
but
better.
it's better.
That's better, though.
Good afternoon, Dr. Moss. Dr. Moss, I want to pick up basically where you left off before our break. After the brain death tests that you described and that you performed, you signed the death certificate for Mr. McClain, is that right?
That is correct.
And you reviewed, I believe you testified, the medical reports related to Mr. McClain's care prior to you becoming the primary doctor on his case, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And a number of other doctors had treated Elijah there at the hospital before you became his primary caretaker, is that fair to say?
And those doctors are all pulmonary critical care doctors, part of our division, so we work together.
Yes, sir. Understood.
That's not what was
Person's
asked
heart
of you,
and their
sir.
lungs work in
Exactly.
combination together, is that fair
Why
to
is
say?
he offering up additional information?
Along with
Where's
all
the
other
objection?
organs in the body.
Sure, exactly.
He
This is
was
complex. Okay.
having the gallery go through breathing
So I want to
exercises
discuss a little bit
earlier.
the
It's
chest X-rays, which were exhibits
very
175 and
strange.
176 that you've had ample opportunity to review. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say. It might be helpful to pull them up so I can make sure we're talking about the exact same films.
Okay. And they're up on the screen in front of you now. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. If I understand correctly, in the lungs, there is a thin membrane and oxygen basically diffuses
Why
across
the
that
goats?
thin membrane to get into a
I'm a
person's
goat
lungs.
farmer,
Is that right?
not
Yes,
like
it's called
a good
sorry,
one.
He's a
right?
pagan.
Alveolar capillary barrier.
Bombshell, he's a pagan.
Tell those to the court reporter.
That's why
I
he
have-
has
That'd be fine with me.
chaps.
Nope.
LVOR.
She's got it.
The
Okay.
goat in
He
the
drinks
top
out of a
right
horn.
And if
is
somebody
my
becomes
actual
critically
goat.
ill
His name is
or has
Jasper.
catastrophic-
He's huge.
catastrophic
We
injury,
love
that
him.
Drinks out of a
membrane
sacrificial
you just
horn.
said the name of can break
I
down.
do drink out of a horn.
That is correct.
For instance, if a person goes in cardiac arrest, has a heart attack, that membrane can break down.
So what you're trying to describe is something called, when that membrane breaks down, that's called the acute respiratory distress syndrome, or ARDS. Just for the jury's information, which I think is important,
He's
that
such a
entity, that
dick.
syndrome was first described in 1967 at the University of Colorado. Okay, so we're very familiar with ARDS. And I've published multiple original research papers on ARDS in high impact medical journals.
So you are quite familiar with ours.
Yes.
So
Okay, thank you, Doctor.
he's the top
When
of his
that
field.
membrane breaks
He'll tell
down,
you-
that could be a
he'll
result
tell
of
you
cardiac
himself.
arrest. Is that fair to say?
Yep.
It can be the result of many catastrophic illnesses, bad infections, trauma, swallowing things down the wrong tube, or aspiration. So there are multiple risk factors
Aspiration.
that can give you ARDS or increase the susceptibility to ARDS.
Okay. And one of those would be cardiac arrest.
Correct.
You know from reviewing the medical records that when Mr. McClain was brought into the hospital on August 24th, he was in cardiac arrest, right?
That is correct.
And in fact, you know from reviewing the records that he had an additional cardiac arrest while in the hospital, right?
Correct. Around 2 o'clock in the morning on that Sunday morning.
So he was brought in on, if I understand correctly, August 24th, 2019 was a Saturday.
Correct.
He was brought in 11 o'clock p.m.
On that Saturday night. Correct.
roughly. And I know we're both talking approximately. And then you say about, 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock the next morning?
So, and I was not his treating physician at the time, but based on the medical records.
I thought I was gonna have time to
unfortunately,
hang out.
we
I
had
gotta run,
another
guys.
cardiac.
Oh,
for stopping in,
okay,
buddy.
bye.
No problem.
We'll see you later.
When that
David.
membrane, the alveolar, I forget the rest of it.
That was Dave at MLS
When
Law
that breaks down, the air
Making law
spaces in the
simple.
lungs become filled with fluid. Is that right?
Network. I don't
Mr.
know. He
McClain's
changes his name all the
lungs
time.
I know.
particularly his right
It's
lung
Dave.
was filled with fluid. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Initially, his X-ray showed infiltrates, which are really
It was
just something
David.
is in the air
David.
spaces that's not air. And it was worse initially
Oh, he did
in the
drop
right
the
lung
network.
compared to the left lung.
Was it ultimately determined that he had abnormal fluid buildup in his lungs?
That's a very difficult question to answer, and it's why
Shouldn't
I
be that
said
difficult.
there was something in
Shouldn't
the
be.
air spaces, whether that is fluid or cells or other proteins is unclear based on a chest x-ray.
Are you aware that a bronchoscopy was done
Yes, I am.
and that showed there were no food particles in the lung?
I don't remember specifically the results of the bronchoscopy of what the note said. If you wanted to pull that up, I'd be happy to review that.
Okay. You made a determination as part of your being the primary caretaker for Mr. McClain regarding the immediate causes of death being anoxic brain injury due to cardiac arrest. Is that fair?
That is fair.
What is anoxic brain injury?
That's helpful.
It's a little bit about what we were talking about with the brain death
I think.
examination. So when your heart's not beating and your lungs aren't working, your body's not getting oxygen. That's really what your heart and lungs in combination do. And there's certain parts of your body that are more prone or susceptible to a lack of oxygen. And one of the most important organs in the body that is the most susceptible to not having the oxygen is your brain. So the word anoxic means a lack of oxygen, and encephalopathy just means the brain's not working properly. So what anoxic encephalopathy means is injury to the brain due to a lack of oxygen, which was felt to be secondary to a cardiac arrest.
And that was the determination made by you when you had assumed primary responsibility for Mr.
That
McClain.
never
Is that
gets
true?
old, Nicholas. Never.
Tell me what you mean by an assumption I made of when I filled out the death certificate or while I was caring for him.
No. If you understood, I didn't mean to use the word assumption if I did. I meant to say that was your determination after you had become the primary care physician for Mr. McClain.
That was the reason I asked the question, whether determination assumption is, I want to make sure I understood the timing of it. Again, the way you treat somebody in a hospital, what's as sick as Mr. McClain was, is you adjust the most likely diagnoses based on new information that comes in. So when I determined things at the time of his death could have been slightly different than on the Monday morning when I took over the care as new tests came in. So that's why I was asking about the timing.
Okay. But you are the doctor that made that determination based on all the information that you had at the time you made it.
At the time of filling out the death certificate, I felt that was the most likely cause of Mr. McClain's death.
Additionally, there were EKGs performed on Mr. McClain, which this is going to be a layman's qualification of it. Basically measure the heart's performance.
Wait, so he's literally saying the cop killed him by choking him?
I feel like-
Yes, sir.
So EKGs.
I don't know enough
electrical activity in the
about
heart,
science or,
and measure
but
the
it sounds like
electronic
it to
wave
me.
formations in the heart.
I thought
if
they
you were
gave
really
him
concerned about
melatonin or whatever
performance
they
of the
call
heart and how well it pumps, that would be based
The
on an
ketamine
ultrasound
shouldn't have
and
affected
called
the
an
oxygen to the
echocardiogram, which
brain,
Mr. McClain
though.
also had done.
Okay. So
Right.
the echocardiogram and
Or,
EKGs as
I
well,
don't
which
know,
is an electrocardiogram, is that fair?
It's exactly what it's electrocardiogram.
Thank you.
Unless
If
it's
it
shut down.
made
Unless
you
at-
go
performed on
into
Mr.
cardiac
McClain,
arrest.
from your review of
or
the
stop breathing or whatever.
Yeah.
And then those are maintained as a part of his record along with rhythm strips. What are rhythm strips?
So an electrocardiogram, if you've ever had them done, they put probes that measure electrical
This is
activity all
literally
over
the
your
first
body.
time I've heard anything about
When you get
strangling.
a formal electrocardiogram, it
He was
measures
choked
electrical
unconscious.
impulses in
That's
your
how he
heart,
asked
Oh, yeah, but they're not
electrical
going to
blood
talk about
in
that
a
during
variety of
this
different
trial
directions,
because
and therefore it measures the activity.
it doesn't
in
help
different
the state's
parts of the
case.
heart.
Right.
And on a
That
formal
that makes it
electrocardiogram,
look like the
EKG,
cop was
there are
guilty
12 different leads.
and
Okay,
not
the
the
rhythm strip
paramedics.
is just one of those 12 leads, and you can measure that with just 3 of the probes, not all the other probes. So it's a more simplistic, basic way of measuring the electrical activity. It's 1/12 of the information you get in a formal EKG.
So it sounds like at your hospital, you have a number of different tests that will assist you in measuring Mr. McClain's heart, in assessing Mr. McClain's heart.
That would be a correct statement.
And you, as the primary care physician, ultimately were able to review that material in making your determinations.
Correct.
I have a question. It's going to reveal my ignorance, unfortunately, but you mentioned when you were doing the brain death tests that the first test you did, you waited 4.5 minutes to build
Not a
up
good idea to
CO2 or
ask
carbon
questions
dioxide,
you
right?
don't.
That's correct.
Does that have anything to
Right.
do with how long a person
So
can go without oxygen?
Yamaha, if I'm
4.5
understanding
minutes,
what
how
you're
long is too much?
saying, the ketamine itself had absolutely nothing to do with it. You're saying no, the aspiration affected oxygenation, which affected cardiac and brain function, which led to cardiac arrest and brain damage / death.
Nice. So
So
that
if-
helps them.
Yeah, that helps the defendants, in my
Yeah.
presumption, right? Because then
Right.
ketamine wouldn't be involved.
Yeah, why
Right.
give him ketamine then?
Well, we're not saying it was necessary for them to give him ketamine.
Right,
We're
but
just
that-
simply saying that wasn't the determining. Like this doctor determined that the ketamine is not what led
Did
to
it.
the end.
Right.
Yeah. But the medical examiner,
Hi,
or
Stace.
I think that's what's written on the report, is that it's ketamine. But I don't know. We haven't seen that yet.
Aspiration was the initial, then ketamine lowered respiratory function
Yeah.
further. Well, that would make sense, but he hasn't
So
said
which
that
one
yet,
did it
right?
though?
Yeah,
Right.
right. Which one?
Okay. Maybe we're just jumping the gun a little bit.
Can go without oxygen, or am I wrong?
They're unrelated. So getting back to what the lungs do as an organ.
Thus
two
far,
things.
though,
They supply
sounds
oxygen
like
to your body, and
he's
they
helping the
get
defense.
rid of carbon dioxide. So the buildup of carbon dioxide has to do with more of how much you're breathing, okay? How much oxygen gets into your body, or more importantly, the question you asked, how long can somebody go without oxygen?
If this
is
dude's
an
innocent of
unrelated
everything,
issue to how long it takes
Two
to build up
dudes.
the carbon dioxide.
Okay. Is there a
no,
number of how long
the
you can
dead
go without
dude.
oxygen?
Oh,
Well, yeah,
Then
he was
shouldn't
innocent
this
of
go
everything.
back on
I
the?
would,
I mean, I know there isn't, but I
The
mean, like,
caller?
don't you feel like that? It's the gas station attendants. I mean,
Why?
why did they call the cops?
No, they didn't
She
call
didn't
the
call
police.
the cops.
Well, it was
It
like
was
her
some-
brother did or something.
No, it was some random Latino guy that was walking down the street, called in a
thought it was an
suspicious
Indian guy.
person. No. It was Juan, I think, or maybe that was just chat making fun of his accent, but he was definitely Latino. He called in, said there's some guy walking down the street waving his arms. So the dispatcher listed it as a suspicious person. 3 cops pulled up and snatched this dude up. He wasn't doing anything illegal.
Yeah, but it is very suspicious to be wearing a winter jacket and a baklava in August.
Still not illegal,
So,
right? It's
Oh, wait
you know
a
it's
second. How do you
know it's
wearing
really
a mask is illegal in Colorado?
you know it's
Wearing a
really
mask is
suspicious.
illegal in a lot of places.
Expert
No,
wearing a
it's
Santa hat
just
for a
wearing
whole
it?
month before Christmas. That's super
That's right.
suspicious. It's weird. Wearing a Santa
Yeah,
hat with the wrong
Yeah,
colors.
remember they banned mask because of the KKK.
What
It's a famous New York case.
is it?
Yeah, you can ban facial masks. Like you remember? Now this is a long time ago. Okay, this is like 3 years. You used to not be able to walk into a bank wearing a ski mask in the summertime.
I do remember in 2016 there was a lot of people wearing masks and people were up in arms about it
what?
with all the
Are you-
protests and stuff. People were wearing masks and
Oh.
the
Oh, yeah. I remember.
Yeah.
The, like, those, what are they called?
terrorists.
Anonymous.
Yeah, those two. The V for Vendetta mask, the guy, the
Yeah.
Guy Fawkes masks. Yeah, but they deemed it perfectly constitutional, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, you're allowed to wear a mask.
Right.
These
Start
days.
arresting everybody on Halloween.
Yeah.
And again, when you say without oxygen,
Maybe we should make masks illegal. Jason Voorhees
know,
would
they
have
are
never
creepy.
happened.
okay, they're different. And if someone climbs to the top of a mountain in Colorado, they have less oxygen. Are we talking about that? I don't
False
think so. We're talking about somebody whose heart and lungs have stopped.
Masks
breathing
are so
and no
2020.
blood with
So
oxygen going to the
2020.
organs. So if it's the second part, which I think is what you're asking, you worry after a few minutes. Okay.
Somebody
Not
has been
seconds,
saying in
maybe,
chat, I don't know
that could be
how
the case.
accurate
And
it is.
clearly, if
but
it's hours
somebody was
that
saying in
someone's in
chat that he
cardiac
had some kind of
probably too
anemia
long. So I would say
that made him
everybody's
cold, more
different,
cold than
and their
normal
age,
people
their
would
brain
be.
function, how
Yeah.
good the CPR.
My
was
mom's
being done,
anemic and
et
she
cetera. But if you're
wears
talking, you worry
jackets
after a
in
few-
Texas
Thank you
in
for understanding the
August.
question I was asking you too, Doctor.
That's
And just to loop back
crazy,
around to
but
something else,
I get it.
wanted to make sure I was clear.
Mrs.
on the
Valhalla's
EKG test,
kind of like
the
that.
echocardiogram
She's got to wear
test, the
2
rhythm
pairs of
strips, those are all
sweatpants and a
maintained
blanket
as part of
in
your
70
hospital
degrees
medical records.
air
Is that
conditioning.
correct?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. My
I
mom would
can-
die in
The rhythm
70.
strips, I think, I don't know.
That's where I
it's
keep
not
my
something I
house.
routinely look at.
Me too.
But it might be, we could, if you want to show, if they're in the records and you show me, and I would say, yes, I know that the EKGs and the echocardiograms are, because I reviewed them.
Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate your time. Sure.
He's such a dick.
He's such a
Or
dick.
Mr. Cichuniec?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Doctor. How are you?
Doing fine.
Good. I think I
Well,
just have a
even
few
that was rude.
You spoke about the membrane in the lungs that everybody is afraid to try to pronounce.
It's doctors.
Can break down in various circumstances, one of those being heart attack, correct?
I wouldn't use the word heart attack. I would use cardiac arrest, and they're different.
Okay, fair enough. In circumstances of cardiac arrest is one of the circumstances where that membrane can break down.
That is one of multiple things that can cause that.
And I think that you testified it's not causation, it just makes you more susceptible to ARDS.
The reason I said that is in terms of causation, I think people would think that if that happened, that it always causes ARDS. I think a better way of saying that, for example, if somebody aspirates, swallows something down the wrong tube, somewhere around 40 to 70% of people will go on and develop this ARDS. However, I think an important thing to mention is numbers help, but when I talk to family members, when you say 40 to 70%, you're saying if you had 100 people like this, 70 of them would develop it. What we're interested in and what patients and families are interested in is what's happening to this one person. So I think that's why I use the term, that I wanted people to understand it doesn't always happen to everybody if they have one of those at-risk diagnoses.
Oh, fair enough. Okay, I think I understand now. So if I asked you the question, would physical trauma?
I like this dude.
ARDS
He's
or
a
make
character.
somebody more susceptible to ARDS?
He's a
What would your answer
character.
to that question be?
When you use the word physical trauma, I would say if it was a major trauma, a major car accident, gun shooting, things like that, yes.
Okay, so it has to be pretty significant physical trauma to compromise that membrane.
Yes.
Okay.
We're talking, broke both your legs in a car accident, shot it, lost a lot of blood. It's not someone punched you in the arm.
Right. Okay. When you were answering questions from Mr. Pello about the x-rays, you noted that initially the x-rays showed infiltrates. And you stressed both the word infiltrates and the word initially.
Okay.
And I was wondering why you did that.
I want to make sure that based on a chest x-ray, it becomes white. White means there's something in there that's not air. And you can't specifically tell on a chest x-ray what's causing that. Is it blood? Is it
Vomit?
cells that went, your body cells in there? Is it fluid? So I want to make sure that we don't think that based on an x-ray, we can say that's all fluid, which is what the other attorney had used as a term. And the reason I use the word initially is if you follow the progression of Mr. McClain's x-rays, it starts out being asymmetric and then becomes more symmetric. That being more symmetric is more consistent with that's when all the membranes in the lung broke down and are leaking stuff or universally across the lung as opposed to one area. And I think that's important in this case.
And given the fact that that information is drawn from a sequence of x-rays, that process where the two lungs, to put it probably inaccurately, evened out, would have occurred post admittance into the hospital.
Correct. And I would say instead of the word even out, maybe use the word disseminated.
Disseminated. Thank you, doctor.
He knows how to handle this guy,
And
though.
finally,
Yeah, he's good.
I just want to make it clear so the jury understands, you weren't called here today to render any opinions on causation of the injuries that Mr. McClain suffered.
No, I was called because I had the privilege of caring for Mr. McClain while he was in the hospital.
Thank you, doctor.
Redirect. Good afternoon again, Dr. Moss.
Morning, or good afternoon, sorry.
What's the difference between a cardiac arrest and a heart attack?
So
Cardiac arrest is
your
full stop.
heart is a muscle.
Heart attack is a
And your heart pumps blood.
spasm.
That's its job. And when we
Up
talk about
to
your heart,
A full
there's four
stop.
parts of it, but we're going to really focus on the left ventricle, okay? Because that's the pump part of it. And that left ventricle, that part of the heart, has 3 blood vessels that supply it. And that brings oxygen and blood to the muscle in the heart so it can pump properly. A heart attack occurs when one of those
Does he
3
smoke?
vessels
No.
has a blockage in it. It could be due to cholesterol or a blood clot that forms where the cholesterol plaques are and stops the blood flowing in that small little vessel to the muscle of the heart. So then one part of the left.
Yo, I need to get some intro videos for you guys.
Yeah. How do you get those?
You got to find them. What's up, Baker? Oh, no. Goat, what does it say? Kisser?
Goat kisser.
Outstanding. Outstanding. Did you draw that on stream? I hope that was part of your stream earlier today.
Yeah, it was someone asked for a goat kisser. and I always oblige.
So you drew me. Outstanding. Outstanding.
Yeah. So I just needed to come on and show you that before I head to bed.
I appreciate it, buddy. I appreciate it.
That's you can market that one.
Oh,
for you.
that's good. That's really good. I should get you to put it instead of my sheep lawn cuck block down there. Make you have you make that for me. That'd be good. That'd be real good.
It's yeah. But I hope everything is going good. I know English too many hours speaky. So I just wanted to come on and say, hey, Huddy, how you doing?
How you doing, Baker?
Oh, I'm doing fine. I missed you.
Hey, Baker.
Missed you, man.
Hey, McKinley.
Oh, have you been following this at all?
No, I've been following my own case. They just finished like half an hour ago when I sent everyone over here. So I don't, you know how it is. Your brain just gets filled with all the stuff. And
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Having to see a 21-year-old catch 8 pieces of lead and fall over. Isn't that much fun?
He was only 21.
Yeah, an idiot. 3 times the defendant walked away and they kept following him.
Oh.
Yeah.
So
men get
it
stupid
was
when there's alcohol and women involved.
Was it the bar fight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
His friend sucker punched a guy after he apparently made a pass on some women or something that the women didn't like, and then they walked outside. The big guy was thrown out after the guy who sucker punched him. He's standing out there, oh, you want to fight me? They come over to him, threaten him with a pepper spray. He pulls out a gun, walks away, and then 3 guys charges after him. And the professional fighter who told him, I'll knock you down, catches 8 pieces of lead, and you just see him clack, and you see him move his arm 3 times when he's lying there, and then he doesn't move anymore.
Cool.
I didn't show that because I don't like showing stuff like that on my channel. But
yeah.
Wasn't that in Jack Reacher?
No, Jack Reacher just beat them up.
Oh, that's right. He did.
But again, if you weigh 120 pounds and is 5'4", don't mess with a guy who's 6'4" and 240
and has a gun.
Yeah, and it was so fun. He sucker punched him. One of his friends sucker punched him and didn't hit him. That's how bad they were at fighting. They claimed they were professional fighters. Yeah, great success. I didn't want to show you. It's a kind of like a respect for the deceased.
Yeah,
That's
that's always fair.
Baker is he's like the good guy,
right?
The good guy to your villain.
Yeah. That's what this whole No Shave November. I'm gonna become a villain after this.
Well, you got the naughty Santa hat on.
I'm gonna start promoting. All December is gonna be promotion of villainy and drama.
Oh, I like drama.
Oh no!
Oh yeah, there's nothing better than YouTube.
No,
I know, right?
No,
I can't wait. I'm gonna get off here and I'm gonna stream about how bad
Drama?
Valhalla is. He like feeds his goats tin cans.
But that would be
and
good.
glass.
That would be good for him, though, maybe.
No, the problem with drama is you have to keep drama, or
Right.
people don't want to come back. So drama is good for the instant, but not for the long run.
Right.
And I had a lot of drama on my channel today.
Oh, really?
Really?
Yeah. Apparently, Ohio State is the worst
Oh.
college in the U.S.
Was Ballstorm over there? Was
in-
Ballstorm there?
No, it was Jamie. Jamie flamed out on Ohio State.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't see where the drama is. It sounds
Neither do I.
completely accurate.
Sounds accurate.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Ask Farrell where the drama is. Those 2 ladies went at it.
What the hell?
Oh, that's awesome.
But it wasn't real drama, right?
It
the
was,
Ohio State.
And yeah, there was a lot of and Lefty got angry at some football guys, and so it was a good stream as always. And now I'm gonna go lay down and get some sleep because it's 11 o'clock.
Well, I appreciate you stopping by, bud.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I hope you take good care of the guys I sent over here.
Oh, I'm going to do my best. That's why we
I
got
know
expert
they
in
are in
McKinley.
great and capable hands, and if they're nice to you, maybe some goat kisses.
Maybe.
Maybe.
No promises, but maybe.
I need to get a never mind.
Take it easy, Baker.
No,
See you,
don't
Baker.
get a goat and kiss it. Don't do that, expert.
I'm not gonna do that.
I
Next
promise
time he
you.
visits the farm, you give him a nice goat to kiss.
Yeah.
The buck that's
Yeah.
got urine all over his mouth. That one.
Ew.
Why
Oh.
does he not know how to pee?
He not only
Or
does
you
he
pee
know
on
how to
him?
pee, he knows how to pee and spray himself in the face with it.
Ew.
That's,
Hey, you wanna know a secret?
That means
so do
he
you.
has a.
Yeah.
Do you remember what's the Jim Carrey movie where he's why did I pee like I had sex all night?
Me, myself, and Irene.
Yeah,
Yeah.
where he's standing with.
Well, that's good. That's good.
Yeah. With that image, I'm gonna have a bio break. Have a great stream. See you all tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.
Appreciate it,
Good
buddy.
Baker.
Oh, the broken baker, ladies and gentlemen. He's a hoot.
He's just looking for the right girl to mend his heart.
I love him. He's so good. Well. Yeah, oh yeah. Pulmonary doctor.
Okay, get back to
so-and-so.
our thing.
Yeah.
What's our thing? Goats?
The trial.
Oh.
If it'll play.
Oh,
Catch up.
damn it.
It'll get there.
Ventricle
There we go.
is not working very well. So that's all that means. That's a heart attack means that the blood flow in one of these three blood vessels has stopped bringing blood to the muscle, that part of the heart, so it's not going to pump as strongly. Okay? A cardiac arrest is your heart's not pumping at all. It's stopped all of its function, not just one wall of the heart in general.
And what causes a cardiac arrest?
See, there was a
What
much
cause it?
easier way to
There are
answer
a lot
that.
of different causes, and it gets back
Yeah,
to
but
what
he's a
one of the
doctor.
defense attorneys
Yeah.
was saying is the heart and lungs kind of work together. So you can have a cardiac arrest, and it's not a primary
Shocking
problem with the heart.
development.
It's that the lungs stopped working, weren't bringing up oxygen, and the heart stopped working properly.
Heart and lungs
There
work
are a lot
together.
of different reasons that can make
No.
your heart stop working.
Color
in
me
general.
surprised.
One of them, as we talked about before, if your brain doesn't work and doesn't tell you to breathe, you're not going to breathe. You're not going to get oxygen to your body, and your heart's going to stop working. So there are a lot of different reasons that you can go into cardiac arrest. You can bleed to death, and there's no blood in the heart. So it's a complex question, but there are a lot of different things that can cause cardiac arrest that are not primary heart problems.
That seems not intuitive. You would think when you say cardiac arrest, people think heart attack. Is that correct?
Yep, and that's why hopefully I explained it okay, that heart attacks, like the blood flow, a cardiac arrest just means your heart stopped beating.
You guys are
In
mean.
this case, when you determine cause of death, did you
Wait,
determine
what happened?
whether or not Mr. McClain's
They're planning a bash Valhalla stream.
Or whether or not he had a problem with his heart and that caused cardiac arrest? Or some
Oh,
other
for the
reason that caused
drama.
cardiac
The
Yeah.
drama.
I did not
That'd be awesome.
make that determination. Partially, I was not there before he came into the hospital. Not even if you're there.
At least do it after
determine that.
Christmas so I can
And
ban
also,
everybody that gets too
it would
far.
Not, hopefully I can explain.
Wait till I
it.
get my
Oh,
wrench
once you
back.
get your wrench back?
Yeah, yeah.
We were doing everything to try to get
You
his
know, a
heart
lot of people have
working
been
again,
saying
get his
good
lungs to
things
work-
about
start
Stray.
working again, and trying to figure out the specific
She's good.
etiology
I like
of what
Stray.
caused
We
it.
auctioned my wrench
All
off in
was that he was
experts
ill, but
chat
not
the other
achieved by
night
management. And it didn't
Oh.
make sense
Wow.
to worry about that. Unfortunately, it didn't
on his grift
happen, but if
stream.
Mr. McClain had recovered, there could have been at that
Oh,
time a more
that
stable
must
situation.
be
things that
killing
could have
you.
been done to try to figure that out, but
It's slightly
Yeah, it
unpleasant.
is.
It's slightly
Yeah.
unpleasant.
Before you did the brain
Because then
death
it was given to
determination,
somebody
was Mr.
else.
McClain's body and other organs starting to heal and get better?
Yes. That
So,
was, to me,
do you
the
hate the leg lamp,
most
Valhalla?
unfortunate
Does that make you
part
think about
a
the
very
wrench?
unfortunate situation.
No,
that
not at all.
Oh, neat.
based
I can't even
on
tell that's what it
Mr.
is.
McClain being a otherwise healthy 23-year-old.
That's because his
male
chair's like
gentleman.
blocking
Yeah.
most of it.
And the care we were delivering,
There it is.
his
Here.
lungs were improving. He was down to 40%
Nice,
oxygen,
nice,
from being 100%
nice.
oxygen. He had required 3 medications to
There it is.
maintain an
Leg
adequate
lamp.
Right
That's
there's like goat.
awesome.
very potent medications that squeeze
I
your
love
blood vessels
that.
to try to keep the pressure up. We were able to titrate all those medications off. So the rest of his body, besides his brain.
It was your
like I say,
idea?
The rest of his body was recovering.
So what does that information that you just gave the jury, what does it mean about the condition of his heart before you determine brain death?
The worst part is now
Bulldogs
other people are
1911
starting
It's
to
hard
do
to
it.
say. I mean,
What'd you say?
I think the
Bulldogs
most I can say
1911
is
guy.
it appeared to be recovering.
Now, in this
You can
case,
tell
you
by
have
the
not
As he
reviewed
should
Dr.
be.
Is that correct?
That is correct. But I've not reviewed the autopsy reports.
So you don't know whether or not Dr. Sina found any damage to the actual heart.
I've not seen those reports.
And when you made your cause of death
It's
determination,
Maryland.
you're not saying that cardiac
outstanding.
arrest was made or caused by some
Yeah,
heart
David's
issue or
talking
was
about
caused by a
auctioning
lung
off my
issue, are
wrench
you?
in his chat now.
No, and
Yeah.
sometimes the omission of
You
some
Just
started
don't go.
You started a trend, and I don't like it.
secondary causes.
Don't
that I
go.
was not.
Hey, you'll be fine.
He's got to
He's not
search
here.
for me to take.
And what I knew at the time.
Yeah,
unfortunately,
that's what you do. Just
It
stop
knocks a
going
brain
into
injury from a
the
cardiac
other
arrest.
people's
And
channels.
that's why I
There
didn't
you
put
say,
other
"Oh, we're
things
gonna
in
auction off your
so I
wrench." Be like, "I'm not coming back."
Sure, of those issues with the information I had at the time. As
That's
a
fine. I
treating
won't come
physician.
back.
And a cardiac arrest can
See,
also
like ours was like you
preceded by
got
respiratory
onto
arrest.
that
Is
and
that
everything.
correct?
So like that's cool.
As I said, a cardiac arrest.
But
meaning
like
your heart
everybody else.
stops working
Oh, by the way, I gotta
and
talk to you. I got
and moving blood to the rest of the body.
Trauma?
Can be caused by
yeah,
many
a
different
gift,
conditions.
a
Oh,
giving
Respiratory
things.
arrest is one of them.
Respiratory rest would
Good
That's not
times,
drama.
honestly.
It might be drama.
I'm gonna
Giving
enter this
things and good
test.
times.
If he
it's
gives me
rhinoscopy.
herpes, that would be drama.
Say that again.
That would be. Let us
Lunch
know.
test, BRONCHOSCOPY.
He doesn't like to get
Thank you.
tested.
What does that test tell us?
Oh.
So what a bronchoscopy is it is a periscope that you can see through. It's a fiber optic scope that you look through and you can see down into
25
it.
cents, 25 cents.
What that does.
25 cents you didn't have yesterday.
Maybe this helps you if you've ever had for those of us older than 50, for those of us that have a colonoscopy, same thing. So that's put in your colon. This is stuck into the lung, much smaller, but you can see through it. And all that allows you to do is see a little bit down into the lung. The lung is sort of like a tree upside down. You have the main airways and then small branches and smaller branches and then smaller branches. The bronchoscopy, you can only see maybe to the second or third division. You can't see it all the way down into the air spaces.
And so what did this test tell you about Mr. McClain's condition at the hospital?
I think the reason that was done, or my impression, is due to the asymmetric nature of the initial chest x-ray. The doctors that were caring for him at the time wanted to make sure that if there was some blockage there, that they could remove it and maybe help his lung function.
Would it be helpful to see the results?
Sure.
Could we show just to Dr. Moss, Bates number 36311? And it's page 85 of the records.
I guess I should probably put his real name now that I heard it.
So do you want me to read it?
Nope, just if you could review it
Okay.
and tell us if that informs you of anything.
So let me. So yeah, I think it confirms what I thought with one addition. So there was concern that the x-ray had more on the right side than the left side. And the doctors caring for him at the time, again, wanted to make sure there was no blockage there that they could suck out and make the lung work better. There was a lot of
Suck out.
edema fluid, which is fluid in the lung, which gets back to this ARDS thing.
This
And then the
sounds
other thing
weird.
that's important is that it can not only be a therapeutic test, but it can be a diagnostic test. And so that therapeutic means I can treat something and fix something. Diagnosis is we can take some of that fluid out, send it off to a laboratory, put it on a petri dish, and see if any infection, bacteria grow out of it to see if there's an infection going on that maybe is causing some of the problems. And that's what the last sentence of it says.
Can you describe whether or not the fact that he may have experienced a large volume of aspiration in this case and what that relationship is with ARDS?
Sure. So we talked about what are some of the
You shouldn't
catastrophic
be.
things that can
I'm not
cause
convinced
the
either
membrane of the
yet.
lung to break down.
Um,
And one of those is.
Also, I'm
actually-
confused why
so,
she's
I mean,
bringing
define
this
that
back up
so we
on
make sure
redirect.
we all understand
Is
it.
this redirect?
It means you swallowed something down the wrong tube.
Yeah, I guess it
and
would
it's
be.
usually what was in your stomach. So if you vomit, it comes up your swallowing tube or your esophagus, and then in not a
think.
good way, it goes down your breathing tube into your
Yeah,
lungs.
that's the state.
And your lungs don't do very well having acidic material because your stomach has acid in it in your lungs. That's what aspiration
Yeah, they didn't
means.
bring this up previously. I mean,
When
also,
that material
they
gets
might
into
have.
the little air sacs of the lung that are very thin.
There was a few points where we weren't paying that close of attention.
That's true.
So one of the common etiology.
So this guy is saying that he died the same way George Floyd did.
People swallowing things down the wrong tube into their lung.
And how does that relate to his further development of ARDS?
It's very inflammatory. And when I use the word disseminate, what happens
Not sure
is
that that's an
your body's
accurate
immune system
statement.
gets really revved up. It doesn't like having this stuff in one part of your lung, and your immune system and your white cells start to break down. They're trying to fix the problem.
I
but
didn't
they're
watch those
overactive,
trials.
and they start to break
I
down
didn't either.
other areas in the lung, even parts of the lung that
Did
were
Floyd not end up vomiting?
Now, you commented during
Oh, I don't know.
cross-examination that it was important to you or significant that the x-ray showed a change from one lung to both lungs. Why is that important?
I think it helps try to figure out the the cause of.
I think he had a couple
what
different
what was making
people
what
say a
made
couple
McClain
different
sick.
reasons for his
If
cause
it
of
was
death.
More of a if your
Well,
heart
yeah,
thing
he was
is- if
already
it's a
dying.
pure heart thing, and fluid's
nobody
building
knew
back
it.
because your heart's not pumping properly. It's more initially diffuse. It's not in one side more than the other.
That was
So by
what
seeing the
one medical
asymmetry initially on
examiner
the
said, I
X-ray,
believe. Yes.
That to me was more consistent with a likely aspiration that then triggered the ARDS.
So he initially aspirated something down the wrong pipe.
Judge, I object. My understanding of Dr. Moss's testimony is he's giving different causes that could have caused the things that he saw, but he's
Why
already
would-
testified he can't say what caused the cardiac arrest and didn't try to determine that.
Response?
Because I'm not sure what the objection is, Judge. I'm just asking I'm asking Dr. Moss to talk about what was asked on cross about ARDS and the two lungs. So I'm asking him to clarify what he said on cross-examination. I'm not going to the cause of death.
Judge, I never went into aspiration, and Dr. Moss never testified.
About time.
Right,
that there
she
was
didn't- he
actually
didn't.
aspiration that
It's
caused
about
the cardiac
time.
arrest. So this is beyond the scope of cross at this point.
Yeah.
He did ask about ARDS on
Exactly.
cross, Judge, and I'm trying to figure out why ARDS occur and what the relationship is with other things that occurred in this case.
All right,
Still beyond the
court will find
scope.
that the doctor was asked about ARDS on cross-examination. At least based upon what I've heard so far, I didn't know that he had determined specifically what had caused the breakdown, but of the
Oh, that's the breakdown.
lung tissue,
Okay.
But you can ask him that.
What did happen? Why was the breakdown of the lung tissue, Dr. Moss?
Can you be more specific about that?
Well, why do you believe that, based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that Mr. McClain developed ARDS?
Objection, Your Honor. This witness has not been tendered as an expert on this particular area.
He's been tendered as a critical care expert, Judge. I think
In
it falls in.
cardiopulmonology, I think it generally falls within that
This ain't good.
expertise range.
Do you mind asking the question again so I make sure I give the most
This
accurate
ain't
answer?
good.
Sure. And if you haven't thought about this and haven't formed this opinion, please let us know. But can you tell us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty why Mr. McClain developed ARDS?
I think that's a very hard question to answer.
Good. Don't
And
don't
I
answer.
think with the evidence that
He's gonna.
I obtained from caring for him,
There's no
and
way he
reviewing
would
the X-rays,
not.
it is very likely that Mr.
He's
McClain
too
What took
egotistical.
this trial so long to come
event
to?
that caused his
Fair.
ARDS.
Wait. So what did they say it was?
Sorry.
Judge, before Dr. Moss is released, may we approach?
Let's back
No,
that
you're
up for a
good.
second.
That Mr. McClain had an aspiration event that caused
See?
his ARDS.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Yo, how's that helpful
Judge,
for?
before Dr. Moss is released, may we approach briefly?
Yes.
How is that helpful for the state?
I don't understand why they're so upset about that.
Why is the state the one that's bringing that out?
We clearly don't understand something here.
Clearly.
What did you say, expert, though? Oh, I
Why
forgot
did it
my
take-
child's home.
Oh, I hope they're not out front knocking on the door.
They are. I gotta go.
All right. Thanks for coming, McKinley. And
Okay,
we'll see
bye.
you tomorrow, I'm sure, for day 3.
Yeah, for
awesome.
sure. Okay, bye, y'all.
Bye.
Bye.
I don't know the answer to that, expert. I do know that y'all go check out McKinley at Legally Live if you haven't done so yet. Somebody in chat was saying that it took like 2 DAs and it took a long time to get the thing tried in the first place, apparently. I'm not sure how or why. It seems
So, the one DA that was running and what I read was lost on a recount by 1,400 votes.
Okay.
Was one that was being sponsored by outside influences.
Oh.
Very much like, and this case reminds me so much of the Floyd case. It's the same year. And so, see, what I'm going back to is all this stuff is political.
It seems
I'm
that way.
like, it's weird how this is happening. So that's why if it doesn't seem like a very good legal answer, it may not be a very sound legal case to begin with, because who do you blame here? My thing is like,
Well,
what's the deal with the ketamine? Like, who paid for that, right? It's the government did it. Obviously, it was part of a protocol. They were supposed to be trained for it and how to give it and stuff. Were they negligent at any time in their training?
That's the question that I had, right? And it
That's
seemed,
right.
yeah, yeah. Thank you, Rabbit. Yeah, go check out McKinley, y'all. She's awesome. We like her. We'll keep her. The question that I had was exactly that, right? If the dosage of ketamine that was given was inappropriate, then I could see these charges. But we have yet to get to that, and it's going to be. I don't know. The state seems to be proving their innocence in itself.
And
so
I also
far.
think it's funny that the other state that I found that pops up when you talk about ketamine use is Minnesota.
Really?
Yeah, George
That is
Floyd,
interesting.
right? Yeah, it's a weird parallel. It's almost like this was like being shopped,
right?
Which I think is horrible. I think somebody lost their life. If there is,
Why would this case not have gotten more headlines though? Because
the DA didn't win.
Oh,
the
well, but if the
challenger
news
didn't
media
win.
would have gone crazy with it, perhaps they would have. The other case in Minnesota had the toxicology in disfavor of the defense, right? This one, his toxicology is almost perfect. He's got THC in his system, but nobody's ever died from THC, right?
Yeah.
So this case, in my opinion, had if we're going with the media narrative theory with Soros, then this would have been a better case to present as the narrative. In my humble opinion.
So you're saying no drugs in the system,
right?
Well, that's why I think that the DA was being a lot of money was being pumped into that race, and see the Soros person didn't win. What's funny is when I knew nothing about this case yesterday, I type it up, and the first things that come up are political pundit articles, and I was like, well, that's interesting. You don't usually see these in law stuff. And if there's somebody here new, like, I'm sorry, I apologize. My background was in politics before I went to law school. So that's what I'm naturally drawn to. There's something, what are all four corners of the situation here?
There was riots or protests, whatever you want to call them, in Aurora at the time, right? From this, after this?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I thought chat was talking about it yesterday. So maybe
Aurora's a weird place. I mean, that's where the Batman shooting was, and that's also where I think there's a palace, like a Somali or something like that, a foreign person moved in. It went pew-pewing through a grocery store of ethnic descent.
Yeah. Apparently, we didn't give you a good enough intro for McKinley at some point.
Oh. Don't tell anybody, McKinley.
That's funny. Well, I guess we'll put that conversation on hold for now, yeah?
Yeah, I'm sorry I messed everything up.
No, I've got nowhere else to go. That's all. I've got nowhere else to go with it. I don't know enough information about Aurora.
I don't know anything. I'm just speculating.
Same.
Because this whole thing, here's the thing. I didn't know until yesterday that you could even use drugs to subdue a person.
Yeah, chemical constraint is I can't believe that they would do it in this case. Like the fact that this gentleman got chemically constrained is absolutely wild to me. Like
dude, I've spent a lot of time with police and stuff. I've never heard of this happening.
It doesn't seem like it should have. And if that's in their protocol, that's okay. I don't like the protocol. I think that whoever allowed this is needs to change. If this is common practice in the state of Colorado or the city of Aurora, something needs to change about that. It's disgusting. Could you imagine if say this guy was on the spectrum somewhere, right? If he is autistic and you put him in a K-hole for 4 hours, that is literal torture. I've never done ketamine, but I've heard people talk about it and it sounds absolutely fucking terrifying. It sounds absolutely terrifying. It's like you're having, from what I understand, you're having like an out-of-body experience where you can see like from above what's happening. And I can't imagine somebody with like sensory overload issues would deal with that very well at all. It sounds crazy to me that that's what they did in this case, or if that's what they do on normal cases.
Yeah, it's just, man, there's so many other questions too about that. It's like, are paramedics able to diagnose somebody that is delusional?
That's another thing, that the delusional, whatever the fuck the word is, right?
Well, here's what the term, and this was actually one of the cops said this. It's delirium.
Delirium. There you go. There you go.
One of the cops said this, that
excited
during
delirium.
The George Floyd thing was about police delirium. Because what happens is like you're in a confined spot and everything else, and you start to freak out. It's like you feel like you're drowning, type of thing.
Oh yeah.
Delirium happens in hospitals all the time because their setting is so whitewashed, generic that you go crazy in a hospital. That's why things like having windows open, going outside.
They put aquariums in hospitals and dentist office for that reason. So it's something that's better. They put aviaries in nursing homes so that it's better.
Yeah.
Otherwise you just lose your mind.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But excited delirium is just it's a keyword that's used to essentially justify whatever actions police then take. Right. And it's one of those things that it doesn't have like a real definition. There's not like a test that can prove that this individual is experiencing excited delirium. They've been using that term forever. They used to lock women up for it. Oh, she's delirious. She needs to be in the psych ward because her husband didn't want to be married to her anymore.
It's confused with dementia. People will think of it like that, and it's a weird. I don't know. I mean, it's a factual thing. I've seen it, but at the same time, it's
but it's not provable, right? It's not like on this day,
especially like hospital stuff.
It seems like
a lot of people come out of surgery and they're delirious.
Well, delirium.
See, because like think about it, if you're in a room, the lights are weird in hospitals, all that stuff, it's almost like it's hypnotic. It would
Psychosis is different than delirium.
Yeah, but hospital delirium is the thing.
It could be. I don't know one way or another.
Yeah,
but it seems to be used as a subjective term more than anything. A police officer on the streets isn't going to know for sure whether or not somebody is excited delirium or if they're just freaking out. You know what I mean? You can get an adrenaline dump. You can have psychosis. What?
Okay. I don't know. I mean, what's I don't know. All this stuff. Here's our problem: is that you, like how you said, like a police officer on the street. Okay, so those guys are seeing real life stuff. We're seeing stuff on
the TV
these little
screens,
fancy time machines,
right?
And it's all being focused into what we want to watch. So we're seeing all this stuff everywhere hitting us from all over the world. And it's the same subject. So we all feel like, oh man, like how do you not know this? How do you not know that? Cops, there's 1 minute they're getting a cat out of a tree, the next minute they're being shot at.
Right.
So being able to diagnose somebody of a mental condition on the spot correctly is probably impossible. But you know when somebody's messed up. You know,
you can identify somebody as being messed up. That doesn't necessarily know or mean that you know how or why they're messed up. As like Half Irish in chat brings up a good point. Deaf people who don't respond. How do you know they're hearing impaired until it's too late, for example? I've seen cases like that. I've seen when cops go, you know, and they think this guy's ignoring them and being ridiculous, and he's not putting his hands in the air. He's messing around with his hands down by his jacket or whatever. And it goes badly. And I'm not saying all cops are bad. I've never taken that approach, but cops, it seems like cops get this authoritative enforcer role psyche as opposed to a justice and law abiding enforcer, right? Like enforce the law is what they should be doing. And instead they force like morality, and they get this big bad dude complex a lot of times.
But
I mean, we've all seen those cops. I don't know.
I mean, you know,
I don't know.
I mean, there's this.
It seems to be
how many cops
prevalent
in the United States.
It seems to be. There's no way to know. Like and even the test that they would put out.
400,000
Total cops.
I think that's what it is.
That's crazy. That's a lot of cops.
You talk about police and
federal agents and
federal
state
and all that,
agents. Yeah. Game wardens, the whole nine.
400,000. So it's not even 1%.
That's bigger than most countries' militaries.
Yeah, it is.
Like almost
the city of New York is something like 50,000 cops. Yeah, it's crazy, man. That's what we don't realize. But at the same time, we also I don't know. You know, it's what causes people to. Why do we need cops?
Well, we do. Cops are absolutely a necessity.
Oh, they are. But why?
Absolutely.
Why is that? I mean, why can't people just like be cool with each other?
Oh, that's a pipe
know?
dream. That's not something that's realistic. That's fairy
I
tale
agree.
la la land. You're getting tattoos licked down by unicorns at that point. You know what I mean?
I'd like to get licked by a unicorn.
Yeah, me too, buddy. Me too.
It'd be kind of cool. You
All
know
right.
the problem is I would get poked by that damn by accident too, and then I get like some sort of like weird unicorn disease.
Oh, that's funny. All right, let's play this. I'm going to take a bio break if you're okay with it.
Yeah, man, take your bio break and come back. I gotta take the. I gotta go tan.
Okay.
It's,
the second gayest thing I've heard all day today, but all right.
What's the first? The goat peeing on his face.
Do you recall previously?
I'll be right back.
Under oath, while giving testimony.
Don't pee on the goat.
What happened first, the heart or the lungs?
He's
Not
gonna pee
always
on the
possible
goat.
to tell. And your answer was, I would
You know
say
he
in
gets
this
mad at the
situation,
thing.
no. Whether that's a primary heart thing or a lung-related thing that led to the heart dysfunction, I don't think you can assess that based on how he presented to the hospital.
I'm gonna check. I think this is improper.
That'd be cool, food fairy.
Outside the scope, we should allow that.
Sustained.
So let me try to.
The court sustained the objection.
Let me re-ask the question, Dr. Moss. Did you previously testify that you were unable to determine
Lord
whether the
Bynum,
cardiac
that's
arrest
that's
was
crazy,
caused
right?
by a lung issue or whether the lung
But
issue
it does happen.
arrest?
Objection. It's
In counsel, the court will re-sustain the objection.
Dr. Moss, let me ask you about what you just testified to. Do I understand you said ARDS you believe could have been caused by, or most likely was caused by an aspiration event? But you are not saying that that is what caused the cardiac arrest.
I think what you guys are trying to do is to split up something into individual one-line answers that connect point A to point B in a very linear way. And it's more complex than that. I wish it wasn't. So you have a very complex situation when someone's this sick, and you're trying to say, did point A lead to point B to lead to point C? And to be in reality, there are multiple points leading to multiple different, there's 7 A's and 7 B's or whatever. And you're trying to say one line and what connects them. And it's complicated. And if you're asking me the question, you know, what caused the ARDS? Could it be one thing or another thing? There's no definitive test to that. You're asking my opinion. So when you said, you know, can you differentiate the heart lung stuff? The answer is no, I can't. If you're going to ask me to render my opinion of what I think is most likely, I can give you an opinion of that. Doesn't mean it's what 100% happened. Okay.
Thank you. That answers my question, Dr. Moss. Thank you.
That takes care of it, Your Honor. Thanks.
May the witness speak, Steve.
That's Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused. Next witness for the people.
Thank you, Your Honor. People's next witness is Ron Ryan.
Please be seated and tell us your name. Spell your last.
My name is Ron Ryan, R-Y-A-N.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please explain to the jury what it is that you do?
I am a criminal investigator for the Colorado Attorney General's Office.
And investigator, can I ask you to move that microphone a little bit closer to yourself there? I don't think it was picking up super well. Can you tell the jury a little bit about your career before coming to the AG's office?
Before working for the Attorney General's Office, I worked for the Inspector General's Office for DOC as well. And prior to that, I worked for the Pitkin County Sheriff's Office.
Now, have you been working on the Elijah McClain related cases?
I have.
As an investigator participating in those investigations, did you have an opportunity to go to the location where Elijah McClain was killed?
I did.
Can you describe to the jury sort of generally what that area is like?
The area where the incident occurred is in the city of Aurora, in Adams County, here in the state of Colorado, of course. And I-225 runs north and south, and I-70 Business Loop or Colfax runs east and west. So near that intersection is a street called Billings Street, and Billings Street is where the incident occurred.
As you're explaining the area to the jury, would it assist you in providing your testimony to show them some maps and other depictions of that area?
It would.
Could we show to the witness, please, what has previously been marked as Exhibit 300? An investigator, can you just describe generally what that is?
This is a general overview aerial shot showing the location that I was speaking about, as well as the APD Substation 2 and UC Health.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the general area where the events related to this case took place?
It is.
I'd move for admission of Exhibit 300.
Questions or objections? 300 is admitted.
Permission to publish to the jury.
May.
Now, do you have a pointer up there, investigator? I've got one here if you don't.
I do not.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
May. Maybe you can find mine. It seems to be missing.
Investigator, can you please use that pointer and show the jury the different important areas that we're talking about?
So originally, the location I was describing, the incident, is identified on this map. Right here where that black X is. And this is 225 and Colfax here. And then the UC Health area over here, and then APD Substation 2 down here.
Okay. We've also heard some discussion about the Shell station where Elijah McClain was buying iced tea. Where's that on this map?
The Shell station is right at that intersection of, I think our batteries are dying here. On the X in that upper right corner, down at that intersection, Colfax and 225, it's very close to that corner right there. So it's right in here.
Sort of where that, a little bit west of where that McDonald's is on the pin there?
Exactly.
Is your understanding that Mr. McClain lived a couple blocks north of what's marked as the X location of contact?
That's correct.
Now, could we take that down and please show just to the witness Exhibit 301? Investigator, can you describe generally what Exhibit 301 is?
It's not on the screen right now. Okay. 301 contains 3 different images. The first one is an aerial view, but a little bit closer of what we were just discussing. And then 2 other photos on the right.
Okay. And the bottom right photo, is that still from the surveillance footage from the Shell station?
It is.
And the top photo, is that a photo that's taken from out front of the apartment building where Mr. McClain was contacted?
Yes, it is.
Do you recognize those locations, both from having seen the photos and having been in both of them yourself?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict those locations?
They do.
In terms of the map,
Seafooders, they don't care. They do. It's all for the money. Afterwards, they'll get together and have drinks together and laugh about it.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
I would agree with
Sorry,
that.
look,
They're all
I just had a
in
couple
vain.
questions on that, what you're looking at. Did you take those photos?
You weren't red earlier,
Okay.
were you?
But there are photos that are in discovery.
Red?
Okay. Judge,
Yeah,
subject
were
to
you
further
wearing a red
foundation
shirt?
from future witnesses.
Yeah.
I assume that's coming, but I don't object.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, man, I'm losing it. I was about to say, you look like you're getting ready to go do a test run on the sleigh tonight. Make sure it's ready for
I didn't quite
Christmas.
understand.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said, subject to the future witnesses who relate the foundation of those photos, assuming that's coming, I don't object. People like believe that that is moving together, so I don't object them seeing one.
All right, Mr. Slaughter?
And to clarify, the surveillance footage is already in evidence through Ms. Allock, but the top photo was taken by Amanda Kelsey,
Yeah,
the
no,
crime
I've
scene
been-
investigator,
I've been
who,
wearing
due to
this
scheduling
in
conflicts,
future-
hasn't
hold
testified
on,
yet,
buddy.
but she will
Hold
introduce
on.
this exact photo. And I actually don't think that's necessary for admission of this exhibit.
Very,
because you've already identified that as a fair and accurate depiction of the location. But we will get this exact photo into evidence in a few days.
Whatever that
Okay,
word is.
would
I think
you
I've
like
got
me to conditionally
delirium.
admit?
Maybe that's quite possible.
Hey, listen, I got to take my wife out.
I appreciate you being here, buddy.
All right.
And
Man, thank you so much for having me.
Admit 301.
And
Always.
I can get her back. We'll
Let's
we'll
publish
come back and hang
301
out with you.
to
Okay.
jury.
Cool. If I'm
And
still going, you're more
investigator,
than welcome.
could you first? let's
She,
focus on one side on there. Can you walk the
She's
jury
doing
through
really
what
well being housebroken, so I got to make sure she goes
This
out.
is a
Doesn't
closer
have
view
another
of
accident
that
inside.
same corner.
Don't
we
wanna-
talked
don't
about
wanna ruin
225
progress.
And Colfax.
I
which
know,
is
I know.
right here and
Love
right
you
here.
guys. Thank you
And
so
this is
much.
the Shell station we were talking about.
Well, buddy,
And
thanks
this
for
is
being
Billings
here.
Street going up.
The expert, y'all. Go check him out on
Now that
YouTube.
yellow box
He's
that's
a good
labeled
buddy
the
of mine,
location of
and
contact, how does that
he-
relate to that photo in the top right?
He's a great content creator.
The yellow box is at that same location.
We have
but
a lot of
obviously
fun
not
over
from aerial
there.
view. The photograph is taken in the direction of east in that upper right photo.
And so does that upper right photo depict the grassy area where Mr.
There we
McClain
go.
was contacted, restrained, and where all these events took place?
Yes, it does.
And then is the general area of his home also marked on that map?
It is.
How about that distance that's listed as 0.4 miles? How is that calculated?
That's funny.
That distance was calculated using Google Earth Pro for the measurement.
And is that the approximate distance between Mr. McClain's house and that gas station that he bought the iced tea at?
It is.
You can take that down. No, actually, sorry, could you put it back up again? Investigator, you mentioned that you've been to the area. Can you just describe to the jury what this sort of grassy area in front of the apartment complex is like?
As you can see in the photo,
I
there's landscaping there that
read
has
it.
the
I
grassy
caught it.
area, and then there's some
Got it.
rock area as well that just kind of weave into each other there. That is just if you're walking north or
And
up
to
on
add to
Billings
that
Street,
conversation,
that would be to your right.
I couldn't
and you
imagine
can see
going
the
into
white
law enforcement today.
traffic
That
lane
seems like a
delineator there as well, showing
terrible
the
life
proximity of it
choice.
to the street.
Is it a very big area? Grassy area?
No, it's not.
All right, we can take that down. Thank you. Thanks for the lights, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
Almost a no-win situation anymore.
Now, investigator, you also spent a significant amount of time reviewing the BWC or camera footage in this case.
I have.
And looking at that footage and then looking at the timestamps that are in red in the upper left corner, is there a discrepancy between events happening and having different timestamps on different videos?
There are. They're not all consistent.
Okay. Did you review the different cameras then to put together a table summarizing the differences in the timestamps between the videos?
I did.
Could we show just to the witness, please, what's been previously marked as People's 123?
Thank you, Rabbit. Yes.
And can you tell the jury just briefly what that is?
I'll follow the
So
I'll
this is
follow
graph
expert
read describing
everywhere.
exactly what we were talking about. It lists
awesome.
on the left side the body worn camera officer who had it, and the exhibit numbers in the middle. And then on the right is kind of the translation of, to find the same spot in time on each of those cameras, how many seconds you would have to add or subtract to find it on the other body worn cameras.
And Your Honor, if I may approach the court, I think the version of this that we provided the court earlier had the wrong exhibit numbers on it, and this one is corrected.
Okay.
Is this table a fair and accurate summary of the information you gathered from the many hours of body worn camera footage review that you did?
It is.
I would move for admission of 123.
No objection.
Same, Your Honor.
123 will be admitted.
Let's publish that to the jury as well. And starting on the left, the column that's labeled BWC and then has a bunch of names underneath it. Can you explain to the jury what information is in there?
So as I was saying, those are the officer names for the person whose body worn camera it is. And each one is listed with the timing to allow the viewer to look at one compared to the other to find that exact same spot in time. So if we look at Woodyard, which was used as
We'll see
kind of
when you
the
get back, bud.
baseline, he's at 0 seconds for his body worn camera.
Or
And if I want to
man.
look at Rosenblatt's camera and
think
see
you're a girl,
in
aren't
those
you?
videos side by
female.
side as they're occurring at the same time, I would need to adjust Rosenblatt's by 41 seconds so that they were showing the same thing.
So am I understanding this correctly, that if you wanted to see the exact same event happening on Mr. Woodyard's camera and on Mr. Rosenblatt's camera, if you saw it on Woodyard's camera, the 0 second, you would then just add 41 seconds and you could find that same event on Mr. Rosenblatt's camera?
That's correct.
That wouldn't surprise me at all.
And then that middle column, the exhibit
be
numbers,
honest
are
with
those
you.
the exhibit numbers related to each of the videos in this case so the jury can find those?
That's correct.
I'd like to talk now about physical evidence in this case. During the course of this investigation, did your office obtain the items of clothing that Mr. McClain was wearing?
See, I thought so. I knew I messed up.
Were those kept until recently in an evidence locker at the office?
Yes.
Can you just describe in general what the process of keeping track of that evidence looks like to the jury?
Anytime we collect an item of evidence, the first thing that we do is, of course, document that we've seen it and identified as evidence. We collect it, and then we package it in a way that protects that evidence and creates kind of a chain of showing that evidence has been protected. We then put it into a secure location called the evidence vault, where it is kept protected, and very few people actually have access to the evidence vault.
Now, when somebody is accessing that evidence, opening it up or looking at it, is that something that gets documented in a log somewhere?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Is that a pretty standard practice across law enforcement agencies across the state?
To document that? Yeah, absolutely.
Is it your understanding that the Aurora Police Department followed a similar logging system to keep track of its evidence?
Yes.
I'd like to talk specifically about the brown jacket that Elijah McClain was wearing on that night. What's your understanding of how that was initially collected by the Aurora Police Department?
The brown jacket was transported to the hospital along with Elijah McClain. And at the hospital, it was collected by an Aurora police officer who then transferred it to a crime scene investigator for Aurora who submitted it.
Forgot to grab something to drink.
Was a similar process followed for
Give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back.
Was that logged into evidence and put into a bag of some kind by the Aurora Police Department?
Yes.
At some point in time, did the Aurora Police Department release Mr. McClain's effects back to his mother, Shanine?
Yes, they did.
Did she provide them then to someone at your office?
Yes.
When your office received those, were they in some sort of bag or container?
Yes. When the jacket and the other clothing?
Yes.
When they were received, they were still within their
Told you.
Aurora Police Department evidence packaging.
Were those logged into the evidence locker then with your office?
They were.
What's been previously marked as Exhibit 63 in this case is the jacket. Is that the jacket that you received in the course of this investigation?
It is.
Have you taken a look at the body-worn camera and the photos of Mr. McClain that night to see if it appears to be the same jacket?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same jacket?
It does.
All right, move for admission of People's Exhibit 63.
Questions or objections?
Just
Why are we introducing the jacket into evidence? This lady kills me, y'all.
Investigator Ryan, I just had a couple questions. So with respect, I know we're talking about the jacket, but I heard you say and other items. What items were all retrieved from Ms. McClain?
Hey, Jenny B.
I was just trying to save having to come back up on each one.
All right. Sounds like, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Answer.
Yeah.
Good to see you, babe.
There were clothing items and personal items that were provided. They included the jacket, shirt, sweatpants, shoes, and a wallet and comb.
Okay. And were all of those items still within, to your knowledge, the same packaging like you described with the coat, that was still in the Aurora Police Department packaging?
All in packaging, not the same packaging, but mostly individual packaging in Aurora Police Department sealed evidence bags.
Thank you for clarifying that. Do you know how long those items have been out of police custody? So in other words, when they were released to Ms. McClain?
Yeah, they were released by the Aurora Police Department in 2020. And I believe it was, I would have to look to double check, but I think it was about 9 months before they were transferred to the Attorney General's office.
wardrobe.
So then probably sometime in 2020 and then 9 months later, you retrieved them or somebody similar to you retrieved them and returned them to the Attorney General's office?
Actually,
This is in Colorado. It feels like it's in Amish country.
before they released
the
them
dresses.
to Elijah McClain's mother, and that was in 2020. That clothing then was transferred to us at the Attorney General's office this year in 2023.
Okay. So from 2020 to 2023, they were with Ms. McClain and then they came to the Attorney General's office
That's correct.
for those specific items you just delineated?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's the only questions I had as to what year on those items.
On behalf of Mr. Cichuniec.
No pleasure, Your Honor.
All right. I lost track of the number.
63 to start with, Your Honor.
63. All right. The court subject to the foundation will admit 63.
And let's publish 63 to the jury.
What evidentiary purpose could they have with this jacket? I don't understand.
Can you do it like 45 degrees so that we can kind of see a little bit too?
We put it a little further back here. Yeah, because I can't see it.
Put it over here too.
It's fine.
Investigator,
there
while
you
we're
go.
setting that up,
Right in front of the camera.
I mean, it's very obvious that
Perfect,
there's a
ladies.
ton of cuts and rips in the clothing. Do you have
Perfect.
an understanding as to why the jacket has been cut up like that?
That was due to the rescue efforts in removing the clothes from the medical responders by cutting the suit.
In your experience in law enforcement, is that something that typically happens in hospitals where they need to quickly get access to somebody to just cut the clothes right off them?
It is.
Now, this jacket, when you were examining it and preparing for today, can you tell the jury first just a little bit about the jacket? Is this like a really heavy coat, or what kind of style coat is it?
It's not a really heavy coat, as you can see, because it is cut up so much. There's not a whole lot of stuffing or filling it all in there. So it's a thinner jacket, pretty standard, I guess, lightweight jacket.
Oh, good.
When you were examining the
They added
jacket,
the extra camera. That's
were there
not
any
on.
visible substances on the jacket?
There are, yes.
Can you tell the jury about what some of those are?
So there are some red stains, and those red stains are consistent on a number of items of clothing that look like it's vomitous.
Now, you mentioned as well that Mr. McClain's shirt, pants, and shoes, which are respectively exhibits 66, 64, and 67, also traveled through that same evidentiary path. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'd move for admission of exhibit 66, 64, and 67.
All right. 64, 66, and 67 may be admitted.
And let's publish those to the jury as well, please.
Can we get that one in the camera shot too? Nice. That's exactly where I was hoping you were going to put it, lady. That's exactly where I was hoping it was going to go. Completely block the podium. Oh my God, y'all. Oh, they changed their mind.
Investigator, while we're getting the other clothing here to a place that the jury can see it, could you please hold up Mr. McClain's shoes and describe those a little bit to the jury?
The shoes have been placed in this plastic box just to make it easier to be able to view them. But they're
There you
the type
go.
of shoe that has
That's
the
much
individual
better.
toes, like a glove, so that each toe goes into there.
I think they're doing it on
Thank you.
purpose.
I've got Mr. McClain's shirt here as well, and then we can see his pants down there in front of the court reporter. Do these appear also to have been cut off, Mr. McClain?
Yes, they do.
Did you examine these as well to see if that same red substance was on these items of clothing as well?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that? Is it present?
I'm sorry, what was?
Is that same red substance on these items of clothing as well?
Yes, the same substances, and on the pants there also appears to be another material, probably feces.
Now, in addition to these items of clothing that were collected from the hospital, is it your understanding that Mr. McClain's mask and earbuds were collected from the area where he encountered the police officers that we saw on the map earlier?
Yes.
In addition to the steps that we were outlining before of going into APD evidence and then being received by Mrs. McClain, did those two pieces of evidence, the mask and the earbuds, go through one additional step before coming to your office?
They did.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about what that was?
So that additional step is the Attorney General's office received the mask and the earbuds from another source directly, and they were obtained sooner than the other items of clothing.
Okay. And that other source, did you understand that to be an attorney for the family?
That's correct.
You mentioned that those were received earlier than the other items of clothing that we're talking about here. Would those have been received back in 2021?
Yes, they would have.
Okay. And since then, have they resided inside of your office's evidence vault?
Yes, since that time.
Have you taken a look at both the mask and the earbuds and compared those to both prior photos and to the videos of the incident that
I
depict
really
those same
don't
items?
understand.
I have.
Do they appear to be the same items?
Yes, they do.
In particular, the mask. Is there material in the mask that appears to be consistent with what you see on the video and the photos of it?
Yes, there does.
The mask makes
the material
a
is
little bit of
consistent with
sense.
the material that I also
Please.
see on the items of clothing.
And are you talking about that red MSS?
Yes.
I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 2 and 53, respectively, the mask and headphones.
All right, questions or objections to 2 or 53?
The headphones even would make a little bit of sense. I don't understand why
Certainly.
they have his shoes and pants and the like.
Let me try and stay on the trail for those two items. I know it's a little different. Items went from Aurora Police Department to Ms. McClain to the family attorney, came back to the AG, and came back to the AG earlier than other items. Is that correct? Is that the trail?
That's correct. Yes.
No further questions and no objections.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 2 and 53 may be admitted.
Let's publish both of those to the witness. Investigator, could you start with Exhibit 53, the headphones there, and hold those up for the jury to see and describe what style of headphones those are?
These are white, like earbuds or in the ear type of headphone, and they're a wireless type, but there is a wire that connects from one earbud to the other, but then is wirelessly connected to whatever the source of audio that there may be.
Okay, so is that the kind where you got a bud in each ear and there's a wire that?
I'm not sure how this is relevant to the paramedics.
And what color are those?
They're
or EMT or whatever they are.
Now, could you hold up Exhibit 2, the mask for the jury, please? And describe a little bit first, just the sort of style and material that is.
So it's like a fleece-like material, but thinner in the front for like breathability, comfort, whatever it is. And it has, maybe difficult to see from where you're seated, but it has the red material that is inside that front part, like where the nose and the mouth would be.
Is that red emesis visible on the exterior of the mask at where the mouth would be?
It is.
And if you tilt it to look inside the mask, can you see that material inside the mask as well?
You can see a lot more of the material, a lot brighter red, but I do not believe the jury's going to be able to see it
at that distance,
holding it like this.
Thank you, investigator. I had one more question I wanted to ask you about that mask, but now I can't think of where it was.
Could it have been?
Oh, I remember. The red material that you described in there, does it appear to have some chunkier bits to it?
Yes, it does. There's some material along with the red color, whatever that is.
I know it's 4 years out now from when that mask initially was obtained. So is it all dried out?
It's very dry and kind of flaking, yes.
That's all I have for you, investigator. Thank you.
Gross.
We take down the exhibits. Oh, if you want to ask about them, that's fine.
That was gross.
Investigator, I just had a few follow-up questions. You said you used Google Earth to document those maps. Was that this is perhaps silly, but was that the 2022, 2023, or 2019 version?
Of Google Map, that would be the 2022 and 2023.
Okay, so you didn't do that historical that I've never been able to figure out, but you didn't use the historical function. I've never been able to figure it out, but I didn't know.
Not for measuring.
Okay. Okay. And then we're not scientists, but when you look at all of the items of physical evidence, when
Agreed.
you see
The
red
mask, I
on
get
it,
the shirt, the
we're
pants, the
assuming
jacket,
that's
the
consistent with what's been
shoes.
reported as red vomit.
It seems redundant and unnecessary.
That's correct.
Okay, and it's
Mask
consistent between all the items
And
of physical
the
evidence.
earbuds,
that
I
we see
totally
on.
get why those would be
The items of
relevant.
clothing that I can see it, yes.
Nothing else.
And what you're saying about that mask is it appears to be most concentrated inside the mask, much heavier than the outside of the mask.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yeah, that's
But we're
just
not
how
going
it
to open it
works.
or do anything with it, so you
If
have
you're
to
wearing a
manipulate
mask
the
and
box up
something
close to
comes
see
out of
it.
your mouth, it's got nowhere else to go.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to ask if that was consistent. So when the jurors have it, they can do that if they choose to. Okay. I don't have any further questions for you. Thank you.
Just wanted to, Your Honor.
Okay.
Investigator, with respect to Exhibit 123, which lists how much time you have to add or subtract from any given camera to match up with one.
Yes.
Did you ever get any explanation from Aurora as to why those cameras are so far off, why they're not synced?
No.
That's the only question I have. Thank you.
Redirect. The witness may be excused.
So he doesn't really have much to go on for redirect. Feel bad for whoever's got to carry the chunky one. Gross. Yeah, I totally get it, but it's the mask makes sense. The other stuff just doesn't. If anything, it shows that they took steps to try to help him, which would again hurt the state's case. But yeah, the mask blocking the airway and the headphones making it so he couldn't hear. Totally get it. Who's our next witness? Shit, wrong one.
Be seated, and if you could tell us your name and spell your last name for the court reporter once again.
My name is David Buther. It's Beuther.
And I just want to let the jurors know for your edification, the witness that's on the stand, Dr. Buthers, will likely going to take quite a while. So we're going to try to find a place to break at about 10 or 15 after 3 o'clock. All right, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Buther.
Good afternoon.
Could we start with you telling the jury what you do for a living?
So I'm a physician, and I practice medicine in a specialty called pulmonary and critical care medicine. Pulmonary medicine being the study of lungs and lung disease, and the critical care medicine is really everything that has to do with being really, really sick. So people in the intensive care unit with heart and lung, kidney, brain, we're primary care physicians for the sickest of the sick people. So very different jobs in terms of what I get to do every day. But we get involved primarily in very serious illness as well as lung disease that might be short-term problems or chronic disease.
And where do you do this important work?
I work at National Jewish Health here in Denver.
And can you tell us a little bit about all your duties at the hospital?
A lot. Well, I'm involved in the leadership team there and help to run that wonderful place, developing processes and improving quality at the organization. Do a lot of work there to help all of my colleagues, whether they're lung doctors or cardiologists or GI doctors there, help them do a better job so that we can continue to do great things for our patients. And my work at the hospital itself there is primarily an outpatient or clinic type environment. It's a hospital-based clinic with all these wonderful specialists. And I see patients from all over the Denver metro area and a little bit farther away. But then I also have, part of my practice is people will come from all over the country or sometimes all over the world with very difficult or unusual problems where they've seen many, many doctors. And then it's our job to try to look back at a lot of events that have occurred, a lot of medical records, sometimes suitcases full of medical records, and try to piece together, why has somebody been coughing for 25 years or why do they keep getting sick? So it's a very special place that we get the privilege to be able to do that. But it also kind of lends itself to being kind of experts at trying to solve difficult to solve cases. And that's the outpatient world. Those of us in the pulmonary and critical care group there also can go to.
So the cop that actually placed him in a chokehold,
places that at big hospitals where people are admitted as an inpatient.
The cop that actually placed him in a chokehold is Officer Woodyard, Nathan Woodyard. He was just returned to duty 2 days ago. I'm trying to find the guilty guy, but one of the officers, the one that actually placed him in a chokehold, was found, was put back on the force 2 days ago. Jason Rosenblatt detained McClain in 2018 for practice Ketamine, 2 charges. Rosenblatt was acquitted. So the officer that was found guilty was Rodemo. You know what? We'll get into that later. I've got it pulled up. We'll figure out that information before we leave tonight.
And we help to take care of people in the hospital in that critical care capacity as well. So it's a very broad group. I've done research, I've done administrative and leadership work, and of course, taking care of patients continues to be one of the best parts of what I get to do.
And how long have you been doing this?
I joined the faculty in 2005, so that's getting closer to 20 years than I want to admit. I actually came out here to finish my training in 2002, so I've really actually been at National Jewish now for about 20 years, but on faculty for 18.
And have you been doing pulmonary care and critical care that entire time?
I've been doing pulmonary care that entire time. Critical care, I haven't been doing as much in the last 5 years because I've had to, there's only so many hours in a day. So I've cut back on that.
Tell us about your patients you see as a pulmonologist.
Yeah, so
he has not been sentenced. Sentencing is set for January 5th.
It's a narrower group of things to know. There's so much in medicine to know. It's really hard to be a good primary care physician.
He was found guilty of
just so much.
criminally negligent homicide and third-degree assault.
But unlike some specialties, we still deal with all sorts of different kinds of problems. And so it's still very broad and almost takes that primary care feel, which I like.
Look at you, not Obama.
You could have infections in the lung, like pneumonia.
One step ahead of me.
You can have cancer in the lung.
Making me look bad.
Degenerative type conditions like emphysema or environmental.
You figured it out.
Disease.
Read it from you.
Autoimmune disease affects the lung, so I'll see patients with rheumatoid arthritis, and it affects their lung. And so there's just all sorts of different types of the lung. Kind of sees it all, and that's what has got me in there. So my outpatient practice, I have a particular focus and expertise in severe and complicated asthma, and this is where I've done some research and publishing, and this is where people truly do come from all over the country to see me. Is some of those sorts of issues, chronic cough, difficult asthma, keep getting sick, or recurring bronchitis. And so I
doesn't sound like an arrogant.
And that's what's interesting about medicine too. It's become so complicated that we at National Jewish have general pulmonologists like me that kind of see everything, but then there are probably only a handful of people in my group that I really want you to see if you have really complicated asthma. It's me or a few of my friends. Or if you have a scarring lung disease, I have a whole group of lung doctors that that's all they do. And this is how medicine's changed in the last couple of decades, when it used to be, primary care physician did everything and knew everything. But now we have so many of these chronic diseases, and they're so complex that we're all kind of finding increasing narrow areas of specialty.
Tell us about your work you did do in critical care.
So in critical care, our training, first of all, is very, very broad. And one of the reasons I left the great state of Michigan to come out to Colorado for training is that here we saw everything. So we spent time in trauma ICUs. So an intensive care unit in the city just takes care of people with brain injuries. So even though I'm a lung doctor in that critical care role, all I did for the time that I was there was to take care of people that had brain injuries, that they were skiing and they hit a tree, or they had a bad stroke or something. I've even worked with broad groups of other physicians. So in more of a surgical intensive care unit, the training involves kind of surgery and what you do to take care of surgical patients, working with surgeons and helping to take care of their patients and their problems. I remember even I was asked to train surgical residents in how to do surgical procedures in the intensive care unit. So there's a lot of this overlap. We work with anesthesiologists a lot, that put you to sleep, because we oftentimes are doing that in the intensive care unit. Even training from my critical care nursing colleagues, paramedics, and EMS, training us how to take care of patients across the continuum. So it's very broad. One of the things that we do both in the intensive care unit and also in the clinic is a procedure called bronchoscopy, where we go down into the lungs with a flexible weighted tube and under sedation. And so one big part of what I've done in my career is hundreds and hundreds of procedures where we use medications to put you to sleep.
And I'm going to pause you there.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you ever treat agitated patients either in your clinic or when you were a physician in critical care?
So the agitated patient in the clinic is usually, a customer who's upset. So we don't see so much the agitation where they might be a harm to themselves or others in the clinic, but we do see that all of the time in the intensive care unit in the inpatient setting. First of all, we see people that come into the intensive care unit, the main reason that they're there could be a drug overdose or some change in their brain function or alcohol withdrawal, for instance, and they can become very agitated or even hit people, staff and things, or be a harm to themselves, where we have to keep them safe. We also go down to the emergency department to see patients in that situation. But then also in the hospital, it's not unusual for people to get confused for a lot of different reasons. And so sometimes the agitation starts in the hospital, and in that context, we oftentimes see them. And there are even some neurologic diseases. I can tell you, I've been punched in the face by a patient in the emergency department who had a very unusual neurologic condition. And thankfully, we had a lot of people there to help keep them from hurting themselves or others.
Let me ask you this. Is there one fits-all definition of what an agitated patient is?
No, not in my experience. I think there are, like a lot of things, it's subjective, and agitation could be that you as an attorney are upset that I'm not answering your question quite the way you want, or it could be that you're completely without any rational behavior and flailing out and trying to harm others or harm yourself, or may not even be aware of what you're doing. So there can be very severe agitation, there can be milder agitation, and I think we don't have good, at least in medicine, we don't have good definitions for what agitation is or isn't, and what severe agitation is versus mild. So it's a judgment.
Now, I want to go and ask about, as far as your duties, do you perform any procedures that require moderate or deep sedation as part of your duties?
Yes, so a lot of procedures require some sedation because they're uncomfortable. One of the most common things we do in the intensive care unit is
I
put
just
tubes
realized,
into the great
MG
blood vessels
Law,
in your body to help keep you alive.
I intended to send you the link and
Dialysis
never
catheter
did.
into the heart.
I'm an asshole.
Sometimes we have to put
My
a thing
bad,
called a
bro.
chest tube in to
There it
re-expand
is.
your lung. It's a
Well,
giant
welcome,
garden hose
Tom.
tube that needs to go between your ribs into your chest. And so we do these bedside surgical procedures, and some of them are not very nice. And sometimes that involves what we call anxiolysis, or just a medicine to reduce your anxiety. So you're probably familiar with people that they might take a pill before they get in an airplane because they're afraid to fly, just to take the edge off. But what we more often do is something called conscious sedation, where you're awake and you're breathing, but I'm giving you enough medicine that you're actually less aware but still responsive and breathing on your own. And we do that for procedures in the intensive care unit. We also do that for these outpatient procedures, like when I do the bronchoscopy, or if you go to see a stomach doctor and they put a scope down in, they'll give you either conscious sedation, which is where you're less aware but you're breathing on your own, or something more commonly they use deep sedation, which is a deeper state of sleep. You're not under general anesthesia yet, but there you're not quite breathing on your own. And for those procedures, we have individuals whose entire job it is to make sure that you're breathing okay, that you're safe when we do that.
And we'll talk more about that in a little bit. Have you actually ever been on a part of a committee that was in charge of monitoring and evaluating the safety and complications of procedures at National Jewish Hospital?
Anesthesiologists are also
for
some
many
of the
years, I want
highest
to
paid
say,
people in the hospital.
something like
FYI.
2007 to 2011, or it was about 5 or 6 years, but probably 5 or 10 years ago. I was on this committee called the Diagnostic and Therapeutic Committee. All hospitals are required to have specific types of committees to look over quality and safety. And so part of a regulatory body, the commission, it requires we have these committees, and I was the chair of this committee at National Jewish. And at the very least, what we would do is every 3 months, we would review every single procedure and whether there were complications. And of course, complications happen, so we review them. And the goal of that committee was to understand where maybe there were opportunities to improve, where maybe there were mistakes that we could try to prevent, or were these complications kind of within the normal range of what we might expect. And so that was throughout the institution, not just lung procedures like bronchoscopy, but our cardiologists do procedures and our GI doctors do procedures, and we would review that. And I've also been on our medical executive committee, which is kind of like the medical staff group that is above that, and still am and have been for many years, looking at quality and safety at the organization.
I'm going to pivot, and I'm going to ask you about, do you do any teaching of other physicians as part of your duties at National Jewish Hospital?
So one thing that's a little bit unique about National Jewish is that it's an academic institution, but it's not university or degree granting institution. So much of the activity could look like it's not an academic institution. And so there are pockets of areas where traditionally we have trainees coming through, but that's not part of my role. But one thing that is really neat is we have one of the largest professional continuing medical education programs in the country, and I've been very active in that. And what that means is that we get to go locally and around the country to train other physicians who are already out in practice to help improve their knowledge and understanding in practice, particularly in my role, it would be in terms of lung disease. So we don't have the young ones that are just coming up through training, but we're actually training people out in practice, nurses, physicians, and other healthcare professionals.
And we haven't really talked about your educational background yet. Could you kind of lead us through that and tell us how you got to be where you are education-wise?
Sure. I didn't come to medicine from the beginning. I don't have any doctors in my family, but I was actually a chemical engineer at the University of Michigan and got a bachelor's degree in that. And for some reason that still people I don't understand, I decided to go into medicine late in that training. And
this guy's so much more likable than the last
to medical school at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. And then, like a good Michigan person, I didn't want to leave. So I stayed for another 3 years after that 4 years of medical training to do an internal medicine residency. And that's where you are then a specialist in complex medical conditions of adults, but it's still very general. I wanted to further specialize in pulmonary and critical care medicine, so then I went on to an additional 3 years of training in pulmonary and critical care, and these crazy people in Denver took me, and I moved out here.
These
and
crazy people in Denver.
did that training, and fell in love with it here and stayed here, so I've been here ever since. Now, we also go through continuing training.
He's as modest as the last guy was arrogant.
But also in my training, just completed in 2019 as a PhD, and that's in something that's maybe less relevant to our discussion today, but it's in health informatics, which is how we use data to help better take care of patients and do research. And so I worked on that as a kind of a side thing for many years and finally completed that in 2019.
So you have to
You're
have
an MD and a
continuing medical
PhD.
education in order to maintain your board certification.
Yeah, it is required. I have 4 board certifications, general internal medicine, pulmonary medicine, critical care medicine, and then this informatics stuff that I mentioned. And all of them require you to continually learn, to continually demonstrate your competency. Some people's worst nightmare. I have to always be taking tests to show people that I not only know what I'm doing, but that when evidence changes and medicine changes, that I change. And that used to be a test every 10 years, a huge test every 10 years. But now there is an option where every 3 months you're doing kind of a smaller examination, and then you're required to do a certain number of hours of education, which could be attending a conference. It could be watching an online lecture. At my institution, sometimes many of my colleagues who are smarter than me at something, I go and listen to them and learn from them. And we keep track of that and then report that out. So that's required for our licensure in the state of Colorado, but it's also required to maintain this board certification.
I'm going to pivot again and ask you about your research in writing peer review articles. Can you tell the jury a little bit about that?
Sure. So research is not my primary mission in life right now. I don't spend a majority of my time doing it. I spend a majority of my time taking care of patients. But research has been a part of my career and still is. Early on, I was doing research in asthma, and that involved some studies of really kind of how asthma works and why it happens, and some studies in athletes and exercise-induced asthma. And then more recently, it's been related to this data and informatics. So my work has been focused on how we can identify certain types of asthma patients who might be in trouble, but people don't know they're in trouble. But I can tell from the systems that they're in trouble, and how do we flag those people and bring them in and help take care of them before they get worse. The other thing I've been very involved in is a global program to improve identification of asthma that's not well controlled. So we have this questionnaire that assesses your asthma control. We've gone on and developed a better one and a set of tools to help doctors who don't know much about asthma do a better job taking care of asthma. We're trying to improve the healthcare delivery of asthma through better tools, and we've been publishing a lot.
We
in
get
that.
it.
Asthma, I'm sorry,
You're awesome.
science is a team sport now. It's not like one person doing it all. I'm part of this big team of doctors and nurses.
Every old man wants you to marry their daughter. We get
Thank
it.
you. I'm going to have you pause for just a moment. Judge, you let me know when you want to take a break, and I can take a break.
I said quarter after.
You did. So that's why I'm asking.
Because it's
We're going to take our break. Folks, once again, no former express any opinions or discuss the case. Do no independent research, avoid any press coverage. See you back in roughly.
Ooh. For some reason, one of these cameras pops on for a second. Not sure why. It's probably nothing, probably an accident, but let's just double check. Come on. All right, a little ridiculous. Work. One gig fiber, y'all. 1 gig fiber. There's no reason for this, right? Yeah. No sound. Well, she's talking to the judge, though. Why is there no sound? Or she's at the podium, at least. What the hell is happening? What do we get to hear? What kind of shady nonsense is going on in this courtroom, y'all? All right, something's actually happening. Why is there no sound? Hi, Texas Jen.
All right. When we come up.
He's not letting us in on the sidebars. Hi, Texas Jen. How you doing, doll? Glad you're here now, and that's really all that matters. Multiple ambulance services affiliated with competing healthcare systems in the area. The dispatching didn't seem to.
We'll get to that mass study in just a few minutes, but at this point, I would like to tender you as an expert in critical care medicine and pulmonary medicine.
All right. Any objection report, Doctor?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. The court will allow Dr. Buther to opine and explain in the areas of critical care and pulmonary medicine.
So going back to the study with mask and asthma, what was the results of the study? What did you learn?
So a lot of people with asthma will take a short-acting medicine called albuterol before they exercise. It prevents these asthma symptoms that can occur with exercise. And the mask was just as effective as taking the medication at preventing an asthma reaction with exercising in cold air. Not to say it wouldn't take our medicine, but and it was a small study of 13 patients. But
The fire chief earlier kind of touched on this, that there was multiple ambulance services.
That their asthma actually did better when they were wearing a mask while they exercised.
He obviously didn't mention anything
So
about the
just to go over
pressure
and make sure I caught it.
or helpful.
You have training in medical critical care, surgical
We'll
critical
get
care,
better
and trauma
calls,
critical
but
care.
Yes.
it was briefly
Have
mentioned
you ever testified or been qualified as an
in
expert report?
testimony earlier
Yes.
today.
Tell us about that.
I've done a small amount of kind of expert witness work in my role, most of which involves more informal.
I don't think you have any reason to be sorry.
Sometimes involves
Just hit the like button.
giving sworn statements called depositions. But a small number of times I've been actually in court as an expert witness for various types of reasons. In a couple of dozen cases or so over 12 years, about 3/4 have been kind of medical malpractice type cases. But I've been involved in cases that during COVID-19, all the drama about wearing masks and do masks work and should we wear masks. I was even involved in a divorce proceeding about somebody who had a lung disease and what their income potential was. So I would say it's been less than a half a dozen times, but I have been in court before as an expert in pulmonary and critical care medicine.
Now, as part of your job, do you think of yourself
I would
as
assume
a
there's
medical
some
investigator?
critical
Yes, I think to a large degree,
criteria
that's what we do
to
in medicine.
some of
We're
that, but
diagnosticians. Yeah, not that an orthopedic surgeon is not a diagnostician, but we're there to fix the problem. I spend a lot of my time with patients trying to assess and put together a puzzle, and that's how we help people, is to get an accurate and complete diagnosis.
And how often, as part of your duties, are you this medical investigator?
Well, I was doing it this morning. Twice a week, I'm in clinic, and about twice a month, I have people come from all over the country that come in for a week, and I see them before, during, and at the end of that time in a more intensive experience. But in the rest of the clinic, I do that over a more drawn-out scale with local patients.
Earlier, you testified that sometimes you're looking at a suitcase of records. Can you give the jury a little bit idea of how often or what volume these records are that you are using as a medical investigator?
Sure. So most of the time, we have a patient with a relatively focused problem and maybe hasn't seen a lot of other doctors. For example, I had a new patient this morning where there was a CT scan of the chest.
Exactly.
And a couple of doctor's notes. And some lab tests. It was pretty straightforward and didn't take much time. But particularly these people that haven't been figured out by a number of really smart doctors all over the country, they will have had numerous trips to the hospital, many notes from doctor visits, and a whole lot of tests. And now it's oftentimes electronic, but it's not unusual for it to be hundreds or thousands of pages. We used to talk about it in inches, in terms of how many inches did you get on that patient. So much of that is actually not that relevant. So what we become good at is finding the important stuff and all of that.
How important is it in your duties as a medical investigator to keep an open mind?
That's probably number one. Right after spending time with the patient, we find that most patients, no one has ever actually listened to their story. That's actually the number one most significant contributor to my success. But number two is not to have any preconceived idea. So in a lot of healthcare settings, jumping at the most likely diagnosis is actually a very effective way to practice. But if you failed that and you're coming to see me, I need to think about that it might be a very unusual version of a common thing, or it might be something really rare. And sometimes I have a strong feeling about what's going on with the patient, and I'll do a lot of tests and find out that I was wrong, which is, to a scientist, the most wonderful thing in the world. To the patient, it's wonderful because the reason they aren't doing well is that we had it wrong, and now we have a chance to do it right. But that's why we do all of these tests. It's not
I'm
just
about to invite this
torture
guy to
people or make
Christmas
members,
dinner.
because sometimes we need some
Although he's
objective evidence
Jewish.
to support the story or our.
I guess I don't know that. He just works at a
I
Jewish
wanted to ask
hospital.
you, what does assessment play in your medical investigations?
Assessment's very important. I think maybe I could give an example that would help. I saw a patient this morning that I've been seeing for years, and she has difficult asthma and just recently quit smoking for the first time, which was wonderful. But for the first time in years, she showed up with a low oxygen level when we did her vital signs, which is concerning.
That's a valid point,
but as I talked to her,
actually.
we were able to learn that she wasn't really sick. She didn't feel much different than she normally feels. Her examination was okay. And so we used that assessment to drive our response. I could have looked at that low oxygen and said, oh my goodness, you need to go to the emergency department right now. But when you talk to her, she's like, well, I measure my own oxygen level. And what you don't know is that when I come in here, they just keep checking it till they get a good number, or I take a deep breath and then it goes up and they record that number. But at home, what I actually do is I'm usually this is where I normally am. So I'm hearing things like, I'm learning from the patient telling me this is my actual experience.
That makes sense.
And I'm also not just listening to that, but examining them and using my experience to go, is that person sick or is that person not sick? And then we put in place a plan to maybe not do a whole lot of intervention, but to kind of closely follow this rather than overreact. So that's an example of how assessing a patient is really trying to understand sick versus not sick, what level of concern should we have. Sometimes that's as important as thinking, well, what's the diagnosis?
When you are determining a certain level of sedation for a medical procedure, how important is assessment?
It's critical and a required part of any type of procedure. And the reason is that, to intervene, to do something to somebody, always carries risks. Sometimes a lot and sometimes a little. But that risk is multiplied if there are other issues going on with the patient. And so somebody may feel like a certain procedure, like a diagnostic procedure, let's say a biopsy, or this bronchoscopy, where we go down into the lungs. Well, that's going to be helpful at figuring out your problem of the last 6 months. But if you show up and you're sick and you have a fever, or you were just in the ER with a heart attack last night, the stress of the procedure or what we're doing to you now is much higher risk. So we might cancel or reschedule the procedure. Or we might assess the patient well before the procedure and decide, we do this all the time, where my patient needs a procedure, but their lung function is 40%. So they're at much higher risk of breathing problems during the procedure. So you know what, I am going to change my plan to a different type of sedation with a higher level of skill. I'm going to do this one in the hospital with an anesthesiologist. We still need to do the procedure, but we're going to do it in an environment where we're ready to respond to complications. And so assessment could mean it's not appropriate to do the procedure. Assessment could mean that this is not the right setting for the procedure. And so is it the right time? Is it the right place? Is it the right plan? Is this the right patient to do this today?
As part of the assessment, is it important to obtain a good report from the patient?
Yes, to the point where if the patient can't provide us that, we go out of our way to try to get that from other people, family members or others.
As part of the assessment, if the patient can talk to you, or if you're not sure if the patient can talk to you, is it important to attempt to talk to the patient?
Yes, that's always first, actually, to see what symptoms they're experiencing. Is there something new going on? How are they feeling? As both an assessment, but also ongoing monitoring, we want to know a baseline. So if they're having pain today, we want to know what that is, so that if the pain gets worse or better, we understand where they started.
And as part of talking to the patient, trying to reasonably assess their concerns.
Yes.
What role does consent play in that?
It's again important. If I were to come up to any one of you on the jury and shove a scope down your nose or throat without getting your consent, I would be back in this courtroom charged with assault.
That's illegal.
And the reason that what I do to people is not assault is because we're trying to help you and you've given your consent. And consent isn't just signing a page. Consent means you fully understand why we're doing this. You understand that we might learn something or we might not, that there might be complications and what the consequence of those are. And we together agree that the plan is safe, the risks are less than the benefits, and we want to proceed.
As part of the assessment, is it important to conduct a physical exam?
Yes, in fact, we're required to do so before we start a procedure.
What about when it's an emergency type situation, like when you were in ICU? How do you gain consent in that situation?
So that's a more complicated situation where when you're in the intensive care unit, you're really there. And I don't really mean to be overly dramatic. You are in the intensive care unit because you have a risk of dying in the next 5 minutes. And so things happen. And to some degree, just being there, you've implicitly given your consent to be provided medical care. But sometimes things happen so quickly that we have to make a judgment on behalf of the patient as their caregiver. Whenever possible, we do try to get some type of consent, often from calling a family member, not just from the standpoint of it's good communication, but to truly get that. But sometimes there is not time or we can't reach family.
If the patient is alert and awake and is talking, even in an emergency situation, will you attempt to get consent?
Yes, and we do.
How about the role of assessment in an emergency situation? How does that work?
Assessment is still critically important, but it might be abbreviated or attenuated. So it might not be a full detailed physical examination, but it might just be vital signs or an EKG. It might not be getting a 5 or 10 minute conversation about how you're feeling today. It might be 3 or 5 focus questions. So we have to sometimes tailor it when there's an emergency. But the one thing we learn, whether we're in the emergency department or in the ICU, is don't make an emergency worse. And so there's always some assessment to try to understand is what we're doing appropriate? Is this the appropriate time and the appropriate intervention?
We'd like to now turn and discuss your involvement in the Elijah McClain investigation. Please tell the jury how you got involved.
Not entirely sure. But I think part of this is that I've done a little bit of work.
Damn, he's so likable.
Honestly, this is not so much me, but I work at a place that has international reputation. National Jewish has been really felt to be the #1 pulmonary place in the world. And I don't know if we don't deserve that, they're amongst many other similar institutions. And my understanding is the Attorney General's office was charged with trying to understand what happened in the death of Elijah McClain and needed.
We'll move on. That was not responsive. So Dr.
Okay.
Ether, just try to answer my question.
Okay.
Were you contacted by the Attorney General's office to help assist in this case?
Yes.
And initially, what questions were you asked to answer?
What was the cause or causes of death, and how did Mr. McClain die?
Similar to the records you review as a medical investigator, were you provided records to review in this investigation?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury the process you took in order to determine the cause of death for Elijah McClain?
So I started with the medical records because that's what I'm most familiar with. And so I had the records from the University of Colorado, which included not just records, but the images, the x-rays and things. I had video from the body-worn camera. I had initially some statements from those involved, and I had an initial autopsy report, as well as a toxicology report to review. So I kind of started with the medical records, went to kind of autopsy, toxicology report, and then started watching the videos to kind of understand what happened leading up to the hospitalization.
Why did you start with the medical records?
Because that's what's most objective. My sense about these things is that oftentimes the information that you have before the hospital is more subjective or more incomplete. There are more gaps. And sometimes it's hard to argue with what an X-ray shows or what a lab test shows. And it's also most familiar to me. It's what I do all the time. And so I felt like that was a good foundation to start on.
Did you review any laboratory test results or toxicology result to see what substances, if any, were in Elijah McClain's blood?
So there was a toxicology report on his blood, which found marijuana and ketamine.
And we'll discuss that in a little bit, in more depth. Did you find that watching the body-worn camera was helpful for your review in this case?
It was helpful. It helped to supplement my opinion and reinforce or help to clarify what might or might not have gone on that evening.
And if you had to give the jury an estimate of how many hours you had or you used to watch the body-worn camera, what would you tell them?
I want to say 10 hours. It's a lot of time of reviewing and re-reviewing. And there were many different cameras that had different angles in the situation. That was something that was challenging to sometimes require you to re-review things.
Did you review the Shell Station video that showed Elijah McClain in the Shell Station and walking to and from the Shell Station before this event?
Yes, I did.
And why was that helpful for you?
Well, with the video for me, it's
We
really
watched
like
all those
patient
videos
walking into
yesterday.
My exam room. I may have reviewed the records, but now I want to see the patient. What were they like? And so that was the very first kind of video or information that we had, other than family and friends describing him well before that. So I wanted to see, was this somebody that was very chronically ill to begin with, or was this somebody that was healthy? What was their, were they alert? Were they in a wheelchair? It's important to kind of get a global sense of what type of person this was before anything happened in the hospital.
We have, People's Exhibit 2 right there to your right, the physical mask. And I wanted to know whether or not you saw that in person.
I saw that in person,
Chelsea,
not initially during my initial review.
drunk lawyer,
I knew that he had
back there,
a mask
coughing,
on.
all
And then
weird.
at some point it came off. But I was able to actually review that mask, actually inspect that mask. And I believe that was earlier this year that I was able to do that.
Initially, did you have photographs on the mask?
Yes, I did.
Excuse me, Your Honor, just 1 second.
I had photographs of it, yes.
In between the photographs and the mask, what did it tell you about this investigation, or how did it inform your opinion?
It was important in that there was evidence of vomiting in the mask. And so we know where we'll go through that there was some vomiting that went on. This showed that some of the vomiting occurred while he still had the mask on.
When you saw the mask in person, were you surprised about the amount of vomit that was still in the mask?
Yes, I figured that a lot of what we vomit up is kind of liquid and would evaporate. And this is a black mask, and I was actually expecting maybe not to see anything. But what had dried on there was a lot of bloody secretions, or at least red secretions, but there were particles in it, and it was dried and adherent to the mask. So it was clear to me that his stomach was not empty, and that when he vomited, it was not just liquid, that there were food particles, or at least some type of particles. So I guess it was more substantive than I expected.
Did you review any report from Aurora Fire Department, the paramedic services in this case?
Yes, I did.
And how did they inform your
Is a
opinion?
way better
Well, it
phrase
helps to
than
understand medically what's
monkey,
going on
by the
from
way.
that point in the ambulance.
Thank you for that, doctor.
To the hospital where I saw the medical record. So it's really an extension of the medical care in the medical record. And ambulance EMS records are a little different than what you see in the hospital, but there was some video of them putting a breathing tube down, and records of what their findings and assessments were when they first got him into the ambulance and then through to the hospital.
What about the coroner's report, the autopsy report? Did you review that?
Yes.
And how did that inform your opinion?
I was really impressed by how much on the lungs that there was the evidence of this thing called aspiration, where things go down the wrong tube. There was actually food and food particles in his lung. It's not supposed to be there, and how sick his lungs were. And then also keeping an open mind is what are the 36 other things that have been going on. The report was even more helpful at telling us what did not happen.
We'll get there. We'll get there,
Yeah.
Dr. Luther. Now, I want to make clear, Elijah McClain was not a patient of yours. Feel that precluded you from effectively rendering an opinion as to what happened to Elijah McClain and his cause of death?
No.
Why not?
Well, we do this all the time, and we have to acknowledge that if we didn't take care of them, there may be some aspects of this that we don't understand. But most of the information we need to understand an event like this can come from the testing and the records, video, etc. So I think we just have to understand that in medicine, we never have all of the information that we would love to have. There's always a gap. In this case, the gap was I wasn't at the bedside, but I have tremendous experience in even rendering consultation when I haven't seen the patient, where we review records and offer some opinion. It's a different type of opinion, but I think it's still very valuable, and in some cases more valuable because of that kind of arm's length approach.
Did you write an initial report for this case?
Yes, in 2021.
And then did you do a supplement?
Yes.
Why did you write a supplement?
Well, it had been 2 years since that initial supplement, and there had been a lot more that had gone on. As I recall, a couple of the larger things that had gone on were that there was a revision to the coroner's report based on additional information that came through. There was also there were a lot of additional experts giving testimony that I didn't have access to at the time I wrote that report. So, like any good case, it takes a bunch of smart people to figure it out, and I had access to all of those after I wrote my initial report. And the goal was really to not answer again the same question, but to kind of drill deeper into some follow-up questions that I didn't answer in my first statement.
Have you also given sworn testimony in this case?
I have, yes.
In 2021 and 2023?
Correct.
So I want to go to why we're all here.
So he
Dr.
testified
Winter.
in both the
Did you
two previous
did you
trials.
form an opinion based on your review of all the materials you just discussed to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Did I
Did you form
understand
an
that
opinion
right?
as to the cause of Elijah McClain's death?
Yes.
And what was the cause of his death?
The primary cause of his death was the effects of this drug, ketamine, which was the major factor that contributed to him stopping breathing. And then after stopping breathing, his heart stopped, which caused low oxygen.
Well, that was clear and
then,
concise.
brain injury. And ultimately in the hospital, some of his breathing and his heart came back, but his brain, unfortunately, had suffered a devastating permanent injury. So it was this respiratory arrest caused by the ketamine.
And as part of your opinion, did you have some significant contributing factors that you found?
Yes, it was important to me that this was not, it's not just one thing. And I think before I mentioned, it's kind of like a recipe. There are many ingredients in a recipe. While the primary thing that caused his breathing to stop was the ketamine, there were factors that made that much more dangerous or much more likely to have caused that to happen, including that his lungs were very compromised with having aspirated material into the lungs. And so the lungs were injured, and his positioning didn't allow him to clear that out of his lungs. That he had some other factors that made him more vulnerable to the effects of the ketamine and to being more at risk for stopping breathing.
How about inadequate patient
Traveling
monitoring?
fools, what's up, brother? Good to see
inadequate
you.
patient monitoring and inadequate assessment of the patient
Welcome.
were significant contributors to his death.
And we'll get into the details. In your opinion, based on all your review of the record, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not there was any medical purpose for ketamine to be given to Elijah McClain that evening?
Yeah, I did.
And what was that?
That there was no medical indication for the ketamine at the time that it was given.
And when you say medical inclination or indication, excuse me, what does that mean?
That means it did not serve any productive purpose. There was no reason to give it.
Now I'm going to go into your opinion and kind of break down what we just told the jury, but I would like to start with some demonstratives so we can sort of explain some of the medical terms that you've already discussed.
Okay.
Maybe please show just to Dr. Buther, Exhibit 179.
Don't bury this lady.
Thank you, Dr. Buther, for grabbing the pointer.
Spend the next 20 minutes
And do you see People's Exhibit
talking
179?
about medical terms for no damn
The
reason.
image that's depicted, would that help you explain to the jury how the lungs work?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate image in order to give that explanation to the jury?
Yes.
Your Honor, people would ask for admission of People's Exhibit 179.
Any questions or objections?
No, I did not. It's from Up to Date, which is a very common reference source. Go on, Your Honor.
All right, the 179 will be admitted.
And Your Honor, if we could please publish. Thank you.
That was my thoughts
Dr.
all
Buther, if you could just
along,
explain
were
what
that
we're
there's
looking
no medical
So actually, this is a
need
patient
for this.
education
Chemical
sheet from
constraint
this
is not
source that's trying to explain what
justifiable, even
I
if
use
your
it to kind of
protocol
help
says it
explain
is, in
what the
my
lungs are,
humble opinion.
because we never know how much patients know.
Not in
the
this
lungs
case,
sit in
at
the
the
chest,
very least. Not in this
and
case.
it really has two main jobs. One is to serve as a pump to move air in and out of the body, but also once all of this air gets into the lungs, there are millions of these microscopic air sacs called alveoli, and that's where the second job of the lung occurs, where we get oxygen into the bloodstream and we get carbon dioxide out. So the body can be thought of as an engine. Our fuel is the hamburger that you ate, but it needs to be burned by the oxygen that you take in, and then you have an exhaust, which is the carbon dioxide. And so the air comes in through the nose and mouth, and then there's this windpipe called the trachea. And really, the lungs are like an upside-down tree, where there's a trunk, and then there are branches, and it branches out like a tree. And as it gets farther out, the branches get smaller and smaller until you end up in these tiny little sacs. And the way that you get air in and out of the lungs, and what's not depicted here, is there's a big dome-shaped muscle called the diaphragm, and it separates your chest and your belly. And when that muscle contracts or shortens, it pulls the lungs down, and it essentially creates a vacuum or suction inside of the chest that pulls the air in. And then breathing out, at least when we're all sitting comfortably, is a passive process where, like a spring, it all returns to its previous position, and the lungs just recoil like a rubber band, and it pushes the air back out. And so when we talk about breathing, we have to think about, is there space around the mouth? Is that open? Is there any blockage in the back of the throat? Is there anything in the windpipe, like a tumor or a Lego, or our kids eat a grape? A little baby ate a grape and it aspirated it and it blocked the airway. But when we come down into these air sacs, you can fill these air sacs with fluid. It could be blood, it could be water, it could be infection like pneumonia. And the more that we fill
This
these
again
sacs with
is the
fluid,
state. I'm
the
so
less
confused as to
ability
what the
to get
state
oxygen.
is doing.
So breathing can go bad in many ways. Sometimes because the air sacs are full of fluid and the oxygen can't get in there. Sometimes it's because scarring happens so that oxygen
State
can get in the air sacs
keeps
but can't
asking
actually get into the blood.
questions that, in my
Sometimes it's
opinion,
because, like with asthma,
benefit the
the
defendant.
branches are and you can't move air in and out so well. And sometimes it's even because maybe your
Oh,
muscles.
no, my bad. My
are
bad.
weak.
this one clearly does not.
And this breathing
This one clearly
happens
does not.
voluntarily. It
Ah,
happens
I'm
within
an
our
idiot.
brainstem.
Disregard.
And it's important because
I
your
got
breathing
confused.
changes whether you're awake or
Confused
asleep,
myself.
and your breathing can change when you're given medication that might alter the normal way that you breathe.
Dumb.
What happens to a person when their breathing is depressed?
What typically happens is that you just breathe more shallowly. So the first thing that happens is some of the extra muscles around your chest that you might use to help your main breathing muscle out might stop helping you out, and then you're just relying on the diaphragm muscle. But you tend to take less deep breaths and less frequent breaths, and so then you're still getting oxygen in, but not as much. You're still getting rid of your exhaust, but not as much. So it might be like putting a big cover over the front of your truck. You're getting less air intake, and that can make the engine not work as well, which ultimately affects the body, the lower oxygen, feeling more short of breath, etc.
Is the position a person's in, can it affect their ability to breathe adequately?
Yes.
How so?
Well, it's a matter of degrees, but when we're upright, gravity helps us expand our lungs. If we're healthy and we lie down, like we go to sleep, we lose about 1/2 of a liter of lung function, just because now our belly is pushing up in our lungs, and we don't have gravity to help get my big gut away from my lungs. And then, if I have a big dog or a child that comes over and sits on top of my chest, well, now I have a lot more resistance. Now when I try to take a deep breath, my chest wall cannot expand
Or like a
to
cop.
fit the air in. So you probably all had this experience of a little brother who sits on your chest. I had one, I had a big brother, and that feeling like you're suffocating, or our football players, when they're all in a pile. The reason I try to get them off quickly is you can't breathe at the bottom of that pile. And that's really about that you need to make your chest bigger to get air in. And if you're not able to do that for whatever reason, you struggle to breathe. And it's why if you're very, very overweight, you often have breathing problems just from being overweight because of that resistance and that pushing against the chest wall.
What is the definition of a prone position?
So prone is, there's kind of the fancy terms for, are you on your stomach or on your back? So when you're lying on your back, that's called supine, S-U-P-I-N.
Which one?
When you're lying on your
One
your
had
face, your
child
stomach down,
duties
it's
and
called
one had
prone,
wife
P-R-O-N-E.
duties.
And the lungs actually behave differently in those different positions. But also, when you're face down, you have to do something about how to make sure that you can still
Thank
get
you,
air
Sue.
into
I
the lungs,
appreciate you.
that your mouth and nose is open. And if you have your head turned at a really sharp angle, that reduces a little bit of the ability to get air in because it narrows the back of the throat a little bit.
What is the best position to get air in?
The best position is really probably standing or sitting forward a little bit upright.
What's the worst position?
Probably to be not just prone or face down, but also head down. So if you fell head down into a ditch, or we hear about this in our ski resorts, if you fall head down into a big drift of snow, we've heard of people dying because they couldn't breathe.
Yeah, it's hard to tell who's.
Can you tell the jury the definition of
and
respiratory
who's
depression?
not, and
Yeah, respiratory depression is not the lungs are sad. It is
It's difficult
that
camera
there's
angle,
something
Judge.
going on
Do better.
that
Do
hasn't
better,
stopped breathing,
Colorado.
but has reduced the amount of breathing below what is required to be healthy. And so a little bit of respiratory depression could make you feel bad, but might not kill you. You're still breathing, but maybe some things are starting to happen to your body. A more severe respiratory depression could mean critically low oxygen, losing consciousness, some more severe effects. So you haven't stopped breathing. That would be respiratory arrest. Respiratory depression is that you're heading towards that. You've taken steps towards stopping breathing, but you still have some breathing going on.
Thank you. May we please show Dr. Buther Exhibit 180? Dr. Buther, can you see this image?
Yes.
And can you just tell us what this image is?
Yes, it's a cross-section of the head and neck showing kind of the relationship between breathing and swallowing.
David,
And would this image help you explain the term
Rabbit
of aspiration?
bought the
Yes.
wrench
And is it a
and it
fair
went
and
to
accurate image?
Stray.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask for
Stray
a use
has
of 180.
control of the wrench.
Questions or objections?
Thankfully, I did not. It comes from up to date. This is probably not patient focused, but standard diagram.
All right, 180 will be amended.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Dr. Buther, can you explain the act of swallowing and what happens when something goes down the wrong pipe?
Yes, swallowing is actually much more complicated than we like to believe. And I'd like to be a little critical of our creator that there's a design flaw. So your eating is here, your mouth, and this big thing is your tongue. Your food comes and it's pushed by your tongue into the back of your throat. And when you swallow, there's a little flapper valve here, this white thing called the epiglottis. It covers over your windpipe to prevent food and drink from going into your lungs. The esophagus, which is the big muscle tube that goes from your throat down to your stomach, is right behind here. And it's usually mostly collapsed. And so when you swallow, the flapper covers your windpipe to protect it. and this food goes down this pipe into the stomach. But it is right next to the windpipe. And if you talk too much like I do, and you eat too much like I do, and you do that at the same time, you can have problems. You've probably all done this where you start talking and you still have food in your mouth, and then you start choking. And that's because you confuse your body over, am I swallowing or am I breathing? And if you still have even residual fluid or food back here, and you open up this valve, and particularly if you're taking a deep breath in at the time, you can suck food and liquid down into the lungs. And then it's just a straight shot by gravity right down into the lungs. And so I think the most important part of this diagram is just to reinforce the inherent vulnerability we all have about our food and our breathing are right next to each other up here. And in order to keep this straight, we have to have not had a stroke or some disease where our swallowing is messed up, but we also have to be awake. And when we put people to sleep for operations and we give them anesthesia, or when I put you under deep sedation to go down into your lungs with a scope to try to figure out your lung disease, I give you medicines that knock out your ability to sort this out. You're no longer a good traffic cop. You can also do this if you drink too much. You've probably heard about that, where if you drink too much, sometimes you end up with things going down into your lungs. So there's this vulnerability. And our main protection against that once it happens is to cough and to try to expel the stuff that's not supposed to be there out so that you can either get rid of it or swallow it. But to cough requires strong lungs, and some people have conditions where they can't cough. And if you
By the way,
are taking medicines that prevent
this guy is
coughing,
making
then
the
this
defendants
material
look
can
not
either stay
good.
there or sink further into your
Not good at all.
And that's called airway aspiration.
Airway aspiration. Thank you. We'll talk about the cough in just a few moments with another demonstrative. But I wanted to ask you in this one, if a person is involved in some really strong physical exertion and they are, they vomit because they have overexerted themselves, are they at risk for aspiration?
Yes.
And is it because they're trying to breathe and the food contents come up, and as they're trying to breathe, the food contents goes down the wrong pipe?
Yes.
I would like to show you People's Exhibit 181. Do you have this photograph?
Yes.
And Dr. Buther, does this photograph simply show from a picture point of view how close these two openings are?
Yes.
And would this help show how close they are to the jury?
Yes, it would. And it's another from the same up-to-date source.
And this is a fair and accurate photograph?
Yes.
Your Honor, people would ask for admission of 181.
181 will be admitted. Wish to publish.
Yes, please.
I'm trying.
I'm sure you are, Judge. Thank you.
It's being weird.
So tell us, Dr. Buther, show us these two openings.
So this is something that me and my colleagues, anesthesia doctors, emergency room physicians, our colleagues who are EMTs and medics who help manage breathing problems, this is what the back of your throat and the inside of that looks like. And oftentimes what we're trying to do in an emergency is put a tube down right here where I have the pointer.
What the hell?
That's the entrance to the lungs. That's these white things are the vocal cords, which is kind of the last line of defense into the lungs. And then past that is the windpipe, the trunk of the tree into the lungs. And right above this, outside of the picture, is that flapper valve that's open. So you can see this. The white arrow here, just behind, is the esophagus. It's kind of collapsed, but that's actually where your peanuts,
You're
your
not
ham
wrong.
sandwich,
I do have
your
that here.
Starbucks latte.
That's
where it goes.
funny.
And so if I was running a race and somebody handed me a drink and I'm breathing really quick and deeply, I might have to open this up to breathe, and I might get fluid back here, and then I'll start coughing. I'm sure most of us have done something like this. That is aspiration, although your response to being able to cough vigorously corrects the problem. I think the most important thing is just how close they are together. And the best of us, when we're in an emergency situation and we need to get a tube in the windpipe in a hurry, it's not unusual that we accidentally put it in the esophagus, because there's just all sorts of stuff going on. And that's why. It's because this is just right next door.
Thank you. We're going to show you now People's Exhibit 186. And you have been talking about the body's ability to cough and cough effectively. Would this diagram help you explain that to the jury?
Yes,
And is this a fair and accurate diagram of what it takes to cough?
it is.
You would ask to admit and to publish 186, Your Honor.
Questions or objections?
It is not, but it was not something of my creation. It was the best image I could find on the internet that I felt was representative of what I wanted to explain.
Thank you. No further objection. No objection.
Same here.
Was it
Doctor's
186?
so good.
All right, that will be admitted.
And as soon as it pops up, Dr. Buther, if you could tell us what we're looking at.
We're looking at something called the cough cycle. We all take cough for granted, but it's more complicated than you might think. And I wanted to make sure everybody understood how it happens that you have an effective cough. There's a difference between making a little bit of a cough sound and being able to effectively remove stuff from your lungs that shouldn't be there. And so cough really has 4 parts of the cycle. The first is that in this diagram, there's something down in the lungs that shouldn't be there. It's called the irritation phase. So this is the alarm bell. This is something's wrong. You have nerves in there that are very sensitive, which is why you often start coughing as soon as anything goes down the wrong way or if you're sick. And so the first step is detection that something is there that should not be there. So now the reflex is to cough. How do we do that? The second step is that we have to take the biggest breath
Common
as
in
we can.
military as
That means
well.
opening up the throat as wide as you can. That means opening up the nasal passages or opening the mouth.
Law enforcement.
And then taking a deep breath, which means that this
Emergency
orange
rooms.
dome-shaped muscle contracts really vigorously. So take as big a breath as possible. The next phase is called compression. That's where I close those little vocal cords that sit in our throat, which are the doors to the airway. It's the only way in and out. And I close those doors tightly, and then I push hard with my muscles in my chest and my belly to build up lots of pressure inside the chest. And at this point, there's still something in there. It hasn't moved. I've taken a big breath. I've built up pressure. And then the final thing, the actual thing that we know of as cough, is expulsion. And that involves quickly opening up these vocal cords. And that sudden change in pressure causes a dramatic flow of air out of the lungs. And what that does is it disrupts this junk that's in the airway, and it helps to push it farther up. And it works pretty well if you're able to take that deep breath, if you have the strength to push it out, and if you have a free nose and mouth. But notably, one cough often doesn't do it. We're all familiar that you have to cough several times. And so, it's several cough cycles that this stuff in the airway comes up a little bit, and finally it comes out to be expelled or swallowed. And then once it's gone, then you don't have the irritation anymore and you stop coughing. But this is important because when we have one of my patients that has really
It's
lousy
so easy
lung
to
function,
listen to.
they might not be able to effectively cough. Or somebody that has like Lou Gehrig's disease and their muscles are all weak, they might not be able to cough. And so when you have certain conditions, you can't effectively cough.
So let me ask you about those certain conditions. If a person has been rendered unconscious and they have aspirated or had food go down the wrong pipe, will they be able to effectively cough?
No, there will be some cough reflex, but there will not be an effective cough because an effective cough requires some awareness and voluntary action to take those bigger breaths.
Does positioning affect a person's ability to effectively cough?
Yes.
How so?
Have you ever seen somebody cough really hard? The first thing that they do is they stand up and lean forward. And that's because that's mechanically the most effective way to get it out. If you're on the ground, it's better to be on the side where you can move your belly and your chest a little bit. And your mouth is free, but it's not nearly as good as sitting up or standing up.
How about a prone position? Can you do an effective cough? If you're
That's one of the worst is the prone position.
How about if you're physically exhausted? Can you do an effective cough?
If you have exhaustion or muscle weakness, that will reduce the effectiveness of your cough.
How about if you're
Defense attorney that
have
can't
lost
stand up.
effective control
He's-
of your airway?
he's
Could you do an effective cough?
Very animated, and I don't think he's happy at
And
all with
lastly,
any of
if
this
you have
stuff.
aspirated food to the
As you
degree
shouldn't.
that it is at the very bottom of your lungs, can you cough that out?
Sometimes you can, but the more that there is, the larger volume of stuff down there, and the deeper it is, and the longer it's been down there, the harder it is.
When you say large volume, what are we talking about?
Been over there wagging his
gallon?
foot the
Less than a
whole
gallon?
time.
Full
Now he's
can?
still
Less than a gallon.
taking sips of
Your stomach
water.
has about a gallon of fluid at any given time. So it has about a 2 liter worth. of fluid
Detrimental to
in
my
it.
client.
If I took this,
What's up, buddy?
The last thing that I heard before I jumped on, he said, the longer it's been down there, the harder it is.
Giggity.
Is this guy, I didn't think about it when I was first looking at this case. This is like all police and doctors and a very technical case.
Yeah, it dawned on me today. This is going to be nothing but expert witnesses and cops and firefighters as witnesses that are all used to being on the stand and not at all charismatic. It clicked today.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch. He got me. He got me good. Although, I must say, this doctor I have thoroughly enjoyed. He makes he's been very easy to listen to. He's not good for the defendants. Not good at all. No. He's basically saying ketamine did it. Ketamine.
I just don't like the idea that they charge the police officers and they're like, well, that hold did it too. And it's like, wow, I feel like you're. But you know what? I hope the state prosecutes enough state actors to the point that no one wants to ever be a state actor again. And then we're free, people.
Yep. Then it's clean and clear for the rest of time.
Yeah.
I think that's about as
okay, I'll
likely
keep
as,
listening.
I think that's about as likely as experts' unicorn ideas earlier.
Missed the unicorn ideas.
They weren't good. They weren't good. Yeah. So let's go. This doctor is basically saying that ketamine is what did this man in, and the use of ketamine was unnecessary, as I have thought, and several people in chat have been saying. So I think these guys are screwed, man. I really do.
Bottle of water, which what is this? This is half a liter, 500 milliliters. And if I poured that into my lungs, I would be in a lot of trouble. The lungs don't have that much volume.
The counter
3 or 4
expert
liters of
that
volume
just went before
in total.
him, not likable.
But
Came
the
off
reason
arrogant.
that I would not die if I did that.
This
First of all,
guy's
this is
blowing
just
him out
water,
of
so it's
water.
less obnoxious than what
Really?
you eat for lunch or stomach juices or acid. But your lung resorbs water really quickly. But the most important
nice
thing,
Jewish
I
boy.
would die before I resorb this water. The most important thing is I'm going to cough a bunch of water all over the place. I'm going to cough most of this out, not all of it. But I bet if I put 500 milliliters of fluid right into my lungs right now, you would see me cough like mad, and I would probably get rid of 400 of the 500 milliliters, and the rest would make me feel bad, but be absorbed over the next 30 minutes. And I wouldn't feel so great, but I'd be fine. So the issue is that, particularly with liquids, I can get that out of there fairly effectively if I'm awake, strong, and able to.
Why is it that before you go in and have some sort of surgery,
500
will your physician tell you,
milliliters?
don't
Really?
eat?
The main reason is that we give you medicines that reduce your
That number
appetite
means
and
absolutely nothing to
keep
me. I don't
things
know what a
from going down the wrong
milliliter
way.
is.
And even some of the medicines that we give you make you sick to your stomach,
Let's go to
or you might have a
cups.
reaction to your medicine that does that.
That's
And so that
2.11
material comes
cups
up.
of fluid.
And if it comes up into the back of the throat, well, then we have a risk that it could go down into your lungs.
That's like a big
And so
measuring
several
cup
things
full
prevent
of
that from happening.
liquid down your
The
lungs.
main thing
He's
to
saying
prevent
that it
at least the
that
stomach
would
not
be
to
okay
have a lot of
after
material in it.
half-hour.
We still have to prevent stomach contents
That's
that are in
impressive.
fluids from coming up, but it reduces the risk significantly.
Is it fair to say that your lungs
Human
don't
body
like
is not
the
that
particles in your
fragile.
lungs?
I love lungs, but they're kind of wimpy. They don't
Life
like-
finds a way,
they're
sir.
delicate. They don't like acid and digestive juices and food particles being in there. And one of the things that commonly happens if there's enough of that insult to the lung is that their only response is really just to get inflamed and leaky, to try to kind of ooze fluid into the lungs further to try to get rid of that insult, which actually sometimes makes you sicker.
So is aspiration, can it be a cause serious risk to a person's body?
Yes, I've seen people permanently impaired for life and even die of aspiration.
How about respiratory depression? Can it also be a serious risk to a person's health?
Yes, it can be.
If a person has aspirated previously and then they experience respiratory depression, what are the effects between those two things?
They multiply, or they add to each other at least, in that respiratory depression means you're not breathing those deep, big breaths, even at baseline. And likely you are not able at all to increase that to do what you need to do to clear the stuff out of your lungs. But also, if you fill part of your lung with fluid, that further reduces the amount of lung function you have. So it's kind of like if your car's not going fast enough, it's kind of like hitting the brakes rather than the accelerator.
Now I'm going to pivot and talk a little bit about your opinion regarding the cause of death for Elijah McClain and the role that ketamine had with it. So can you explain to the jury what ketamine is?
So ketamine is a unique type of drug, but it's in a class of drugs used to induce anesthesia. There are several different types of drugs that we.
Well, Judge, I think as a critical care physician and as someone who does sedation procedures, he can talk about the role of sedation and whether or not he knows ketamine and what it is. And I relate to what you're on it before doing that, so I'm not sure.
I'll allow you to cross on it, but I think based upon his qualifications, he can testify generally.
I really
about
do
these
like this
subjects.
judge, you guys.
Yes.
So you were saying, telling us about ketamine?
Yeah. So in general, it's meant to decrease your sensation of what's going on, to cause sedation, and to induce a state of anesthesia, essentially.
Can it be a very useful drug in certain circumstances?
Yes.
But in other circumstances, are there risks?
Well, all medicines, all
They
interventions have
are,
risks,
but it's
for
mostly
sure these are
because
medicines that
he
have
hasn't
some more
been
risk,
accepted as an
depending on how they're
expert.
used.
It sounds like I was trying to
I
hear.
want to ask you about assessment and when you're
I know it's
talking to a
quiet, you
patient
know,
about
as
sedatives.
loud as I can make.
What is the role of assessment when you know that you're going to give a sedative to a patient?
Yes, we talk to patients all the time about our anesthesia plan, essentially, our plan to keep you comfortable, our plan to sedate you.
The state,
In a hospital
or
setting, we want to
rather
make sure
the
we're not giving
defense
something
was
that you
asking
reacted poorly
to,
in the past.
for dear.
But the main goal is to try to understand.
Judge said that he
how
was
deeply
going
we need
to
sedate
allow
you,
her to cross.
And what are we
Makes sense.
thinking in that assessment of the patient in terms of the risk? So a healthy person, healthy 18-year-old with no medical history or problems who feels fine is different than a frail elderly person with chronic heart failure and bad lung disease on oxygen, right? And so that assessment determines whether we go with plan A or plan B. We have different options, but also whether we even do the procedure. Maybe they didn't listen and they ate breakfast and we decide it's not safe to do the procedure because you ate breakfast. That's part of the assessment.
Now, can you describe for the jury the difference between the
Yeah, but they don't know this information
conscious
about this
sedation,
guy.
deep sedation, and full anesthesia?
So would ketamine in any
Response.
application in an
Based on his
emergency
past
setting be
critical care position,
inappropriate
the fact that he
ever?
uses sedation in his patients from the clinic, and he's done.
In an emergency setting?
This is an emergency setting, right? Police are called. This is an emergency setting. Is he saying that you need to assess all these things before you ever use ketamine, ever? And therefore, any EMT or paramedic or anybody who uses it without doing all these assessments is therefore criminally liable?
Should be. If you're
Well,
if you're
I just wonder what he
injecting
says.
if you're injecting a drug into a human being without first assessing their medical need for that drug, you should be criminally held responsible, in my humble opinion.
Well, maybe, but we tend to hold doctors harmless if they attempt to, rescue somebody in an emergency situation. That's the general rule.
Did you watch the body cam videos yesterday at all?
A little bit.
Okay. So there was no indication, in my humble opinion, that this man warranted being injected with ketamine.
That's not my question. That's not my question, though.
Okay.
I understand that. My question is based off of the testimony I just heard over the last minute and a half or so regarding the ketamine. If we were to take that, what he just said, to its logical conclusion, then no ketamine should ever be issued on the street in an emergency situation. That's what it sounds like to me.
There's only one potential use for ketamine in the street, and that would be a legitimate excited delirium. And even then, I have questions, right? But if that is the case, they didn't use this drug to resolve an excited delirium situation. They use this as a chemical.
Right. I know. No, and I get that, but cases, bad facts make bad law.
Sure.
They apply towards future cases. And so I'm always looking at these things saying, okay, if we're going to take that position that this doctor is given, we haven't heard all of his testimony, by the way, but if we're going to take that position, what does it mean fundamentally? Should we just take ketamine out of all medical kits for EMTs? Is that what he's trying to say?
I don't know that that's a bad idea. I would be okay with that. I'm not sure.
I get it, Elizabeth. I get it for this particular case. I'm questioning his line of testimony.
So if you were to be arrested and you were to go to jail, and in processing, you had a delirious attack, if you will, episode. That's a better word. An episode of excited delirium. They wouldn't chemically constrain you. They would lock you into a restraint chair where you are unable to hurt yourself, and that enough time would pass that you would come out of that delirium. Whatever drugs you may or may not have been on would be done, and you wouldn't harm yourself or others. Injecting somebody with a chemical substance that alters your state of mind to do that same purpose, I would argue, is cruel and unusual.
Yeah, I mean, potentially, period, right? But I've had clients that have been given ketamine because they've literally been, suffering from bipolar 2 with underlying mania. And that's the only thing that really settles them down in order to get control of them until they can get the other long-lasting medication in them. And I know everyone wants to say this is a bad, they shouldn't have done this. It wasn't warranted in this case. And I'm fine with that. We can all agree on that it shouldn't have been used in this case. My question is, though, is that what if you're of the opinion that it should have been used and now he dies? What then? Where are we drawing the line here? Because based off this doctor's assessment, or what he's just testifying to, it sounds like it should never be used. And if that's the case, then fine, that's the case. But I'm just trying to understand how this works going forward.
Right. I think I would agree. I think ketamine should probably not be a part of most EMTs' repertoire. It's such a rare, in practicality, it would be such a rare event for ketamine to be appropriate. I can't imagine the necessity to have it in an ambulance. I think that ketamine is one of those drugs that's powerful enough that the 20-minute trip to the hospital for an actual doctor to assess the situation instead of a 5-minute EMT assessment is a much more appropriate use of that drug in particular.
Yeah.
So if that is the case, I would agree that, yeah, maybe ketamine shouldn't be on the streets in ambulances. And
Maybe
I don't know about it.
Let's hear. I'm just curious to see what else he has to say specifically regarding ketamine.
I'm not a doctor. I'm not a medical person. I don't.
Well, I'm sure everyone knows someone who's like an EMT or a part-time firefighter where the EMT component is in there. Like, there's a lot of people we know that could be in these guys' positions.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's a scary drug. And if this man was on the spectrum or something, I don't remember who I was telling this to earlier, but if he was on the spectrum, that would be such a horrific thing to go into a K-hole. From what I understand about K-holes, I've never taken the drug. I don't understand it, but I know it's used recreationally, and it sounds absolutely terrifying to me. Nothing about it sounds fun.
All drugs sound terrifying to me. Just all of them.
Numerous procedures.
Especially that one.
Recordings just.
Oh, come on.
What have we got? A commercial here? You need to get premium YouTube, man.
And it starts over again, like it did the other day.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, because the stream ended. The trial ended.
Is that why it does that?
That happens to me sometimes too. When the stream ends and it does the replay, when it transitions to a replay, sometimes there's a little glitch in the matrix and it jumps it all the way back.
All right. So I think I got a pretty good idea of where we were. 2013.
Okay, I derailed it. I derailed the whole stream.
It's all right.
Hi, everybody in chat. Val is too cheap for premium.
Yeah, that's true. Actually,
He just got his StreamYard, Jamie.
Right.
Who feels fine is different than.
Hi, Jamie. How you doing?
Chronic heart failure.
I think I'm pretty close, maybe a minute or two
And so
off.
that assessment determines whether we go with plan A or plan B. We have different options, but also whether we even do the procedure.
I can back
Maybe
it
they
up a little bit.
Listen, and they
if
ate
you need to.
breakfast, and we decide it's not safe to do the procedure.
This was it.
This
That's
is
part of the
it. I
assessment.
told you I had a pretty good idea where the
Explain to the
timestamp
jury the
was.
difference between the terms awake,
Give me just a second. I need a
conscious
bio
sedation,
break.
deep
You
sedation,
okay?
and full anesthesia.
Thank you, sir.
Response.
Judge, based on his fact that he's a critical care physician, the fact that he uses sedation in his patients from the clinic, and he's done numerous procedures, you can understand and it explains to the jury these terms.
Well, again, I'll let Dr. Buther testify about those subjects in general.
Yeah, so we're actually required to train on this every 2 years in order to do conscious sedation procedures, and I've done over 700 of them. Awake is what we
He
all
didn't
learn.
tell everybody. He only started like 3 hours ago.
We might be tired, but we're alert. And when you go into giving drugs to try to suppress consciousness or cause a calming state, the next step is something called conscious sedation. And that sounds like strange, but what it really means is that you're less awake, but you're still breathing on your own. And that means that you might close your eyes. You might not hear what I say, but if I just call your name or lightly tap you on the shoulder, you're immediately awake and you give appropriate responses. You might slur your words, you might act a little goofy, but you're awake and you're breathing on your own. And then if we give you more medication, you go into a deeper state called deep sedation. Deep sedation is also commonly used in these outpatient procedures. But the key for that is that you are not fully protecting your airway. You're not always responsive. I might have to really shake you to get you to respond. You're breathing, but your breathing might not be enough to sustain your life. So I may need to not just give you some oxygen, but I may need to put a mask or a tube into your throat to support your breathing, or give you some breath through a mask to keep you breathing. So we need someone there managing your breathing because you're not doing enough on your own. And the reason we do that is it's even deeper. If we're doing something more obnoxious to you, you want to be in that state. So you're very much alive. You probably have no awareness of what's going on, and you need a helper to help you breathe because you're no longer breathing enough. And then general anesthesia is essentially a state where you are unresponsive. And if we did not support your breathing, you would not breathe at all. And so that's a very different state. That's typically what we do when we're doing major surgery. We'll even paralyze you so you
What's
couldn't
this
move
stuff
again.
that
You're deeply, deeply asleep. And we need to do that. for
Michael
major surgery,
Jackson's
for preventive
doctor gave him?
procedures. that conscious sedation or deep sedation.
That's the
is what
only
we're after.
anesthesia
And
that puts you
the reason why
completely
we
out,
do so
but
much training in this all of the time
doesn't stop you
is
breathing.
it's very easy to slip from milder conscious sedation to deep sedation. And you can slip into that very quickly. And it's very difficult to recognize that you're in trouble with breathing until sometimes it's too late. So there's some very strict kind of monitoring and everything that we do to keep that safe.
When a medical provider like yourself is using any sedative like ketamine, does it matter what environment it's given in, hospital or pre-hospital setting?
Yes, it does.
And when I say hospital or pre-hospital setting, do you understand what those terms mean?
Well, I understand that I mean
Yes,
pre-hospital.
I did grow a beard while you were gone. You were gone so long,
It could be in an
KLI.
ambulance, or it could be in a clinic. So it could be in a medical setting, but just not an inpatient setting where you have all of the resources. A hospital setting would imply that you have an anesthesiologist in an operating room, all of that equipment.
And what are those considerations when you're dealing with using a sedative, whether it's in the hospital or mostly whether it's outside of a hospital?
It's a different situation entirely.
Propofol, that's it.
Set of resources,
you.
and you have less. When you're outside the
Sure.
hospital, you don't have all of the resources of the hospital immediately available to you. And what that means is that the risk of, if something goes bad, the consequence is greater. If I make a mistake in the hospital, I have a whole team of people who can come rescue that patient from something that happened that we didn't anticipate. When you're out in a clinic or an ambulatory surgery center,
You still
or
kill a lot of
in the
people
field,
in hospitals.
sometimes it's just a physician.
And anesthesia is the number one
or
cause of
an
death.
EMT, a paramedic, or something like that. And you have some equipment, but you don't have the same equipment.
You've mentioned that sometimes people slip from conscious sedation to deep sedation to full anesthesia. How does a person protect their airway when that happens?
They're mostly protecting their airway when they're in that conscious sedation area. In other words, if they have something in their throat, they'll cough or swallow. But when you get into deep sedation, you're much less likely to do that. And when you're in general anesthesia, you cannot do that.
Is ketamine any different as a sedative, that it has some known risk for respiratory depression?
All of these medications have risk of respiratory depression. One of the reasons that ketamine
Why
is
don't
used
you use
in the field more
Propofol?
often
It
is that
doesn't stop you
in
from
general, it
breathing.
has a lower risk of respiratory depression than some of the medicines that we might use when you come in for a colonoscopy. And so it has some good characteristics in that way. But it is well known to cause respiratory depression, and it absolutely matters in the setting. So there's some literature to suggest that when we give ketamine for sedation in a hospital-based setting, the number of times that you stop breathing and you need to put a tube down is about 2% or 1 in 50. And the literature suggests that when you're out in the field, it's about 1 in 3. So there's a difference in how you prepare for a procedure when there's a 2% chance of a problem versus a 30 to 40% chance of a problem. So that's how these settings can be very different.
I'm now going to switch
Just
again.
watched a
and talk
trial
about the role of
involving a
assessment.
lot of this stuff.
Before the administration of any sedative like ketamine, how important is the role of assessment?
So I know we're getting tired of everything is important, but it is very important to do a good assessment because maybe your patient is already taking some medication that would interact with the drug you're giving. Maybe the patient's in an intensive care unit and already sedated and does not need sedation. Or maybe the patient is having some other active medical problem where doing a procedure or administering sedation is not appropriate or safe.
Are there tools that a physician like yourself or someone out in the field can use to determine in an assessment whether or not a patient is prepared and is appropriate for a sedative like ketamine?
Yeah, a lot of the basic tools that, not just physicians, but nurses, the paramedics have are vital signs. They're called vital for a reason. If you can get a full set of vital signs.
There's been several times where there's references to paramedics. Again, we're not qualified in pre-hospital care. I have no problem with outside clinics. That's where he says he's qualified, but I haven't heard anything about paramedics in hospital care.
That's a good objection. I like
He
that
certainly
objection.
has testified about paramedics and pre-hospital care, Your Honor, and he has given an opinion
It's
about
not
this
relevant,
that was
right?
on notice, and
Because
he
they're
will
not
talk about the risks
doing anything in the
associated with
hospital. In,
ketamine in certain,
they're on the street.
situations.
There's no problem with him testifying about the risk of ketamine in his clinics or at the hospital, but he's not qualified.
See, there's a good trying to make the argument that the use of the ketamine period is bad.
It was without objection, but the court.
Then why do they have it?
So we'll just stick to
Yeah,
what you
okay,
do in
good
your own
sustain.
setting and what you know. We won't talk about paramedics. So going back to tools of assessment, can you explain to the jury what a pulse oximeter is?
Sure, a pulse oximeter is a non-invasive way to indirectly measure oxygen level. This is this little plastic clip that you put typically over a finger or sometimes an earlobe, and it uses light waves to determine how much oxygen content is in the blood.
How about a capnography? I'm not going to say this right. CAPNOGRAPHY.
Yes, capnography.
Thank you.
I like this,
So
Judge.
Carbon dioxide is important because it's that exhaust. And oftentimes when you're getting into trouble with not breathing enough, respiratory depression, too much sedation, your carbon dioxide level builds up long before your oxygen drops. So it's now a requirement in the hospital that we measure carbon dioxide in your exhaled breath because that's our first warning sign. And capnography is a way to do that. And typically it's a sensor, usually on the oxygen tube that we might put on you or near your nose or mouth. that uses infrared light
Hey, Sean, welcome.
to determine how much carbon dioxide is in the breath you exhale. And there are different versions of this.
High
There's
straight.
one that just kind of turns color, like good or bad. In the hospital, we usually use ones that either give a numeric result, like the bigger the number, the bigger the carbon dioxide, or what we typically use actually prints out there's a waveform, and we can actually see breath to breath at all times and use that to determine, are we doing okay? Are you starting to breathe too shallowly?
How about the simple element of touch? Is that a tool assessment?
Yes, touch and voice. Talking to the patient, are they verbally responsive? We like to say that the patient being able to talk to you is a vital sign, and then are they responsive? So maybe they don't interact verbally with you, but they might respond to light touch, or they might require a more obnoxious touch before they wake up. That tells us differing levels of responsiveness.
Now, you began when I was asking, excuse me, tools of assessment. You talked about vital signs. What are vital signs?
Typically, it's oxygen level, blood pressure, the heart rate or your pulse, and the rate of respirations. How often are you breathing?
Can you break those down for us and tell us what each of those vital signs tells you as a physician?
So heart rate, first of all, it tells you that your heart is beating, but also how fast. If it's too low or too high, there could be a problem, or there might not be. And blood pressure is the pressure of your blood, and that's what the blood pressure cuff on. And that's telling us the effectiveness of the pump. The heart's just a pump.
Well, Hala, what is a cell phone?
Then we can measure an arm or the
A
leg
cell phone?
how forceful the pump is.
I was
Is
like,
the pump
he's
doing
trying to
a good job?
explain
Is the
blood pressure.
too high because maybe you're anxious or in pain? Is the blood pressure too low, etc. Respiratory rate is what we used to have when I first trained. That was the only way we knew whether you were breathing adequately or not, was kind of looking at the patient and how frequent you're breathing. But we now know that that's a late sign of breathing problems, which is why we do this capnography that measures carbon dioxide.
I got a better definition for
they're
cell phone
traditionally
than I
thought
do
to be
blood
vital signs because
pressure
they're really important,
personally,
but also
but
because they're relatively easy to get.
whatever.
Although not always. So sometimes, we might get one type of vital sign more often than another.
If you have the opportunity to take these vital signs and to touch the patient, is that better for you as a physician in making an assessment than is a visual assessment?
Well, visual assessment is important too, but it's more important to have more than just a visual assessment. Visual assessment, you can see the chest rise, are they struggling to breathe, are they awake? But to get some of these just additional data points is so much more valuable. And when we're doing procedures, it's so important that it's actually not me that's in charge of that. It's a nurse or another healthcare provider who's not actively doing the procedure, who's only responsible for the patient. Their only job is to do the assessment of the patient, because they're not to be distracted by some funny toy that I'm putting into your lung, right? So I've delegated that responsibility in a procedure because I want to make sure somebody's always paying attention to it. That's how important it is.
So if there's multiple people around the patient helping with the procedure, it's appropriate to have someone just watching whether or not the patient has breath.
Yes.
If you don't have the right tools for the assessment, would you reconsider giving the drug like ketamine?
Perhaps, or maybe even reconsider how we're going to do the procedure. Can we get those resources, or do we need to reconsider how we're doing it or what we're doing?
You mentioned earlier a baseline. Why is it important to have a baseline before you give a drug like ketamine?
It's important because patients change. They respond to drugs in sometimes unpredictable ways and in sometimes predictable ways, but we need to know where you started to know what effect this drug had. So I might have done procedures on people who have very significant cognitive problems. I need to know that beforehand, so that when I find out that they're not responding to me later on, oh, that's actually not any different than when we started, or that's a big difference. So the baseline's important in that way.
How about timing and reacting to something that's unexpected? How important is that?
So in these types of procedures and with breathing, changes can go from appropriate to unsafe to life-threatening in a matter of seconds, or at least a minute or two. And as you transition from normal to conscious sedation to deep sedation, or possibly even not breathing, that can happen in seconds to a few minutes. And what we know is that if we can find out that that's happening sooner, the sooner we intervene, the less we have to do to keep you safe. So one of the most common things that happens during my procedures is maybe I had a good estimate of what drug dose I should give you to make you sedated. Maybe it was a little too much, and you're a little too sleepy, and you're starting to slip into deep sedation. I might be able to reposition your head, or commonly we put like a little plastic tube in your nose or your mouth that helps to keep that tongue out of the back of your airway, and all of a sudden you're breathing just fine again. So there's some simple things that we all know to do if we can identify early on that, hey, this is a little more than we want. There's a small correction that prevents us from having to have an emergency down the road. And if we're late,
So what they do, shoot them up and walk away?
No, they're not breathing well at all.
Basically,
well, then that becomes an
they shot
emergency.
him
We're
up
gonna
and
have to stop
stood
the
around
procedure
watching him.
and start getting the oxygen and the breathing mask and all sorts of things that we'd rather not do.
How long were these guys on the job?
Fluid transition that can occur with patients at any time.
One was
We need
lieutenant.
to be continually assessing because we want to intervene with
Is
smaller
lieutenant.
interventions early, rather than wait for there to be a disaster to try to respond to.
One was the highest ranking guy on scene.
All right. Folks on the jury, we're going to break for the evening. If you could be back at 8:30 tomorrow morning. And I want to emphasize it is really important to the folks involved in
I
this
was
trial.
straight not mounted on your channel yet, Pahala.
Platform or express any opinions or discuss the case even amongst
Only
yourselves.
because
Again, do no independent
I'm
research. avoid any
nervous
press
about
coverage. We
having
will
too
see
many
you in the room.
mods. That's the only reason.
I am too, actually.
I'm a little hesitant to just give wrenches out, even if people would be good wrenches. I need a little more growth before I give out a few more. I gave one out yesterday to X-Comer only because he hates it.
I think they were actors. Who said that?
What?
Elizabeth S. says, I think they were actors. Who was that?
Stepped out. Dr. Butte, you may step down.
I think that was a AJ joke.
Folks can be seated. Anything before we break? All right, and I'm sorry to note, I'll put it this way for folks that are attending this trial. I'm okay in the morning when I first walk in, if everybody stands up, maybe the first thing in the afternoon, but other than that, you can stay seated if you'd like. Yeah.
I like this judge.
Actually, I sent an email to Mr. Slidauer and Ms. Began.
I mean, his rulings, I've really
Pass
liked.
a note to your
Yeah,
colleague.
fair
and
rulings.
need to break it.
He's been really good the whole trial.
That's because my staff, it takes a while to clear the courtroom out, and they're
Clear, concise,
LSA, so
quick,
the more I make them work, the less
and
they're available on Fridays. So,
he hasn't made any decisions
have a
that
nice
I
evening.
really disagree with, other than the stupid camera angle system he has.
Okay, so those are the court cameras. Those are what they use for recording the proceedings officially for their, either transcripts or whatever, security, things like that.
Right.
And they just broadcast it through WebEx.
And it's still the same camera angles that we were dealing with from Letitia Stausch. Same.
Yeah, same kind of thing with Letitia.
Yeah.
Yep, that was WebEx. In fact, we used on that.
It was the state of Colorado.
So I have a question for you, Valhalla.
Mm-hmm.
A man who's been missing since October 25th was found yesterday, dead in the ventilation system at Macomb County Community College. How many questions do you have?
Several. How did he get there? Why was he there?
Why was he there? Why are you crawling through the ventilation systems at a community college? You weren't discovered until the police were investigating an odd smell.
Oh, since October 25th?
October 25th. So it's over a month.
And it's all hot air. Oh.
It's just.
He's y'all listen. Don't.
They said it was asphyxiation, accidental.
Well, yeah, if he got stuck and couldn't breathe anymore, that makes perfect sense.
Don't you want to, the first question I want to know is which department? Was it the biology department? Because that, then requires further questioning, right?
Was it the women's locker room?
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah. Was it the fitness center near the women's locker room?
Right.
I want to know which department he was in.
I have so many questions. Y'all, listen. You can watch Mission Impossible. It's not real. Don't try to do those things.
I was thinking, what is everyone? Die Hard. Anyway, so that's my anecdote for this evening. This is an interesting trial.
It really is. It really is.
It's very technical, but I'm very interested in it.
I'm glad that.
How you liking trial streams so far?
Well, I was thinking about it today, right? And I think for me to do a trial stream, it needs to be something that I really want it to cover. I don't think I'm just going to cover trial streams just to cover them. But this is an appropriate case for me. This is the state actors doing what appears to me to be abusing their power, and I'm all about that, as we all know. So I'm glad that I'm covering this trial, and it'll take another one of these that really grabs me, I think, to do trial coverage in the future.
So this is the state's still going. Did they talk about it all, the timeline on this? Because this is day 2, right?
This was day 2. Yes.
I imagine maybe I I haven't seen all the witnesses, but I can't imagine the state would have many more.
No, I can't
Is
either.
this like going to be their last witness, and then the defense is going to call their experts?
I would imagine that we're probably halfway done at the worst case scenario.
Okay.
I would imagine. I haven't seen anything for a timeline. I don't really know this, but just assessing the witnesses that have gone and the potential witnesses that are out there.
Sometimes they talk about it, like in the mornings or in the evenings or even at lunch. You know, during the breaks, the judge will address it.
The one critique that I have is this judge, if it's not open court, he's not sharing it with us at all. He's not.
Okay.
He's shutting down cameras for sidebars. He's not giving us anything extra.
And half Irish, that's a sign of a good trial. It's like a sports ball game, right? You don't want it to be a blowout one way or the other. You want it to be back and forth. Because otherwise, why did we have a trial in the first place? Like Baker's case. It's like, why would they even bring charges in the first place? I just don't see it there. Or, I don't know. When you see blowouts back and forth, or like Letitia Stout, it's like, why couldn't that just be a guilty plea that didn't need to go to trial?
That one didn't need
or
to go
Ship
to trial.
Business. Ship Business didn't need to go to trial either. They should have just put that up. It's more like Sarah Boone, from a legal standpoint, shouldn't go to trial.
Shouldn't.
I want to watch that trial.
I'm so excited for that trial, man. She's so crazy.
I want to see her fire her attorney and go to trial on her own.
Oh, she's got to be close. She's gone through 7 or 8 attorneys, that one.
Yeah, but I think she likes this current one, so I think it's actually going to lead to a plea. I don't think we're going to have a trial. That's my prediction.
Probably not. She's got no chance. There's no chance in a trial. In a jury trial, there's no way. Or even a bench trial, for that matter. There's no way. But what are they going to give her? Like,
what's that?
What are they going to give her for a plea? Second degree, 20 years, best case scenario?
Well, she's being charged with second degree. But they could guarantee a prison sentence, right? Where she has the possibility of parole.
So
that would
water maybe?
No, she could still plead second, but they could do a guaranteed sentence, right? Rather than, you go to trial on a second degree and you get convicted. Who knows where you end up with the sentencing?
I don't know. I don't think the prosecutors are worried about losing in a jury trial in this one. I wouldn't be as a prosecutor.
No, they're not. They're not worried about it. There's other things that come into factors that come into play. Strain on the witnesses, strain on the family, completion, final resolution of a case and things like that. You can also, the court isn't, appeals, possible appeals and things like that. There's a lot of considerations to look at.
That makes sense. I get that.
So. All right. Well, I'm going to go. I guess I'll get ready for my stream.
What time? A half hour.
I moved it to 8 because I didn't think I was going to be home in time.
Say, I'm not trying to keep you here or anything, sir, but
you want me to go early?
You could do that. You could do that, and I could just dump everybody into you. You could hang out here for a little bit. We could talk shop for a little while. I don't know. I'm spitballing. I'm spitballing. What do you think?
I could, yeah. Well, why don't you can redirect everybody to, and then when you guys get there, just hit the notification. Like notify me when I go live, and then it'll pop up.
We could do that.
Yeah. From the treehouse. Yeah, I got to make it up to the treehouse. I'm looking at it now.
How do I do that if you're not live, though? I got to look you up, don't I?
Yeah, just go to my channel and click my next video. It should be public. I didn't make it members only like yesterday.
Upcoming, this one, McElrath versus Georgia?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the Supreme Court argument that happened the other day. It's quite interesting. Because a guy was acquitted on one count and convicted on another. His conviction was overturned, and the question is, well, that acquittal, can we recharge him on that acquittal, or does double jeopardy attach? And
say that again?
A guy was charged with 2 counts.
Okay.
He was acquitted on one and convicted on the other. Now, if the one that he was convicted on gets overturned due to some procedural issue with the trial, then can the state rebring both counts again or just the one? Does double jeopardy attach to the acquittal? And this is a Georgia case, and it was argued in front of the U.S. Supreme Court 3 days ago. I don't know, like this past week or so.
My
So we're gonna
gut
listen to that.
My gut instinct is that they should not be able to retry that case. That's my gut.
That's
instinct.
my thought too. Like you can, like if you're convicted, if you're acquitted of the first degree murder, but you're convicted of second degree murder, right? The lesser included, and then that second degree murder conviction gets thrown out to something.
Yeah.
Then they
You
can
can't
only
go back
bring
to
a
first
second
again.
degree murder charge. They can't go
Right.
back to first degree, right? That makes sense to me.
That makes sense to me. We're on the same page. there.
Or are they precluded from prosecuting the entire case because the facts are all the same? Can they never bring those charges again because you were acquitted on one and convicted on the other? The conviction is tossed. Are they precluded forever from bringing charges against you?
Well, the purpose of going to the Supreme Court would be to gain access to that second charge, right?
Well, it's in the U.S. Supreme Court, and the U.S. Supreme Court is determining what sort of double jeopardy applies in this particular situation.
Sure.
There's also a not guilty by reason of insanity portion into this case as well.
So it's a little
weird
messier.
case. Yeah, it's a little messier. It's not very clear cut, but that's essentially the issue that's going to be decided. At what level does double jeopardy attach? Can you try somebody after they were acquitted if the companion charges are tossed? Essentially is what we're going to deal with. And so I'm curious to see what the justices have to say on the issue.
That'll be interesting, especially with this court, because this one could actually get split right down the middle, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's not a political decision.
That's
right?
what I'm saying.
Not at all political.
This one's our Supreme Court is 3-3-3. Everybody knows that, right? That's pretty common knowledge. And this is an issue that's not a partisan issue. So this is going to be an interesting split.
Yeah, and I think this is the first time that the U.S. Supreme Court has really addressed this kind of issue. So it's kind of a novel issue as well for the Supreme Court.
Well,
and
aren't
it's going to be very nuanced.
Aren't all Supreme Court issues novel issues for the most part? Isn't that why they take the cases?
No, well, I mean, yes and no. Obviously, they have some original jurisdiction stuff too, but I mean, it could be something that they're just like fine tuning, right?
Sure.
Well, we've addressed this issue, we've addressed it this way, and now we're just sort of kind of going to fine tune it and draw this path.
But there's nothing on this level of double jeopardy that's ever been addressed.
Not that I'm aware of. No.
That's pretty cool.
Not that I'm aware of. There might be, and I might be wrong about that, but I feel like this is a very novel issue. So I haven't listened to the oral arguments, but we're going to listen and read along together.
Hell yeah. So quickly, these are our two defendants. The middle is Lieutenant.
Oh, they're already guilty.
The middle one is Lieutenant Peter Chichuniec. I'm not saying that right. Chichuniec, something like that. And on the right is Jeremy Cooper. Those are the two defendants in this case.
I don't like their faces. I hope they're not making those faces during the trial.
Well, this picture, I believe, is from the trial. I could be wrong. It could be from a hearing earlier or
Is that
something.
how they look when the jury's walking in? They're just staring down their nose at them.
The worst part is we have no idea because the cameras fucking suck in this trial. So it could be them every day. They could look very different. They could have grown their hair out like me.
Everyone's excited that the court took over the cameras in Kroberger, whatever the hell his name is.
Kronenberger? Kronberg? I don't know, whatever. Fuck.
This is what we're gonna get. We're gonna get this WebEx, and we're gonna get these fixed mounted cameras, and that's gonna be your coverage.
Ugh, gross.
I judge people often by their faces, Stray.
What you have
That's the first thing we see. Everybody does, by the way.
That's why I try to
If you
smile
say
all the
that you
time.
don't lie. Lie to yourself.
Wait, time out. Why are you making me send you all these videos of me mean mugging you then? What the hell? You trying to set me up?
Wait, what?
All these mean mugging videos I've been having to send you lately. Trying to make me guilty of something.
No, actually, we got to talk to Excited about that because I finally did mine and I sent them to her. And I haven't heard back from her, so I don't know what she's doing with them. She might be planning something.
I'm a little surprised I haven't had any feedback since. That was almost a week ago, right?
Yeah, but to be fair, I just did mine like yesterday.
For those that don't know, we're talking about our newest Lego clip video, and it's going to be fun and exciting. So stay tuned, y'all.
Yes.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. We're going to do the little clips, and we got a little intro video we're working on.
Oh, speaking of which, we don't have a date yet locked in, do we? So maybe we shouldn't talk about it yet.
We have a kind of a date locked in, right? Don't we?
Depends on the guests.
Well, I guess it's on my calendar, so I'm going to say it's locked in.
All right. Well, we're planning our next Lego stream on the 16th, you guys. December 16th.
December 16th. Just in time for Christmas.
A couple weeks before, a little bit before.
What should I build? Throw your comments in Discord.
There you go.
What should I
Let
build?
them know. Throw them in chat. Shit. Throw
them in chat. Yeah, throw them in chat.
What should I build? I'll tell you what I'm going to build is likely going to be one of those Star Wars faces. I've got Darth Vader right there. And
those things are more work than they seem like they should be.
They are so much harder than they should be. And the Mandalorian is down there. That's the Mandalorian. I'm going to do another one of those. There's 7 in that series. So I've got a couple on standby. I'm going to be honest. I got the other 5 on standby.
You love my outro music for Lego or just in general? I do like that song that I normally play. Ooh, I redid my outro music.
We're not 100% sure yet, Carlene. We are working on it.
We're trying to lock somebody down. We've got a few inquiries out. And when we have somebody locked in, we'll let you know.
Yeah, we're always, it's a constant work in progress, the Lego stream. We're always trying to build and adapt and lock in good people that you guys are going to enjoy. And it, a lot of the times it comes down to whether or not they're available for the time slot. Or
speaking of, did you ever hear back from our gentleman that may or may not have a camera?
No, not lately. I should probably reach out to him again because I've seen he put a video up, and if we should talk to him because I think that'd be really interesting. Especially if he, we'll talk about that off stream. I think
I should have.
I think that he could do some really cool shit. I think he could.
He's gonna outbuild both of us.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If that stream ever happens, y'all, the stream we're talking about right now, it's gonna be such an awesome deal. And me and Dave are basically just gonna be sitting there watching him the entire time.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm gonna find like the simplest of build so I can like be done and watch.
Yep, that's pretty much the same.
Not Lego, the one from last night. Oh yeah, I like that song. I can't remember the name of it. My outro music, for my regular streams.
Oh.
You'll hear it tonight, Sue.
There you go.
And I did a little update to it.
There you go.
Actually, just today. Yeah, I should have put McKinley instead of MLS as my name when I joined.
Oh, that would have been funny.
Yeah,
that would have been funny.
Do they make a court Lego set? I don't know if they do. See, like there's a bunch of custom sets like that people have put out there. You can get all the parts together. I just don't know if I have the time. I have a bin. I don't know if you guys saw it on my last stream. I went and got it. And I have millions of Lego pieces, but I have to get it all sorted and organized. And I don't know if I have time to do that yet. Maybe he'll read chat for a change.
Talking about this guy.
Oh.
Well, the beauty of our Lego streams is that none of us have to read chat. We have an amazing human being named Wendy H who does it for us.
That's right. Oh, we should probably tell her.
Oh shit! Yeah, we should.
Make sure she's available. Dog.
Oh, this is the problem we keep having, Dave. We plan it out and we forget to tell
We
Wendy.
have a group text and we're talking about it, and we don't include the group text.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny.
Oh, where is it now? I'm gonna send it to you right now before I forget. Where's our group chat? Oh my god! You send it to her.
I worked around it, Elizabeth S. I worked around it. I built it so that I hid the same piece inside of the set, and nobody's the wiser. And it's the wrong color, but only you, me, and my closest friends on the internet know. Oh, yeah. It's probably closer to mine than yours. You got it? All right. So I don't text that many people. It's not too far down the list for me. That's funny. Fast group, awesome, buddy. Broken Baker's a good time. You'll have fun over there. Thanks for coming. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you.
That's an interesting trial.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Obviously, everybody in chat, if you have yet to do so, please hit the like and subscribe if you're not subscribed.
Should I hit the like button? Let me hit the like button.
Bro, you've been in and out of chat like 4 times tonight. What the
I
hell?
know, I hit it. I hit it already. Sometimes I hit it and then I realize that I unliked it because I already hit it. And so I was just double checking.
The second I see anybody, any of my YouTube peoples, any of my friends, anybody that I interact with or enjoy their content, the second I see a live stream posted, I go and hit that like every time.
She said, yes, it does. Thanks for the notice. She's probably watching us.
1DH, if you are watching us, I love you, babe. You're amazing. Appreciate you. Sorry. If it makes you feel any better, we talked about this like yesterday. This hasn't been like weeks in
Yeah, no, we did.
It was yesterday. So you're not that late to the game this time.
Oh, what's my dog? My dog is a mutt. He's a black, dumb mutt, but he's very, very nice and polite, except he'll hear a sound and he'll bark for hours. That's the only thing. So I scream from a treehouse that's several yards away from the house.
That's I got pit bulls. That's what I got.
My neighbor has pit bulls and pit bull puppies now.
Ooh. I've got a blue one and a white one with black spots.
Nice.
The blue one is huge. She's last time I weighed her like 105 pounds, and I'm pretty sure she's way bigger now. You know what you can't find for a 105-pound pit bull in a pet store is a collar that fits.
You need to go to Tractor Supply and get a horse collar.
Doesn't. Ooh. That could work.
Like a halter.
Yeah, the cart halter things, the yokes.
Yeah.
I think her current collar is 22 inches, and it's getting to the point where I need a bigger one. And pet stores don't carry bigger than 22 inches. Maybe a 24 on occasion, but even a 24, there's a chance she'll outgrow it in the next year or two.
Well, there's always Amazon, and they deliver by donkey to your house, so you know you'll get it.
Eventually.
Wendy's asking who our guest is.
Well, we'll let you know.
Let's leave it at don't know yet.
Why didn't you put it in the group chat? Why isn't my phone blowing up?
I am in the group chat.
Are you? Oh, you are. My bad. Disregard. I turned my phone on to silent, y'all. Because I'm getting professional at this.
All right, I'm going to go climb the steps to my ivory tower. I'll see you all in about 15 or so.
Sounds good. I've got everybody redirected to you. I'm sure I could probably find something to talk about for the next 10, 15 minutes. But if not, everybody.
I'll get going in like maybe 10 minutes. It won't be that long. I'll start a little early.
Cool.
All right. See you guys.
Thanks for coming by, brother. David Helm, MLS Law, Making Law Simple. Y'all go check him out. He is amazing and one of the coolest dudes that I've had the pleasure of working with on YouTube. He is a modern day Renaissance man, to say the least. He impresses me most days, at least. We'll say most days. he really is an awesome dude. David, he's pretty selfless. That's a good word. He's pretty selfless. He is all about doing what he can, and I appreciate and respect him for that. And just in case I haven't said it lately, I do love and appreciate that dude. He's the shit. Oh, Carlene, again, I am so sorry for your loss, babe. That's the loss of a pet is really, it's really hard to deal with, and it's not anything that, you know, I wish people had to deal with. I wish they lived the same time as us, and it would just make things easier. We are going to do a stream tomorrow. It'll be late again like this because I like this. I like being able to skip the breaks and running on 1.5 and get a 8 or 10 hour day done in 5 or 6 hours. I like that. That's probably how I'm going to keep doing this. And you guys are awesome for being here for it. I might do it a little later in the afternoon tomorrow than I did today. I'm still not sure how that's all working out. I have noticed though that I get more of you after other streams are done, and that makes perfect sense. So I might take advantage of that and plan it a little later in the afternoon. That being said, y'all. Oh no, I do have one other thing. Valkyrie Begins, the lovely Mrs. Valhalla, posted 2 videos the other day. Yesterday, maybe, I think. While I'm spending time with you guys, she has been taking care of the farm all on her own. She's amazing. And if you would be so kind, go over there, give her a sub, a like, and all the YouTube-y things, and watch her videos. She's super cute, y'all. She's super cute. Let me get the thing in chat. Oh, that's not it. Oh my God, type, you idiot. There it is. If you would be so kind, go over there, check her channel out. She's a gem, y'all. She's a gem. Do I have anything else that I need to tell you about? Anything else you guys want to know? Am I forgetting something to share? I was going to bring up the information on the cop that got convicted, but I basically gave you all the information. He was convicted. His sentencing is January 5th. Giggity. Yeah, you tell her, bro. You tell her. I ain't trying to get stabbed today. She's a farm girl. She's mean. All in jokes, y'all. All in jokes. I don't think I'm forgetting anything, right? I don't think I am. I think I'm doing okay. I think. I'm doing okay. If I'm not, tell me, y'all. Tell me if I'm forgetting something. Waiting just a second. Letting chat catch up to my silliness. Is David live yet? God bless you, everyone. That's funny. Sean, that's funny. That's funny. Oh, shit. Also, last night, I hopped on to Torin 3's live stream for a little bit. He's a cool dude. I have a feeling that we'll talk more. He does a Japanese style of braid called a Tamahama. Now that's all Godzilla themed. And he was gracious enough to invite me on his show for a little bit. And we talked for 20 minutes or so. It was a good time. He's an interesting dude. He really is. So I think, oh shit, he's in chat. Torin. Thank you, buddy. That's what it's called. Komi Himo? I thought it was OMO. Kumi something. either way, Torin was a really good conversation, and we'll see him in the future, 100%. Didn't realize you were in chat until I was looking at something else. So that's really kind of funny that clicked in my head at the same time you showed up. There's energies in the world, y'all. There's energies in the universe. We're all connected in some way, shape, or form. Kumihimo. It's an awesome art, and I am equal parts impressed and a little bit jealous of his ability to craft these beautiful pieces of art. It's really an impressive thing to watch this man do, and it's an old school Japanese traditional art that, you know, will probably get lost to time at some point, but he is one individual that is keeping it alive and thriving, and I think that's really cool. So awesome of Torin. Thanks for being here, buddy. And like I said, this ain't the last time. We'll get together in the future. Is that it? We're gonna call it? Should we call it, yo? I think we're gonna call it. All right, y'all. I'm sending you guys to David. It might be a little early. I was trying to wait till he actually went live. I suppose I could. I don't know if I got anything else for you. I really don't. I'm trying to think. Either way, we'll make it work. He's live now. Okay, good deal. I ran out of stalling techniques. It was getting desperate. Thank you, Sue. He's live. All right. I'm gonna send you all over there. Love and appreciate everybody. And as always, chat, you effing rock. So with that being said,
In case I don't see ya.
oh no, that didn't work at all.
In case I don't see ya. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Shit. Love y'all. See you tomorrow.